Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 9, Entertainment a la carte. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing all right. So, aside from the landscapers that we're dealing with here, but that's okay. So this week we decided to sort of ratchet it down a few notches. We've been having last couple of podcasts we've been doing some pretty heavy-hitting timely subjects, and with the election not too far away, we knew we were probably going to be doing another heavy-hitting one to cover that. So this week we're going to do something a little more lighthearted, a little more fun, and a little less dipped in controversy, I guess I could say.
Yeah, so if you're filling out your bingo cards about how we're going to get to the end of the world by the end of this, I don't know if you're going to win this time. But we'll see.
Hopefully we won't have doom and gloom by the end of the show like we usually do. So this week we're talking entertainment a la carte. And when I say that, there has been a desire by consumers for a very long time now to have entertainment the way they want it at their fingertips when they want it. We've had different false starts, different incarnations, different hopes that we've seen through the industry. So today we're going to take a look at sort of what the history of what we've had, what we've got today, and where we think we're going to be going in the future as far as what our command over our entertainment is going to be. Before we do that, though, I did want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can catch us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and now on Amazon. So you can convince your Echo devices to listen to our podcasts. I would also invite folks to reach out to us, tell us if we're doing a good job, what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can catch high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week, this week 7 days a week, on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can catch our audio versions of the podcast at podcast.insightsintotomorrow.com. You can reach out to us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or you can get links to all of our social media on our website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yes.
All right. So first up, I just wanted to sort of kind of summarize what we're looking at when it comes to entertainment here, and how important entertainment is in the home. But before we do that, let me ask you, Sam, what aspects of entertainment are important to you? Do you listen to music? Do you stream videos? Do you watch movies? What's your prescription for your entertainment?
I'd say I mostly watch, I watch a lot of YouTube. Like I follow a lot of channels and watch content on there. And then from there, it's probably like Netflix. I don't really watch live TV at all anymore, unless it's like a football game or something. And even then I'm only watching 20 to 30 minutes. So for me, it's definitely mostly YouTube, podcasts, like things on Stitcher. I listen to a lot of things on there. Netflix. They're like the big three for me.
So what about radio? I know, with the college and everything that you have, you have a presence on broadcast radio. Do you listen to broadcast radio yourself much?
If I'm in the car, like on the car road over here, I definitely listen to it. Like I don't have Bluetooth in the car or anything like that. I'll put on, sports talk radio or MMR or something like that. Other than that, I don't really just tune on the radio just for fun. Like in the mornings when I'm getting ready, I'm usually listening to a podcast. It's not so much the radio. When I was younger, I used to do that a lot until I got into podcasts. Sometimes, if I'm taking a shower, I'll put the radio on. But overall, I'd say not really that often. It's mostly in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about movies? Do you own DVDs or Blu-rays, or do you stream most of your movies today?
I'm mostly streaming. I mean, I'd say probably like 30 to 40 maybe Blu-rays and a couple, 4Ks and things like that. Movies that I really want to have, the physical copy of, movies that are special to me, or movies that I just like a lot, or movies that I got on sale for
Right.
Blu-rays, because Amazon does Blu-ray sales all the time. So things like that. I don't have I wouldn't say my Blu-ray collection is like my pride and joy. But it's mostly just to have those physical copies, just in case, I can't get The Lord of the Rings on, Netflix because they take it off all the time or something like that.
Right. So it sounds like a good chunk of what you do is some of the more modern technologies then.
Mm-hmm.
What about when you listen to radio? Is it talk shows you listen to? Is it music that you listen to, or you listen to the sports radio?
Yeah, I mostly do sports talk. 94.1 for our local area. That's like the sports. And then there's 97.5 too. I'll alternate between those. I don't really listen to music that much. I don't know. Something about hearing people talk and discuss. I just like to listen to that more than, a song I can pull up on my phone.
As a podcaster, that's exactly what I like to hear.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to not hear my own voice. It's nice to hear other people talk for a while.
Absolutely. So, we've had various forums, and we're going to talk about the history of some of these forums in a little bit there. But obviously, our entertainment started out as purely live entertainment. If you went, back in the 1800s and in the beginning of the 1900s, if you wanted to be entertained, you either produced music or entertainment at home, or you went to go see it somewhere. Radio finally allowed us to bring it in the house. Then we moved from that naturally, almost, through evolution through to TV. Then we started to have home entertainment systems, VCRs, DVDs, and so forth, followed eventually by streaming. But it was basically force-fed to you. So when you would listen to the radio, you would have a schedule of things that you would listen to, and if you missed your show, you missed it, right? So we started getting specialized radio stations. That's where we get the sports talk radio.
Yeah, formats.
Yeah, you get your specialized formats. I remember, as a kid back in the 70s, when you would listen to the radio, you would hear every genre of music on a radio station. You didn't even have specialized target audiences back in the 70s. Mm-hmm. You didn't start getting that until mid-80s, late 80s. And TV channels started doing the same thing. I'm going to sound like my father at this point, but, going back to when I was a kid, we didn't have cable. We had broadcast television. You had 3, 6, and 10 in our area. CBS, ABC, and NBC. And if you were lucky, you'd get a PBS station. But outside of that, that was what your entertainment was. We've come a long way since then.
Yeah, we've gone the complete opposite way. Now people can have access to everything, which I think a lot of people realize is too much.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And what happened was when we got to the point where there were certain things we wanted to watch, the advent of the VCR kind of gave us that option where you could set your VCR. If you were, a rocket scientist, you could figure out how to program your VCR to actually record on a timer, assuming the power didn't go out and it lost its time. There was a lot of factors involved in getting this technology to work at the time. So you would record your programs and then watch them after the fact. You didn't have streaming. You didn't have DVRs even at the time.
Yeah, and I think something that I'm sure I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but one of the things we'll probably talk about is how as a society we all, like when it was the radio, everybody would gather around and listen to the radio at the same time all around the world. So you'd all listen to, something at 8 p.m. on a Thursday every week. Everybody would do that. But then as we kind of went further and further down the timeline, viewing experiences became more individualized, where now it's not everybody tunes in Sunday to watch something. I mean, you still get that with like sports, but for things like Game of Thrones, right? I mean, that was kind of the last big thing that everybody would tune in and watch, except for things like reality shows like The Bachelor and things like that. Those are usually still watched live. But big entertainment moments like that are getting more and more rare as, people can watch and stream whatever they want, whenever they want.
Yeah, and it's a very intimate experience where you get to build your entertainment consumption experience yourself. And we didn't start being able to do that until we got technology like the VCR.
Yep.
Outside of that, you were watching stuff on a schedule. We got smart cable at some point in time in the 90s where you started getting video on demand, where you were able to go in through your cable box and say, all right, I want to watch a movie now, whatever time it is. And they would charge you for that, and they would send you a bill for the pay-per-view experience. So there's been a significant evolution, and a lot of that's been driven by the technology. Nowadays, we have streaming, and everything is streaming now. This podcast is streaming. Television streams. You have television networks, news networks, that have no presence whatsoever on broadcast television. They stream entirely over the internet. So it's almost a paradigm shift in how we get our entertainment and our information these days. So that's sort of the primer of how we want to approach this. We're going to come back after a quick break, and we're going to talk about the history of some of these things, and we'll look at some of the milestones and see just how far we've come from a technology standpoint. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're talking entertainment a la carte today. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and Sam Whalen is with me today. So, over the air, for the longest time, broadcast radio and television was a community service. All the way back starting in 1926 when NBC first started the first national broadcast. It's not quite that simple anymore, is it? It's not free, open, over the air anymore, is it?
No, I mean, back then, even before the first national radio network, and I only know this because I took a class on this last semester, so, I got to make that education worth it. It was there were 2 channels, AM, and one was for crops and weather reports, and the other was entertainment, which was mostly music and like Bible verses. So that was what radio was mostly for. And it was localized because there wasn't any kind of national network. So it was basically anybody could do it and you could broadcast it anywhere. But then when you had NBC come along, it sort of became that network. And nowadays it's so far, it's still local in a sense because you'll have local stations. But for most of them, like we have a local rock station here, WMMR, and you can tune in that dial 93.3, but also they have a streaming app, right? So they get all the time people all across the world tuning in and listening. And, they archive their morning shows and you can tune in live and listen to their music. So it's not, you don't need a radio to listen to the radio anymore, basically.
Exactly. And in fact, it's funny you mention that. Cell phones all have radio receivers on them. Mm-hmm. Most people don't realize that. There are apps that you can get that will tap into the radio antenna on your phone and allow you to do it. And we had a hurricane come through a couple of years back, and we lost power, so we didn't have any battery-powered radios. So we actually wound up downloading the app because we still had cellular coverage, and we had an app that allowed us to get weather radios basically built into our phones. So broadcast radio is still going very strongly out there, but it doesn't give us that personalization that I think we're looking for. A lot of radio stations that do stream, they'll stream multiple streams. And you can basically pick the streams that you want, pick the channels that you want. Because a lot of our radio networks are multi-format network. So you might have Clear Channel being one of the network. And that network may have 50 different radio stations across the country, but you don't have over-the-air rights to get most of those because of the limitations of the technology. But they'll stream all of those on their website. So you can literally listen to a radio station from Ohio or California or whatever. So technology has given us that ability to choose at this point in time. And as technology has evolved, we've gone from AM to FM where we can broadcast further, high fidelity and so forth. What do you think about satellite radio? Satellite radio, XM first introduced satellite radio in early 2000s. The biggest deal that they probably ever had was when they brought in Howard Stern. How do you think that impact has had? Because it's subscription-based. It's not free.
Right.
And most cars today, if you buy a new car, have an XM radio built into it. Do you think satellite radio gives you that customization of your entertainment choice?
I think at the time, it was definitely a precursor to what we ended up seeing with things like Netflix and Hulu and things like that, just for radio. And especially with Howard Stern, because he wasn't censored, that was like the big appeal of it. But what a lot of people forget is before Howard Stern went to satellite, he was against it, like vehemently. He was all about terrestrial radio. But then when his fines like almost bankrupted his station, he had really no choice. But yeah, I definitely think it was a kind of a precursor, and you can customize it to an extent, but I think that subscription sort of is kind of a barrier to entry to a lot of people. It's a barrier to entry to me because not only did I not want to pay the subscription, but I also don't have a radio that can use it. I got it for free like a trial a while back, and I was using it on my phone. But if I'm going to use my phone to listen to something, I'm probably just going to listen to a podcast. So, and without having it in a car, there's that entry there. So if you're buying a new car and you get it for free for 3 months or, included, I can definitely see you using it. Not to mention that you do have a lot of great personalities and great stations on satellite radio that there's most likely something for everybody.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, when I bought my new car, it came with that 3 months of XM free. And the problem that I had with that is the same problem that I have with cable television today. And we'll get into a little bit more. It's 180 channels, and how do I find what I want to listen to? It was an overwhelming experience to have that much choice. And it's kind of ironic because it's that choice that we've demanded for years now, I want the ability to make my entertainment selections the way that I want. And television's kind of evolved the same way that radio did. It started out in its infancy. You had very few stations that you could see anything with, and everything was over the air. And then, they came to the point where you were able to make money off of it. And most contracts, most money that you get out of television, at least in the early days, was all advertising. Whereas you get into the cable model and you get into more of a subscription type model. But, television was first introduced in the early 20s at the World's Fair. And then by 1931, you had 40,000 televisions in the United States. You had 2 networks transmitting at that time. And they were local stations. You had to be in those local areas, New York being one of the markets. And somewhere out in the Midwest, I forget where the other market was. But it wasn't until 1936, and not even in our country, but in BBC, before you get dedicated programming. And BBC opened up with 3 hours of programming. Can you imagine a television station with 3 hours of programming? I mean, what do you do at that point in time?
I mean, it's a pretty big 3 hours, right? I mean, if nobody had ever seen anything like this before. So those 3 hours, people were probably, enraptured by this thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a lot of parallels between TV and radio and their evolution. And you see that a lot with this, because radio didn't have programming all the time either until much later. I think it was like the 70s when that became or maybe that was TV, where it wouldn't just shut off at night.
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I remember at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, your TV stations, you'd see a picture, a video of the American flag. Mm-hmm. They'd play the national anthem, and then they'd shut off until 8 o'clock the next morning when the news started.
For modern audiences, that's an insane concept, because now it's, again, we keep making this comparison, but it's the complete opposite, where you're just inundated with content all the time.
Yeah, and you saw some monumental achievements in television, like in '67 when we get PBS, where it's publicly funded broadcasting. They mandated children's programming with Children's Television Workshop in 1969 with Sesame Street. So you had a lot of positive things come out based on demand. And I think that's really the important thing is, as people started to consume the media that was out there, they realized they wanted more. They wanted specific programming. They wanted specific shows. They wanted to watch their local sports franchises. And as a result of that, you started to see more specialized television networks come out. And a lot of that fell over into the cable industry as well, because there's only a certain amount that you can get out of an over-the-air broadcast with television at the time. And really the latest biggest innovation over-the-air television wasn't until 2009 when they went all digital, which I got to tell you, that was a real monster to deal with, because you had people throughout the country who didn't have cable, couldn't afford cable, and they were getting all of their news and sports and everything over the air broadcasts. And with the mandate to move to all digital, and the reason for the all digital was because of how much more data you can put out over a digital signal than you ever could over an analog signal. And you see now with digital with digital transmissions, your local ABC station might be putting out 5 different channels over the bandwidth it used to use for one. So there was a definite benefit to it, but it also required everyone to replace all their equipment, which is expensive. So much so that when they went through this process, the federal government actually subsidized it. You could go to the government and get a coupon to buy a digital antenna at the time. And the program ran for like 18 months or something like that. I remember when it ran, and they funded it with, a ludicrous amount of money. And even after that fact, people still didn't have it because of how inaccessible it was for a lot of people. There's a lot of televisions that sit around right now that have no function whatsoever because nothing's broadcasting on frequencies they can receive. So then we move into, the natural progression, I think, is cable television. And it's funny because in doing the research for the podcast today, I learned a lot about cable television that I didn't know. The fact that it's existed since 1948 blew my mind. Like, when I grew up, I came from a fairly underprivileged house. We didn't have a lot of money coming in. So my dad did not subscribe to cable for a very long time. But I kind of thought he was just sort of behind the times in the 70s, not realizing that cable's been around since the 1940s. So that was a big thing for me to realize it. But cable television progressed, I think, at a rate much faster than over-the-air transmissions did.
You make a lot more money from it.
And that's exactly it. You have people that are paying you, in 1950, Tuckerman Appliance, an appliance store that sold TVs, started their own cable network. Could you imagine that today?
One of the biggest radio stations in Philly was originally from the appliance store.
Right.
Appliance stores were like they had a lot of power back in the day.
It was they would buy their feeds and then they would send it out to their customers. And people in Arkansas were paying $3 a month for cable. And it was because they were rural households that weren't close enough to a transmitting station. So they'd physically run a cable out there and then wire up the little town. So in 1972, you start getting into specialized television channels. You get HBO. And then that sort of opened up the Pandora's box, to use a bad pun there. You started in the 80s and 90s, you really started getting channels. You got channels for everything. You got channels for cooking. You got multiple channels for cooking. You got home shopping channels. You got multiple music television channels, none of which ironically play music anymore. These were what were categorized as narrowcasting channels. And some of these, which is kind of interesting, they started out as regional. Like, for instance, Sports Channel New York started out as just regional sports broadcasting. And that eventually evolved into Fox Sports. So from humble beginnings to a major player in the sports franchise market now. You had other things like BET, Black Entertainment Television. That's a channel all of its own with its own award-winning programming today. Started out as a segment on USA Networks. So they had a couple of hours a week that they would broadcast it, and eventually there was such a demand for it that they came out with an entire network for it. And that's what I'm talking about, like very specialized networks. You've got Sci-Fi Network. You've got History. You've got multiple history channels. So the idea of catering to all of these entertainment needs was fulfilled in these specialized networks, these specialized channels on cable TV. But you still didn't have the ability to get what you want when you want it. You were still bound to a schedule. And that's really what's probably held cable television back for the longest time until the late 1990s, early 2000s. You started to get your video on demand. You started to get more pay-per-view. So you could, if you wanted to watch a boxing match or a wrestling match or whatever it was, you could pay for it, one-time fee, get it, and watch it with all your friends. The real shift, I think, in cable TV came with TiVo and DVR, where you could time shift your entertainment now. So now TiVo was unique in the business because it had a very intelligent algorithm. So as you would record certain programs, it would associate those programs with ones you're not recording and then offer you suggestions on what you might like. So then you can sort of pick and choose the shows that you want and get them a la carte. That was really the first a la carte entertainment package you had. The problem with that was that you still had to subscribe to all of those channels. And I think the downfall that cable has always had, when you go to your cable company and you want to get a subscription, there's multiple packages that you have to choose from. And yeah, you can pay through the nose and get the super deluxe and get everything, but you might want to just get one of the channels in one of the packages and you have to take all of them. So the cord cutters of the world in the 2000s got to the point of trying to find ways to not have to subscribe to all those channels and just get what you want. And that leads us up to sort of where we are today with all the streaming options.
Yeah, I mean, that ability to pick and choose channels is the entire marketing platform for things like Sling, where you can pick and choose your channels, or I think Hulu Live TV does that too.
Well, even Sling. So Sling and Hulu Live give you packages that you can choose from. You can't choose individual channels.
Okay.
So it's not as bad as the cable company.
It's still cheaper.
It's much cheaper than the cable company. But the problem that you run into now is all that's delivered to you as digital content over the internet.
Yeah. So you have to worry about your internet speeds.
Absolutely. So you have internet companies you have cable companies that are becoming internet companies. And in doing that, you run into what is often referred to as the
monopoly.
Well, no, they've been monopolies for a long time. Net neutrality.
Oh, okay.
So, and with net neutrality, the concept behind net neutrality is data. Doesn't matter where it is, where it comes from, what it contains. It's data. It should all be treated the same. And the cable companies want their data to be treated better than others. And Netflix ran into this very early on with a lot of the cable companies, Cox Cable, Comcast, and a few others, where they were throttling the bandwidth that people were using for Netflix. So you may have an unlimited agreement with your cable company for data, but if they see that the majority of the data that you're using comes from outside their network from Netflix, they throttle it. You see a lot of buffering, your quality goes down, and they're trying to push their own video on demand services instead, which they don't count against your bandwidth caps. So none of this has been resolved. This is still a problem. But what's happening is cable companies are becoming less about providing cable and more about becoming internet companies in general. And until all that sort of washes out, we're going to have a fight on our hands here because they're losing money. And they try to get it back by offering you bundles. So, for instance, if all you need is internet, it's cheaper for you to get internet, cable, and phone than just internet for the first year. After that, the rates go up, but they lock you into a 2-year deal, minimum usually. So, I can't blame the cable companies. They're trying to make a buck. It's their job. But in the end, it's the consumers that wind up paying for it.
Yeah, and even now, I mean, we have Xfinity, and you can watch Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime all through Xfinity. So, I mean, I'm sure there's kind of handshakes there where they kind of meet in the middle and they say, well, okay, Netflix, we'll host your platform here. You'll get a lot more viewers, but you still have to subscribe to Netflix to access those services.
Right.
You don't get any of that for free. I think with Xfinity, you only get like Peacock for free because it's NBC, Comcast, it's the same company. But they're kind of merging now, and we're just going to have a big old blob of media eventually. That's just everything.
Well, and it's funny you mention that because the solution that Netflix eventually came up with was they would implant caching servers in the cable providers. And they would pay the cable providers a certain amount of money. They would put a physical box inside their network. So when you went to stream Game of Thrones off of Netflix, it would download from Netflix's home server to the caching server there. You would watch it, but anybody else who went to watch Game of Thrones would pull it from that caching server. So the result of that was it didn't put a demand on the backbones, the internet backbone connections that the cable companies had. So that was an exclusive deal they offered to Netflix that they're not offering to other streaming providers either. And I'm not even sure they're still offering. There's some debate whether or not they're still offering that service. I know Comcast was having a bit of an issue with that, where they stopped offering it to Netflix. But it's all, you're right, it's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and we'll all make a buck off of the end consumer.
Not to mention now, I mean, you've got Disney, which now effectively owns Hulu because they own Fox, right? So it's a lot of that programming too. So it's not just, these streaming companies are not like small businesses. They're all, I mean, I don't think Netflix is owned by any major corporation.
No, Netflix is still independent.
Yeah. And then Amazon obviously is a mega corporation. So, you know, the streaming service is just a portion for most of these companies, just a portion of their revenue.
Right.
I mean, except for Netflix, but even then, I mean, they've moved more into film production in general too. So they're more of they're not just streaming anymore. They're making a lot of their own content as well.
And it's interesting to mention that. So we talked over the radio, television, and cable. The alternatives that we had to get our a la carte fix of entertainment were VCRs. You know, the VCRs came out in the 1970s. They became popular in the 80s. Blockbuster Video opened in 85. So if you wanted to watch a movie, you could a la carte on demand, go down and get a movie and bring it home and watch it. As long as you rewound it, you were fine. DVDs became the alternative. They were much more convenient, higher quality. First DVDs were released in 97. Blockbuster started carrying them in 2001. They kind of missed the boat on that a certain amount. Hollywood Video actually started DVD rentals as soon as they became available. But the one interesting thing with Blockbuster was when Blu-ray came out, there was, just like with VCR, when VHS came out, you had Betamax as an alternative. When HD Blu-rays came out, you had HD video. And when Blockbuster had such a huge portion of the market that they decided that they were going to go Blu-ray. And as soon as that happened, it basically was the end of life for HD DVD at that point. So they had such a huge segment of the market that they could make that kind of demand. But then you see other services like Redbox pop up. You know, you see Redboxes all over the place still, even though a lot of people are streaming stuff.
I think Redbox is a streaming service too. Like,
they do.
I think you can stream, and I think they have their own original things. Like, I don't know if they make it, like, I don't know if they produce it like Netflix does, but they can definitely license and stream a lot of stuff on their own site as well.
Yeah.
So,
and then streaming, streaming really started in the early 90s. The problem you had was your data connections. The first practical codecs for streaming, the compression algorithms for streaming came out in 92. But 92 was also when we had 33K baud modems. You didn't have your high-speed data connections, your cable modems, your DSL even at that time. So that kind of killed a lot of what you could do with it there. But the real streaming services itself didn't start until 2005 when YouTube opened up business. And at the time, YouTube and streaming was, YouTube was where people posted their videos. It was the TikTok of today. That's what YouTube was. You didn't have professionally produced content that was going up there. Nowadays, every streaming service, Netflix, Disney, obviously, YouTube, Hulu, they're all producing their own television shows. To the point that you have award shows that are controversial because you have TV awards for
streaming services
that never appear on TV.
Yeah, I think the Emmys, maybe more than the majority, was mostly all from streaming services.
Yeah. So there was really a fundamental shift, probably 2013, 2014, to more streaming. So that's a history. It's important to know where we came from with our entertainment. We get up to that 2015 mark there, and we're still stuck with 180 channels with nothing to watch. And that's really where the problem came from. And the demand for cord cutters and the demand for a la carte entertainment. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and then we'll talk about where we are today with cable TV and all these other outlets. See who's a player, who's not a player anymore, and then we'll take a look at where we're going. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. We are talking entertainment a la carte today. So we've looked at the history of it. We've sort of set the stage here. Let's take a look at where we are today as far as cable TV goes. So we're still running packages on TV channels today. So we haven't really changed much there, have we? There is an increasing push to cut the cord with different services. We've got enough streaming services out there as long as you have a good internet connection. Now, the one thing to mention here that I actually didn't put in the notes, that's the new satellite internet network that Elon Musk is putting out. So it will be possible very soon to have low latency satellite internet, high-speed internet, and not have to deal with your cable company. Of course, when that happens, God help you if you're an astronomer, because you're not going to be able to look at anything up in the sky now without seeing one of these satellites. Net neutrality. We mentioned it earlier on. One of the biggest problems with net neutrality is that the FCC determines what is and isn't net neutrality. And the FCC is traditionally chaired by someone from the telecommunications industry. So it doesn't look good for consumers from that perspective. What are your thoughts on, net neutrality and whether or not it's an issue moving forward? Is it an issue today? Is it a non-issue? Should we not even worry about it now?
I definitely think it's an issue. And I do think, I think people underestimate how important it is, really. And I know every time the bills and things go up for net neutrality, there's always petitions online, contact your congressman, things like that. But I don't think people take it that seriously. And I don't think they really understand how a lack of net neutrality will really impact them, and I think it's the more subtle ways that I find the most dangerous, where we talked about before, how you can manipulate the consumer to get rid of a product like Netflix or something like that because you can't stream it because of your internet, right? But it's so subtle that you'll just chalk it up to, oh, my speeds are just low, right? But there's a company behind the scenes that's pulling those strings and that is manipulating you, and you might not even realize it. So I think that net neutrality is extremely important for those reasons, because it's just another element that can be used to manipulate consumers, which I get is the whole point of a business, basically, is to get people to continue buying your product. But I think when it's something so universal like that, where the internet should probably be a utility that everybody has access to, but it's not that yet. And it's not looking like it's going to go that way either. If the patterns that we're seeing now continue, it looks like a lot of people are going to have restricted access, where the internet should be a free and open resource for everybody.
Yeah, and I agree. And you touched on it earlier when you mentioned cable companies and monopolies, and this is really them behind a curve, not getting with the program here, because there's a lot of things. Technology moves much faster than cable companies cable company lawyers can move. We're looking at satellite communications that have exploded at this point. You're looking at alternatives like Verizon Fios, where you can get fiber run right to your house. You're looking at 5G now, where, once the 5G networks are built out, you won't need to have a wired connection to your house, at least if you buy into the hype.
Yeah, but it's going to make all our heads explode. Haven't you heard?
And cause coronavirus. Yeah, I know.
It's going to turn us into zombies.
But you can get cable, you can get over-the-air speeds for your internet now that are comparable to your cable connection that are more than enough to stream video. So I think if nothing else, the cable companies have a real problem ahead of themselves. They've got too many outlets that people have alternatives for, because cable companies thrive when you didn't have options. And, a lot of this started in the 90s when cable companies started gobbling up all the regional cable providers. And you start having giants emerge like Comcast, where you have entire regions of the country that don't have an alternative to cable, phone, or internet but Comcast. So you don't have a choice but to go with that.
But it's not a monopoly.
But that's not a monopoly because it's only regional. Yeah. But I think the problem is that they've had that level of monopolistic protection for so long now that they don't realize that they're really threatened at this point in time. So I don't know where cable's going to go. It's an endangered species right now, but it doesn't realize it.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of that with things like Peacock, where Xfinity, which is Comcast, which is NBC, is trying to get into that streaming market. But I don't know, maybe it's just me, but Peacock seems like it's really late to the game. And they don't really seem like they have a whole lot to offer other than things they already own, like reruns of like Cheers and Frasier, which used to be on Netflix, but it looks like they were just flexing that they own the rights to these shows, so they put it on their own streaming service. But it doesn't seem like it's enough to make them a competitor for something like Netflix or Hulu, because it's not making... What separates companies like our services like Netflix and Hulu and Amazon is that they're making their own shows, like we mentioned before. But with things like Peacock, if you're just rebroadcasting essentially content that everybody's already seen and just wants to watch reruns, I don't think that's going to make you enough of a competitor in the market. And I think that if that's their attempt to keep their cable company status, but also dip their toe in the streaming water, I don't think it's going to be enough.
And I think that's a great segue to the streaming services in general. So what really got me on this topic was there was an article on CNET. I think the person who did the research and wrote it was Ashley Esqueta who wrote it up. And she went through and ranked 101 quote unquote major streaming services. And she ranked them based on price, the number and quality of original programming, the number and quality of their back catalog, their overall variety, and what their availability was for subscribers. And it was kind of eye-opening to me that there were 101 major streaming providers out there.
Well, I mean, major, I don't know about that, because on this list we have, what is it, the top? We have the top 10 here.
This is just the top 10.
And I haven't heard of one of them, so I don't know how major it is. I've never heard of Acorn TV. I don't know what that is.
Well, and that's like Acorn. So like if you use Plex or Kodi or any of the media streaming service players at home, Acorn TV you would know. Acorn TV is like a free add-on that you can get for it. And think of it like the MeTV of streaming, where it's like some of the nostalgic stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
But a lot of them are like that. I mean, you had ones on here that were rated much lower because they were so specialized. So for instance, NFL Networks has a streaming service. NHL does. WWE does.
All the sports, basically.
Right. So they didn't rate very high because they didn't have a very wide variety. But the fact that there's 101, this goes back to the I want it now, and I want it the way I want it. So instead of having 180 channels with nothing on, We now have 101 streaming networks that we now have to sort through now.
Yeah, and the argument used to be from cord cutters, it's like, well, if you add up all the streaming services, it's still less than a cable bill. But within like 3 years, that is not a valid argument anymore because, I mean, I personally have Amazon Prime, Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, and I guess whatever HBO has now, but I think that's included with my cable. So it's like, that's like 5 right there.
Well, and HBO has 3 different streaming services that they offer.
Yeah, they have HBO Now, HBO Max, and then HBO Go. Is that still a thing?
Go is the new one, yeah.
And I have no idea what any of them are.
Right.
Like I have HBO Max, and I barely use it, but I have it, and I know where to access it, but I don't know what HBO Now and HBO Go are.
Right. And that's the thing. Like we've gotten to the point now where we want it to be able to basically go to the cable company and say, all right, I want 50 channels. These are the 50 channels I want. Give them to me and charge me a reasonable rate. We never got that. Instead, what we got was you go to your cable company. Here's your boom. There's your package. Oh, and if you want all this other stuff, because you have stuff that are exclusive to the streaming networks. So if I want to watch Star Trek, I can't watch Star Trek on cable anymore. I have to have a subscription to CBS All Access to watch anything Star Trek.
And that's one of the things that like really bothers me about all these companies coming out of the woodwork and making their own streaming service, because it just seems like I mentioned before with Peacock, it just seems like they're flexing their muscles and saying, oh no, these are ours.
Right.
Like that happened with The Office on Netflix. Who was that? Was that Peacock or was that somebody else? I can't even keep track.
I think it was Peacock. They had it on someone.
Yeah.
And they pulled it. I think it was on Netflix.
Yeah.
They pulled it off and they put it on some.
And
on
Friends
network.
was like that too. And again, it's the shows where you're just rebroadcasting reruns. But it's a show that a lot of people like, and now they have to pay another $10 a month to watch it, and they're probably not gonna.
And Disney did the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at all the Marvel TV shows that Disney had on Netflix that were, for the most part, good.
They canned them all.
And they canned them all. But they didn't even bring them over to their own network yet.
Yeah, even though they tease people as if they were going to,
Right.
and they haven't yet, and I doubt they're going to.
Right.
It's been too long.
So I don't think we're any better off today than we were 10 years ago. It's just everything that you have now, and they all price themselves at either $5 or $10 a month. And it's like, okay, well, if I get the 50 channels or the 50 streaming services that I want, I'm paying more for my service now than I would have through cable. Oh, and I still have to pay for my internet. So I'm getting more because I'm getting on-demand back catalogs. I'm getting original content. The top 10 of these probably all, with the exception of Acorn, I don't know if Acorn does, they all do original content. So I'm probably getting more things to watch, but the price is going up exponentially at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I know in my house, I've been a strong advocate of we don't need cable, right? But I'm not the only one in the house, obviously. Like my mom, she watches a lot of live TV and she records a lot of things live. But there are also things that I'm pretty sure are available on some of these services. Like she watches Big Brother, and I'm pretty sure that's on CBS All Access because that's the network it airs on, I think. I'm sorry if there's Big Brother fans out there and I'm wrong about that. But that's the thing too, because it's like, and like my grandma doesn't really understand how streaming stuff works, but she can get on her Roku TV and put on ABC and stream the live TV. So she doesn't need a cable box.
Right.
And it's like, that's like a whole nother layer to it where it's live TV, but then you're streaming it through a streaming service, which you then have to pay for. But some of these you need a cable subscription to access, like the live TV for the ABC, you need a cable service to log into it. So it's like all these layers of media, and they're all kind of intertangled so that you end up having to keep all of it and pay for all of it when I don't really think you'd need to, you know?
You're absolutely right.
And it's probably by design that way.
Well, and the amount of overhead that this creates now causes all of the bills to go up even higher because the cable companies now have to pay for the broadcast versions. They have to pay for the streaming versions. There are different revenue sources that come out of it through advertising now, obviously. But for the end consumer, you're not better off. You're not getting what you were looking for. You know, we wanted to have everything on demand for us. And all these networks were like, well, this is what you asked for. It's all on demand now. You know, you need to have 50 subscriptions if you want to get your 50 channels.
And I think the appeal is with something like CBS All Access. Well, okay, you you might not want to get our streaming service because you think it's just reruns. So we're going to make something like Star Trek, or like the 3 different versions of Star Trek. And okay, that's new content. You can come here and watch that. But not everybody might want to do that, right? And if they don't like the new Star Trek, then they're not going to subscribe to that service. But if they forget, which is I think what most of these companies count on, forgetting to cancel your subscription, then they get that $10 every month, even if you're not using it, and they don't care if you're using it or not.
You know, it's funny you mention that. Netflix actually got to the point where they had so many hangers on like that they introduced a service without being asked for it, that they monitor whether or not you watch the service if you use it. If you haven't used it in a year, they'll notify you and cancel your subscription for you.
I mean, they're making so much money, it probably is negligible, but
they are.
It's just to improve their like public image. That's a helpful service though, because I still pay for, and this is totally different from this, but like in terms of for getting subscriptions, I still pay 99 cents a month for cloud storage. I haven't had an iPhone in like 3 years, but every time I go to cancel it, it's so many steps to cancel it that I just like, well, you can have my $12 a year, you know?
Yeah. And that's Apple for you.
Yeah.
So outside of cable and streaming, there are other options. Us being one of them, us being podcasts being one of them. And there's a ton of sources for podcasts. There's tons of podcasts out there that cater to every possible desire for media consumption out there. And there's apps. You know, we talk about Instagram and Facebook. TikTok, well, we're not talking about it too much now because Trump's trying to ban it.
Nah, Microsoft will buy it.
Microsoft and Walmart. Yeah.
Just corporations, just vomit money.
Yeah, just throw money at it. And then you had someone who tried to corner the market with, I'm not even sure what, 7-minute segments?
I think it's like 15 minutes.
15-minute segments.
But it's all shot vertically, which is awful.
Quibi, who received a ludicrous amount of funding, like $2 billion in funding.
A lot of big names attached to it.
And yeah, they had a lot of celebrities, and they had a huge number of people sign up for the free trial. Several million, like 15 million or something, sign up for the free trial. And then when that free trial ran out, they had about 70,000 people stick on.
I mean, Quibi strikes me as the kind of thing that like it makes it to the boardroom or whatever. And they're like, oh, this is a great idea because people love, like we looked at the numbers, right? We looked at the numbers and we saw that people are only watching in 15-minute increments because they're watching on their way to work on the train or something, right? Or they're watching with their family and their kid runs away, so they got to turn it off. So what if we just hyper focus on that? But then you realize, because you're so caught up in the analysis and the numbers, that's not really going to work as a format, because you end up having episodes that are really just trailers,
right?
Because they're only 15 minutes long. And when you shoot everything vertically, not only are you limiting the art form of like making movies and television, most people aren't going to watch things vertically. Like even if you're watching on your way to work on the train, you're still going to take the 1 second to turn your phone.
Right.
Like Quibi blows my mind.
Well, and
it's still a thing.
And you couldn't share it with anyone.
Oh, really?
You couldn't share clips. You couldn't share links. You couldn't share anything.
That's good. That's great.
When like the number one thing to social media sites like YouTube, TikTok, Facebook is the ability to share it.
Oh, like Netflix
Hence
too.
why it's social media.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Netflix especially has a huge social media presence.
Yeah.
So, and that's so critical. And it's like, what are you doing?
But I guess my point is these options that we have here between podcasts and the apps, I think probably fill the gap of entertainment a la carte more than anything else right now, where we can go and find what we want. I can download 50 different podcasts a week and pick and choose which ones that I want to consume. So I think that's probably more meeting the needs of the consumer than anything.
Yeah. And I mentioned before that I watch a lot of YouTube, and YouTube's just like that too. You can follow different channels that do different things, just like you'd subscribe to different podcasts. Like I follow a couple cooking channels. I follow a couple comic book based channels, history channels. So there's something for everybody within each of these sections.
Yep.
Just like you can listen, like you said, to different podcasts. So I think if you want that a la carte, it's those places you're probably going to turn to, because it's made by people and it's not as heavily regulated. I mean, YouTube's pretty regulated, but something like a podcast. Anybody can do a podcast, right? So there's always something for somebody.
Really?
Literally anybody. I mean, anybody can do it. You just talk. No, but
wow.
Hey, make sure to subscribe to our podcast on your local podcast
Good
provider.
thing you're not in our advertising department.
Hey, free plug, shameless advertising. But yeah, I think that's where you get a lot of that a la carte, right? Because
I agree.
You can find any kind of channel or any kind of podcast to meet your needs.
I agree 100%. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with our doom and gloom section where we look towards the future.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Entertainment a la carte. The future. How bad does it look? So let me ask you a series of questions. Is there a future for cable television?
I don't know how long of a future it is, but I definitely think there is some. And, I think it's probably just going to evolve. And you might not have a cable box, but I think especially Comcast is definitely trying to remain a presence in people's homes because they, whether rebranding to a different name or offering more services based on tying internet and cable together. I think that's where they're going to most likely head is becoming both a cable company and an internet company and kind of doubling down on that.
All right, I'll buy that. How about traditional network broadcasting and schedules?
That'll probably stick around on cable. And I know you kind of have broadcasting sort of in the traditional sense and schedules on things like Twitch and YouTube where people will stream on a broadcast schedule. So I think it might evolve into that where if you're looking at these new platforms, people will stick to a broadcast schedule, but instead of it being on 3, 6, and 10, it'll be on twitch.tv/ whatever.
Okay. How about commercial advertising in television? Are we still going to see $1 million minutes for Super Bowl ads?
Oh, absolutely. That's the only reason a lot of these, that's radio's most valuable thing too, is advertising, right? And it's where the money goes. So I definitely think that we'll definitely still see that because there's still people watching, even if a lot of it, if we're focusing a lot on streaming, they can still make a ton of money from commercial advertising.
And the last question in Is There a Future is subscription television channels like HBO.
I'd probably have to look at the numbers for things like this to see if their subscriptions are going down. But I think with HBO, as an example, they're migrating over to streaming. So that's probably where it's going to go too. I mean, we had earlier Showtime was on that list too. So I think most of these channels, and I know WWE has one too. So a lot of these channels are probably just going to go, they'll probably keep their broadcast channel, but then also just, improve their streaming side of things.
Okay. So I wanted to ask some questions about streaming entertainment going forward. So TikTok was popular, very popular. So popular, in fact, that they managed to tick off President Trump. What do you think about the precedent of Trump banning TikTok for reasons that were given that had no corresponding supporting evidence?
That seems pretty par for the course if we're talking about Trump. But I mean, I never use TikTok personally just because I don't care about that kind of entertainment, but it is extremely popular. And if I had to wager, he probably did it, to try to make because he's very anti-China most of the time, right?
Sure.
So he says he tried to ban not just TikTok, there were a couple other things too, all owned by Chinese companies that he was trying to go after. But when there was such a backlash to it, it just came off like another smoke bomb, right? Another distraction that he was going for, especially with TikTok, because he knows that that's mostly used by youth, right? So that's going to be the most vocal about it. And if you're calling out a streaming or a social media platform, that social media platform is going to get way more traffic because the users of it are going to complain about you. So it just seemed like another distraction on his part. I think it was like almost immediately. I mean, he's still waving threats and stuff, but it looks like we said earlier, Microsoft and Walmart, which I didn't know about, are moving in to buy it. So I doubt it's going anywhere. He probably just wanted to, make a business deal or something.
How about net neutrality? Do you think we have any hope of achieving net neutrality?
Not with the current, I would say not with the current administration. It doesn't seem like their track record does not show them leaning towards any kind of net neutrality. It's probably going to take us a while, and it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. And it would depend on the company's actions as well.
Okay. 5G technology. It's everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. Do you think 5G is going to be the end-all, be-all to give us the entertainment solution on our phones or in our homes that we're looking for?
I don't think it'll be the end-all, be-all, but I think it's probably the next step. I mean, we see that with all the time. Technology always progresses, and it just seems like 5G is the next step in that. Obviously, there's the conspiracies, which I made a joke about earlier, but I think it's just people... I mean, when like cars became more mainstream, they said there was going to be the end of the American family.
Right.
So I think people are just always hesitant to new technologies, regardless of what they are. But I think it's just the next step for getting, more entertainment and better technology.
First run movies. We have a lot of our streaming services are running movies online now because of COVID and the fear of going to the movie theaters. Do you think we'll be going back to the movie theaters like we were before, or is a new model of streaming it at home going to be the way to go?
Yeah, this is tough. My personal tinfoil hat theory is that I think Disney's going to open their own theaters, and I think that would be, what is the word? It would violate some kind of law, like the Paramount decision or something like that. But I think that was recently repealed, so they can do it, where they handle exhibition, distribution, and production, which is what they would be doing, which is a monopoly, which is supposed to be legal, but it's Disney, so they can probably get away with it. So that's my personal theory, is that they're probably going to start buying up theaters. But if not, I mean, a lot of them have already filed or are going to file for bankruptcy, most likely. And I don't know how much people are going to want to go back, because there's theaters open now, but I don't think like big movies like Tenet are still making money, but not nearly as much as they should be making, given their production, plus what a normal Christopher Nolan movie would take.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult, and I think there's also a lot of hesitant to put a lot of these movies on streaming services, even though they make a bunch of money. And maybe not as much as you'd make with a traditional theatrical run, but you'd make a significant amount of money back, and you wouldn't just have to cut your losses.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. The last question I'll ask, and it's not in the notes, but the last question I wanted to ask was, do you think we'll ever reach that entertainment a la carte level where we'll get to pick and choose what we want and it would be affordable?
I'd say probably not, because the whole reason it's not a la carte is so that companies can make more money, because you're roped into buying things you don't really need, which is, I mean, that's the whole point of business too. I said that earlier, but I'll say it again. They're not going to make it that simple for the consumer. It's not designed to be pro-consumer. They'll give you what you think you want, because you'll get, this thing, but this thing will also come with all the other things that you're going to have to pay for. And I don't see that ever going away. If anything, it'll probably just increase.
Yeah. Sadly, I think you're right. I think the packaging aspect of things is too cost effective for these distribution companies to move away from that.
Yeah. And I mean, that method of packaging goes back to the beginning of modern entertainment, right? Of radio. I mean, you'd have formats, which are essentially packages, because you'd listen to, you might like sports, but you don't want to listen to sports all the time, but that's the format. And TV, again, what we talked about before, but with channels. So I think packaging has always been the way. And the reason it's been the way is because it works and it gets people's money, and it furthers the industry in some kind of way.
All right. Well, I think that was all the questions that I have. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and thoughts and end the show. So, wasn't too doom and gloom today, but what are your final thoughts on the entertainment industry, where we're going, where we're at, and is there hope for us?
Yeah, I think there's hope for us. I mean, at least in this aspect of things. Even if the world's burning outside, you can close your curtains and watch something on Netflix, right? I think it's just like anything. I mean, I'm more focused. I in the radio industry, because that's what I'd like to go into one day. And I think with any industry, it's just going to evolve and it's going to change. I don't think they're going to go anywhere, at least not for the time being. I mean, cable might be a different story, but like I said, it's probably just going to evolve into something cable and internet, you know? And I think that's the name of the game, is changing and evolving and not being resistant or hesitant to a lot of these new ideas. Where like you wouldn't want to release a new movie on streaming because the theaters are closed and you insist on putting it in theaters regardless of the situation. I think there's that friction there of resisting change, which I can understand from someone like Chris Nolan's perspective, where he wants his movie in theaters because that's what he made it for. It was designed to be watched that way. But I think the tides are just changing too fast. And if you want to make any sort of, if you want your art out there and if you want the profit from that art, I think you're going to have to, you know, just go with the flow of things, honestly.
And you know, I think that's very well said. And I agree with you 100%. I think we're going to continue to evolve. Technology is going to push that evolution. And the people that are adaptable enough to pick up on those things are the ones that are going to thrive in the future. So, very well said. That was all we had today. I do want to reiterate for folks out there that we do publish our long form articles on Medium at medium.com/insightsintothings. And please do subscribe to our podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon. You subscribe and you'll get our podcast the instant they're available, Monday mornings at 8 a.m. Please feel free to reach out to us at comments@insightsintothings. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. And I think that's it. Did you have anything else?
Just one quick thing. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you have one Twitch Prime sub a month. And if you could help us out and support the channel that way, it does help us out because eventually we can help grow and expand our podcast, especially on Twitch, bring it to you viewers out there. So
very well said. Another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 112, Motivating Teens. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my ambitious and energetic co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right. Short week this week. We had Monday off.
Yep.
How's your week going so far?
It's going all right. Nothing too crazy going on.
I know you had a big test today. Did you do good on that?
Yep.
Awesome. So today we're talking about motivating teens. In today's episode, we're going to discuss the challenges involved in motivating and keeping teens motivated. We'll look at some of the challenges of motivation for teens, and we'll talk about some of the long-term implications of a lack of motivation. Then we'll take a look at a few motivational strategies that might prove effective in inspiring your teen. And finally, we'll talk about the 7 secrets to motivating teens before we hear Madison's closing remarks on the subject. But before we do that, I do want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. We'd love to hear how we're doing. We're looking for show suggestions, topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all these on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
I think I am.
All righty. So, the challenges of motivating teens. The research for the first segment here comes from publicschoolreview.com. They say teens today are confronted with new and unfamiliar issues when compared with teenagers in any recent or long-term past. Many parents struggle to identify the catalyst or strategies to stimulate and motivate their teens. Many parents struggle to connect with their kids because their experiences are so far from most adults' frame of reference. Today's teens are faced with choices and circumstances their parents didn't face. They live in a world where it requires a security badge to enter a high school in some cases, where we never faced that as kids. Mm-hmm. Where they compete scholastically with other students with a 4.9 GPA, where classmates cheat using cell phone technology, and where world events and economic issues make it scary to contemplate the future. A loss or lack of motivation in teens is often symptomatic of far greater issues, such as a lack of self-confidence, a lack of self-esteem, and so forth. Parents are challenged to boost teens' feelings of enthusiasm and drive in an ever-evolving environment of challenges where there are long-term consequences to a lack of motivation. So with that broad opening statement and the challenges both teens and parents face, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest, how would you measure your motivation scholastically at this point in time?
I'd say probably 9.5.
That's pretty motivated.
Yeah, a lot of that is more or less the self-pressure that I put on myself for it. And other times it's my creative side, and other times it's just wanting to get a good grade or the influence you guys have on me.
What do you think are some of the key demotivational factors that teens face today?
Probably the feeling of laziness. Procrastination being the main thing, because that's pretty much the opposite. Pretty much, if you have procrastination, you're not entirely motivated during that time.
Why do today what I can put off until tomorrow?
Yeah, that's basically kind of what I'm pretty sure is one of the main causes, along with the ones you mentioned, cause teens to lack motivation.
Now, is that something that you yourself experience from time to time, despite the fact that you are as motivated as you are?
I definitely say I don't think I suffer from it scholastically. There are maybe some instances that might happen. But I definitely suffer from it in pretty much most other facets except my academics, which, like, we had, like, it was kind of funny. We had a journal entry for ELA where we talked about procrastination and how we feel about how we procrastinate and things we procrastinated on. And when I finally looked at it, I realized I pretty much procrastinate on almost everything else besides school, and that's probably kind of the opposite to most teens.
Well, and that's a good thing. But what are some of the things that you tend to procrastinate on?
Probably my own self-projects that I like to make. I've mentioned before how I like doing art and movie making and writing stories. A lot of that is sometimes the things I procrastinate on. Other times it's my chores, especially laundry, because you're kind of waiting for it. And
Right.
a lot of times I might not be motivated to flip the laundry, but I still try to keep as consistent as I can.
So in these instances where you do get demotivated, and it sounds mostly like it's chore-based or hobby-based demotivation, do you suffer any consequences from being demotivated in those situations?
I mean, for chores, I probably get a talk from you guys, or laundry misses you, because, I mean, you haven't done that in a little while, but you always mention to me, hey, maybe you should check the laundry. And it used to be the phrase, laundry misses you, and honestly, that was kind of, what, you would say.
Well, and to help that along, we did wind up buying a new washer and dryer that actually, like, notifies you, when laundry needs to be flipped. So I kind of had to stop doing that at that point.
Yeah, true. For the creative aspect, I guess the consequences is just the fact that I'm not putting out as much of the content I would have, and I'm really kind of losing track on projects, and like I start new projects when I haven't finished older ones. So I kind of get the consequence of, hey, maybe you should finish this, and without that motivation to finish it, it will never be finished, and thus I will never be able to see it completed.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense. So let's talk a little bit about what happens when you lack motivation and what some of the long-term implications are. Why don't you tell us about that?
So, experts suggest most of the problems of education are problems of motivation. When a child is self-motivated, the teacher cannot keep them from learning. Students who lack motivation often display a gap between their abilities and their academic output and effort. While this can appear at a very young age, including many elementary grades and ages, the lack of motivation is most strongly evident as students transition from middle and high school. As students lose motivation at a young age, their inability to perform and their desire to achieve becomes a learned behavior. These students are often labeled as underachievers, resulting in a student's loss of self-esteem and confidence. A highly intelligent teen may be denied entrance into honor classes and urged to take either general or vocational classes because of a lackluster middle school performance. Such a situation easily becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. When an adolescent lacks motivation, the end result is often a teen lacking self-confidence, a teen with a bad attitude, or perhaps even a teen with behavior problems. When parents are confronted with issues relating to teens' behavior and motivation, there's a variety of expert-suggested strategies to help boost students' performance and attitude.
So it's interesting that they talk about this largely in the form of scholastic consequences. When I was in high school, my last 2 years in high school, I had been labeled as an underachiever myself, and I was scholastically, But there were a number of factors that went into that caused that. One being the fact that my father was sick with cancer, and I spent a number of days out of school taking him to doctor's appointments and so forth. The other one was the classes that I enjoyed, like my business classes and such, and my computer classes. I was very motivated, and I excelled in those. It was the other classes, English wasn't really a strong subject for me, and the math classes weren't strong subjects for me. So I kind of backed off on those somewhat, and sort of dedicated myself towards the stuff that I knew was going to be career path type of things for me. With this in mind, are there subjects that you have that you don't feel you're particularly motivated in, where there are other subjects that you're more motivated in?
I'd probably say that, I've never really thought about it like that.
Because you're in all honors classes going into high school, pretty much, all the ones you could be in.
Yeah.
So you're obviously motivated to a certain extent to be in all of those. But is there a particular subject that you're not that motivated in that you take because you have to, maybe? That's what French class was for me. French, you had to take a year of foreign language. And I didn't want to take any foreign language because I didn't think I was going to need it. But you had to pick one. And ironically enough, I picked French not because I had any type of affinity for it, but because there was this girl that I liked who was in French class, and I had hoped to get in her class, but so many people had taken French class the year I took it that they split it into two groups, and she wasn't in my group. So that plan kind of backfired on me.
I guess maybe I'm not. See, I really don't know. Like, it's between, I guess, ELA and math somewhat.
Okay.
Like, I feel as though I'm slightly more motivated in math than I am in ELA. Not to say that I'm not motivated in ELA, it's just, technically it's the only class I have right now that's not an advanced, for 8th grade at least. So I'd probably maybe go with ELA because maybe not. I really don't know.
So you're equally motivated in all your classes, then, you're saying?
For the most part, maybe like...
Even gym class?
Well, I mean...
I could pick that one right out of a hat.
Yeah. I mean, I still, do the work for gym class.
Right.
I guess maybe because I don't actually really enjoy physical activity, I can probably, and that is not really one of my most important classes. Like, I still make sure I get the assignments turned in, and I get motivated to do the exercises that they need us to do, but really, I'm guessing at this point I'm kind of just doing the bare minimum.
And that's really what demotivated people do. They get the job done at the bottom of the requirement level. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about the motivational strategies that teens can try. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking teen motivation. So there's 4 basic, I don't know, what do you call them, strategies, philosophies for motivation that the article talks about. The first is self-motivate. Many experts assert that teens are most strongly encouraged and supported when they are forced to motivate themselves. Teens can learn how to motivate themselves by engaging in student clubs, groups, or organizations that foster positive peer influence solutions. For example, some clubs focus on interests that may connect with a teen's desired future career. In this case, students can determine their interests and goals and then can simultaneously encounter clearer catalysts that drive their motivation and focus. If a student realizes he or she needs to attend college in order to achieve his or her dream, then the teen may encounter a new self-motivation to strive and succeed in school. Now, this is clearly the field or the category that you're in with self-motivation. Would you agree?
I would think so.
Now, do you feel that you're motivating yourself with long-term goals in mind, or just to be as good as you can right now in your classes?
I think it's kind of a combination of both. A lot of it is definitely like, hey, you should really make sure that you get all A's in school because you need to keep up the record and such. But another part is that, hey, you're going to be going into high school and higher grades. You're probably going to be going into college. Academics is important. You need to keep up the good work.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I would assume that it would be a kind of a multifaceted approach. The fact that you are looking at the long-term goals, I think, is a testament to your planning skill at this point. What's the next thing that we have?
The next thing we have is camps and courses. In addition to teens engaging in clubs and activities that stimulate a self-motivation process, there are also many summer camps and teen-based courses. These may focus on teaching teens the basics of independent living, such as budgeting, handling a checkbook, obtaining a car loan, finding and maintaining an apartment, using credit wisely, and community participation. By teaching teens the more important and complex lessons of life after high school, many teens are able to realize how their current choices impact their long-term success. As a result, teens are again able to learn how to self-motivate with the guidance of expert sources and opportunities.
And one of the things that I've heard high school kind of criticized about, and a lot of parents, I've talked to have had the same criticism, and that's the fact that high school doesn't get you ready to live in the real world. And by that, I mean these basic things like this, like keeping a budget or managing a checkbook or going to get a car loan. How do you go get an apartment? How do you sign a lease on an apartment? Like, these things aren't really dealt with in high school. So when teens encounter these things in camps and courses and stuff like that don't normally cover the stuff in high school, they can then see what that end goal looks like. So when you go through and you learn how to balance a checkbook, it teaches you so many different things about budgeting and what it's like to pay bills, and knowing that if you only have X number of dollars coming in, you can't spend more than that, or else the budget's not going to work out. Mm-hmm. So camps like that. Now, you've done camps, but your camps, your summer camps have been more along the lines of recreational, except for last year, though. Last year, you did a couple of online camps that were recreational, but there was an educational aspect to them. How did those camps work out for you?
They actually worked out pretty well. There was this one science camp that I was a part of, where they were doing various science experiments that you could do at home, and they not only did the cool science experiments, but they also taught you the physics of it and how exactly the experiment was able to go.
Now, was that something, being a part of that, was that something that helped to motivate you more in the science side of things when you went back to school?
I mean, it definitely gave me an appreciation for science, and I'd always kind of been a science nerd in a way. I always did find science quite fascinating, and I did enjoy, and doing science now and doing it at the start of the year, I did enjoy science, and I've tried to take in all the information I can, and, you know, a lot of that, I definitely think it did give me a bigger appreciation for science.
So it sounds like that probably helped to keep the motivation going over the summer, where, you know, we wouldn't normally be doing science-y type things unless we go to museums or something.
Yeah.
So the next thing that they talk about is mentor programs. Many public high schools have implemented mentor programs for students, where high-achieving students volunteer to support students who are struggling. Oftentimes, these mentors can help fellow teens with homework or can just serve as a troubled teen's friend and companion, as a mentor can. As a mentor can help a teen to constructively work through problems, discuss issues and pressures that students encounter in an out. Boy, I'm having a hard time reading this script today. A mentor can help a teen to constructively work through problems, discuss issues and pressures that students encounter in and outside of school, and so forth. This avenue is a positive alternative to forcing students to deal with struggles on their own, especially when parents are finding it difficult to connect with your teen. Now, given your scholastic achievement at this point in time, I would expect under this system, you would probably be more of a mentor rather than someone who would be mentored. What do you think?
I definitely actually would probably agree with that. I have younger friends, and a lot of times whenever they were having issues, whether it be scholastically or emotionally, like they got into a fight, I would normally be the one who would help them with a problem they didn't understand or help them resolve a conflict. I also remember that in 6th grade, there was actually a certain mentor role that you could take, and I took it a couple of times, and I definitely feel as though I would make a good mentor.
Now, do you, in your experience in mentoring other kids, do you find that they were more motivated through the process itself?
I definitely made sure to try and motivate anyone that I helped. I wouldn't, it was kind of how you would sometimes help me. Like, if there was a problem I didn't understand, you'd help me work through it, not directly give me the answer, and then I'd let them be motivated and use that to at least hopefully motivate them to find the answer on their own.
That's a very good point. The old adage of teach a man to fish and don't just give him the fish, right?
Yep.
What's the last one that we have?
The last one we have is honoring and encouraging. Parents can also support.
Apparently, I'm not the only one today.
Yeah, I'm also having a pretty hard time with the script. Parents can also support unmotivated teens by helping their teenager identify their strengths and abilities. In doing so, parents should simultaneously encourage their teens' achievements while supporting their teenager with enthusiasm and optimism. If we are to motivate adolescents to learn what is in the curriculum, we must honor their learning styles, help them discover their unique abilities, and give them appropriate tools for successful achievement.
You know, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's struggling with this script today. I don't know what it is. Maybe I wrote it up wrong. Maybe it's the format or what. Usually we're much better than this.
Yes.
So yes, honoring and encouraging. So if we want to motivate our teens, you have to do it in a manner in which there is recognition. You know, when you do something well, like for instance, you bring home A's in all of your subjects at the end of a marking period, you get a reward for that. Do you find that reward motivating?
Definitely. Not only, like, of course, the main motivating factor is me pushing myself, but the small little reward of you guys congratulating me is definitely something that encourages me to keep going.
And it's important to be nurturing in how you motivate people. It's not just a matter of patting people on the back when they do something good, but if they fail to achieve one of their goals. Like, for instance, if you don't get an A on a test, we don't come down on you, we don't yell at you, we don't punish you if you don't do well. What we try to do is figure out why you didn't do well and focus on that and improve that. So it's a matter of, yes, you did great, here's a pat on the back, keep up the good work, or you didn't do well, you fell short of the goal. This is why it happened. Let's go back and restudy. Let's go over what the material was. Let's figure out why we failed, and let's prepare you so that the next time that you encounter this, not only will you know that material, but the next set of material that you're introduced to, you'll know how to study better, because as you continue to grow, your brain is changing, and your ability to retain knowledge and how you retain knowledge is evolving. So how you learned 5 years ago is very different than how you're going to learn today or 5 years from now. So as parents, it's important for us to help you recognize those changes and how to learn when it comes to scholastics. Mm-hmm. Do you find that mommy and daddy are encouraging when it comes to motivational things like that?
Yeah, you guys are definitely one of the larger motivating factors. You always say, try your best, and usually my best is bringing out A's. Of course, you don't, force me to get A's, and you don't get upset entirely if I get B's. So I definitely say that you guys are very motivating, and a lot of what, why I try bringing home A's is thanks to you guys. So I definitely think you guys are pretty big motivating factors.
Now, are there any areas where mommy and daddy can improve how we motivate you?
I don't really think so. Like I said, a lot of the motivation comes from what my expectations of me are. Your expectations are actually significantly lower than mine. And your motivation tactics are fine. I don't think you really need to improve too much on them. So there's one facet you really don't need to worry about.
Okay, well, good. I'll stop worrying about it then. We're going to take another break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about the 7 secrets of motivating teens.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights in the Teens. Today we're talking about motivation. And now we're going to be discussing the 7 secrets to motivating teens. And this information comes from a website called understandingteenagers.com. So the first one we have is what's in it for me. This is the most important motivational Sorry. This is the most important motivational ingredient of them all. If your teen does not understand what the task has to do with them or their well-being, then it will be a struggle for them to find the desire to carry it out. Teenagers long to feel significant. They want to demonstrate to themselves and the world that they matter and are capable of making a difference. Many of the problems teens encounter today is because their desire to be significant is ignored or diminished. If your teenager understands the value of them, yes. If your teenager understands the value to them of the task, you will have little problem motivating them to do it. It's important to note that making their parents' life easier is typically not a high-value motivator for teens. Your teenager might not see how vacuuming the carpet makes any difference to their life. So maybe this wasn't the best chore for them if you can't help them find value in it. Give your teen chores that they will see the value in doing.
So, all right, let me ask you, how important on a scale of 1 to 10 is what's in it for you and your motivation?
I would definitely say, for my motivation, I kind of keep it around a 5-6-ish range.
All right, so it's not dominating, but it's significant, right?
Yeah, like, a lot of it isn't entirely, like, what's in it for me. Part of it is, and part of it's just, like, either the well-being of it, the fact that it'll make you guys happy, or just the fact that I feel like doing it.
Okay, I'll buy that. So the second thing that we have is let them have a say. If your teenager feels like all they're being asked to do is to fit into your agenda, your timetable, and conform to your way of doing things, they're not going to be terribly motivated. When parents give the reason, because I told you so, they create a demotivating environment. Developmentally, teenagers are seeking to establish themselves as their own person, independent from their parents. Give your teenager a say in what and how things are done. If your teenager has had a say in setting the agenda and the timetable, they will be much more motivated to participate. Is this true? Do you feel more motivated to participate if you have a say in what you're doing?
Yeah, probably. In certain things, when I'm given a say, I'm a lot more motivated in, doing something because I get the chance to pipe in about it. And I definitely think that could be for other teens as well, because they get to pick what they want to be motivated in, and basically having a say in doing something definitely gives them the motivation that they really want to do that one particular thing.
Makes sense.
So the next one we have is let them learn from failure. When parents constantly step in and rescue their teens from failing, they undermine their teenagers' ability to grow up. No parent wants to see their kids fail, but it is through failure that we grow and learn it to improve. What gives a task significance is the consequences or what is at stake if it doesn't get done. When parents prevent teens from experiencing the consequences of failure, they rob a task of its significance and hence their teenagers' motivation to do better next time. If your teen is responsible for taking the trash out every week and they don't get it done, then they become responsible for managing the mess and overflowing bins for the following week. They will learn more from this than by a parent repeatedly nagging them at 11 p.m. the night before or doing it for them. Similarly, if your teen chooses not to study for an exam and fails, they are more likely to be motivated next time. Parents can maximize these opportunities by asking questions rather than giving lectures. Discuss with your teen how they feel about the outcome, what they might do differently next time, and ask if there is anything they need from you to help them.
So, what is our family philosophy on failure?
It's okay to make mistakes as long as you learn from them.
Right. And you'll learn more from your mistakes than you will from your successes. So, with that in mind, how do Mommy and I handle failures with you? Are we there as a safety net to prevent you from failing, or do we kind of let you go down that path and figure it out yourself and then help you along the way?
You definitely help me to at least prevent me not to fail, but when I do end up failing, you do definitely chime in and make sure you ask me questions on how will I prevent this in the future. So
yeah, and there aren't that many failures that you have that you can learn from. So there's not too many instances to really educate yourself and motivate from there.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing, though, right?
Yep.
So number 4 is to help them to remember, which I'm really the least qualified person in the world for that because my memory's terrible. It's not always the case that teenagers don't do things because they're not motivated. Often they fail to follow through simply because they forget. I'm guilty of that on a regular basis myself. The reality is teenagers, particularly younger ones, are hardwired to forget. Their brains are reforming and haven't yet got all the bits joined up. With all the stuff going on in their life, it's very easy for teenagers to get distracted and forget. They need help to remember what they committed to do and to get organized. It's important to point out that constant verbal reminders for parents, also referred to as nagging, is not the solution. If you nag your teenager, you make it about your agenda and about keeping you happy. This does not help your teenager's motivation. In fact, nagging is a great demotivator. Teaching your teens to be organized and remember is part of what parents need to do. Work with your teen to develop methods of remembering that don't require you to be involved. Use visual aids such as charts, color-coded rosters, or timetables, and place them in obvious places. Help your teen create routines in their weeks that help them to establish patterns. Leave little hints around the house about a task that needs to be completed. Get them to use an app or a program on their computer, phone, or tablet as part of the reminding process. Now, being guilty of having a terrible memory myself, I'll tell you that I'm always looking for new things to help me remember. Usually Mommy is, my phone is my first secondary memory, and then Mommy helps to reinforce all that stuff because Mommy doesn't forget anything. So she usually tends to keep me in line with the things that I need to do when I forget about things. How are we with you and remembering? First of all, how are you at remembering things? And then how are Mommy and Daddy at helping you to remember?
So for remembering things, I don't think I'm as bad as you, but I'm not as good as Mommy.
90-year-old senile men are not as bad as me, so I think you're okay there.
I mean, I still have problems with remembering. There are many instances where I forget things, or, just lose them over time, and I don't really remember them until they're brought up again, and I have to try and remember them. So with you guys and helping me remember, kind of like you hinted at, Mommy is more or less where I go if I need to remember something.
Yeah, Mommy is really the supplemental brain that we all need here. Now, do we nag you, or is it more helpful than nagging?
I'd say you don't nag me anymore. I would kind of consider laundry misses you being nagging. And while I still did it, it definitely did not put me in a good mood whenever you said it.
You're absolutely right. But I was doing that deliberately, too, just to, poke a stick in your cage. Yep, that's what I do.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how motivational it can be having a stick poked in your cage. Try doing that to a lion sometime and see how that works out for you.
Yeah.
What's the next thing we've got?
The next thing we have is make it achievable. Sometimes it's the size of the task that teenagers find hard. It isn't that they don't want to do it, but rather that they don't know where to start and it all looks too hard. If your teen is putting off getting started, it can sometimes be helpful to sit down with them and to find out how they are feeling about getting it done. Do they know where to start? Do they feel like they will never be able to do it? So they can't be bothered starting. Maybe they feel scared about failing. Whatever the reason, offering to help your teen think through a process for getting the job done could be just the thing they need. Break the task up into a series of smaller, achievable tasks with shorter deadlines. Teenagers often struggle with long-term planning, but respond well to more immediate time horizons. By helping your teen come up with a series of small steps, you empower them to work their way through the task.
Now, this sounds very much in line with our philosophy around here. Break a big task into smaller tasks, go for the low-hanging fruit first and get all the stuff done that you can get done quickly, and then we'll go back and we'll figure out how we're going to do everything else. It's about organization, right? Mm-hmm. How organized do you think you are, and how do you think that level of organization helps to motivate you to get things done?
I'd say I'm decently organized, and I would say that the organization can definitely be a good motivating factor, especially in projects. I take it one step at a time with projects, and if there is something I'm somewhat struggling on, I skip it and go to the next part that I need to work on, kind of similar with quizzes and tests.
Right.
I try to keep an organized balance between them all.
That's good. That's the best way to do it. So number 6 is provide incentives. We kind of talked about this. We touched on it a little bit earlier. This is a more specific example of what's in it for me philosophy, but it's worth spelling out separately. As mentioned earlier, not all tasks have an obvious intrinsic consequence that can be used as motivation. Some school assignments are just there to be done, and some chores don't seem to make a great deal of difference to the immediate quality of life. Even more importantly, some tasks can't be linked to larger outcomes in a way that motivates a teenager. For teenagers who lack confidence and/or natural ability, the motivation to do better in certain subjects at school can be very hard to find. Likewise, for the teen who is not naturally coordinated or athletic, the motivation to participate in physical activity can be hard to find.
I feel targeted.
For these types of instances, providing an additional incentive can help generate motivation when otherwise there would be none. By offering rewards for effort, improvement, or participation, you reinforce in your teenager the values of trying and perseverance rather than rewarding the act of giving up or resigning. Learning what your teenager's love language, which we'll talk about in a future podcast, learning what your teenager's love language is can be a great help in this regard. We'll discuss the concepts and principles of love language in a future podcast, but basically knowing what your teen best responds to is important. Does your teen respond well to encouraging words, gifts, quality time, physical affection, or some other form of affirmation? Knowing what type of incentive your teen will respond to best will increase their motivation and responsiveness. What motivates you the most what reward that we give you? Cold hard cash?
I guess it would be a mixture of encouraging words, quality time in some instances, and, maybe actually...
And money. Yeah, and money. Cash is definitely in there somewhere.
Sorry.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. There's a tangible reward. If that motivates you to do as well as you do, then it's entirely worth it because you do excellent in school. We don't have any complaints about you as a student at this point. If that's because you get paid for every A you bring home every marking period, then so be it. That's there to motivate you, and it seems to be working. What's the last one that we have?
The last one we have is make it fun. This motivational principle applies to people of all ages, not just teens. Most people are more motivated to do something fun rather than something boring. Fun is the key ingredient to getting teens active and motivated to participate in social activities. If you want your teen to get out of the house, get active, and make new friends, then explore with them what activities it is they enjoy doing and encourage them to do it. Remember, what you enjoy may not be what your teen enjoys. Be sure to show interest and value whatever it is that your teen considers interesting and fun. Teenagers, particularly boys, respond to competition. No matter how mental the task.
Menial. The task could be mental too, I guess, but...
No matter how menial the task, any job can be transferred into a passion-filled activity if there is a competitive aspect involved. Competition doesn't always require having others to compete against. Sometimes young people respond to the challenge to better their own previous efforts. If your teenager can learn something by playing games, watching a movie, or searching the internet, then encourage them to do it. Using technology as a part of any task makes it instantly more appealing to young people today.
Yeah, and I think you kind of have to be careful with the competitive aspect of things, because a lot of times when teens get involved in competitive things, most competitions have a winner and a loser, and being the loser can be a very demotivational thing. And that drives over competitiveness. So instead of it being a fun exercise, it becomes a vicious, cutthroat, I have to win at all costs type of exercise. And then you're getting into teaching the wrong values to teens at that point. Don't you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So how important is it for you for activities to be fun? Do you find fun activities more appealing or motivating for you to get involved in?
Yeah, and I've noticed that with certain projects, particularly the ones where I do art in, I definitely feel a lot more motivated than something where I have to study like 186 flashcards for a test.
That's a very good point there. If it's something that you enjoy, there's a natural motivation there for you to do it at that point in time, until you run into the situation where you're doing too many fun projects and some of them are falling by the wayside and you're not following up on them. Then you need to motivate yourself to organize those projects a little more cohesively.
Yeah.
So that was all we had as far as the research went. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing remarks. Go for your closing remarks.
Alright, so to everyone out there, I wanted to say that teen motivation is very important. Having your teens be motivated is one of the most important assets to them, and there are definitely some difficulties and challenges that will come from trying to motivate your teens. Not all of the things we listed will apply to your teen, so you might want to just try out some of them. If they work, great. If they don't work, try something else. I would definitely say that it is very important to keep teens motivated, because there are definitely instances where demotivation can have very big consequences.
Sage words as always.
I thank you.
Do you find yourself any more motivated now than before this podcast started? Not really, huh? No, it's okay. It wasn't meant to motivate you. It's okay. It was for the audience's sake. That's all we had today. Before we go, I do want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions are available as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts are listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, any place you can get a podcast. Also, if you can, email us, give us some show suggestions. We're looking for new topics. Tell us how we're doing. Give us some feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch. at twitch.tv/insights into things. If you are a Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of the podcast can be found online at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those and all of our podcasts at our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 112, Star Wars, Return of George Lucas. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my cosmopolitan and sophisticated co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Where's my drink?
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing fantastic.
Long, short week?
Oh my God, I hate them.
Yeah.
I really do.
Still got the same amount of work you got to get done in one less day.
Yeah, exactly. So Friday Eve, we're getting there. We're getting there.
So in today's episode, in our Disney Detective, we're going to talk about Disney World having a massive sinkhole where all my money goes.
Right.
And Disney World opts out for a 50th anniversary celebration with zero nostalgia. Mm-hmm. That should be interesting.
Yeah.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Fox memos surface from 1976. And could George Lucas be returning to Star Wars? Dun, dun, dun. In our entertainment news, Taika Waititi and Tessa Thompson wind up in some hot water. And good night, my captain. Then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. But before we do that, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Both are listed on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, Pandora, etc., etc. I would also invite folks to contact us, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. But no Ginsu knives.
No Ginsu knives. Not this week.
No Ginsu knives.
Maybe next time. You never know.
Are we ready?
Sure.
So before we get started,
Right. I was
right.
wondering.
I didn't put it in the show notes.
I was waiting. I was going to be like.
Right. So why don't you introduce what we're about to show?
So this was something that we had talked about a couple of weeks ago that was going to be returning. And that is the New Jersey Renaissance Fair that is held is that Bordentown?
Yeah, I think that's Bordentown.
Yeah, I think it's Bordentown. It's been at the same location for about 11 years, I think. 10 or 11
that
years?
long,
I
really?
think so.
Wow.
I think it's been there.
Because we've been going since it started.
Right, because we had gone that one year to Wildwood. And
Right.
you want to talk about a Ren Fair on a beach?
Wow. Great
Yeah.
for pirate themes. Nothing else, though.
Yeah, that was probably the worst
Renaissance
version.
in the desert.
That was probably the worst version of the Ren Fair. So yeah, last weekend happened to be their opening weekend. Obviously, last year they didn't do anything for the Ren Fair. They did everything virtually.
Let me run the video while you describe it.
Sure. So we're gonna run our little video. So it was, a little watered down.
Wow. That's ironic.
Do you like that pun? Because it was very rainy. Yeah. So unfortunately, you had to buy your tickets in advance with a specific day. Unfortunately, we knew it was going to be a rainy day. We had no choice.
But you don't normally have to do.
Right.
It was because of COVID
right.
conditions.
So normally when you buy a ticket, it's usually good any day that the fair is open. But because of limited capacity, COVID restrictions, trying to be safe, they limited the amount of people for each day, and of course you had to buy your tickets in advance. At the start of the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday were already sold out. So it was one of those, you were taking a chance, so you're either really, really hot or you're really, really cold. But it's actually held, the location is actually a summer day camp, Liberty Lakes. So it's a really nice area. A lot of the area, as you can see, is actually paved for, most of the walkways. There was a little bit of mud in some areas, but overall it wasn't too bad. Obviously, all of the vendors there had their tents, so they were pretty well protected. The food area, they had it, it was a smaller offering because, again, they had less people there, but they had different musicians there. They still had different musical acts and comedy acts and other things going on, even though, the weather wasn't the best for it.
Now, I could take the temperature and leave the rain.
Yes.
So going to a Ren Fair, this is why I think Ren Fairs need to be running throughout, like, the fall and the early part of the winter, so that you can actually come out with all of your costume regalia and not roast while you're trying to
because
enjoy
that's
yourself.
Always the problem we run into is between all the different layers and the cloaks and the hats and the boots and all of that. You can only wear it for so long, during the heat. So the weather was perfect if you wanted to be all, bundled up for it.
Right.
So we enjoyed ourselves.
Yeah, we didn't stay as long as we normally would have. We didn't stay for any of the shows or anything like that. We kind of came, we walked the vendors, we ate.
Right. It was just kind of to have the atmosphere of it.
It was, a get out of the house type thing, kind of like the week before when we went to the Monster Mania.
Monster Mania.
Mm-hmm. So.
Right. And the other problem too was that while, certain areas, they had coverings for you, a lot of the areas where some of the shows were going on, they didn't have
Right.
anything for you to cover. So a lot of people were walking around with umbrellas, but then all of the seats were all wet.
Right,
So
right.
then you had to deal with having a wet butt if you were going to sit on the seats. But again, still a lot of people there. It was sold out. I'm sure there were probably people that didn't go
Yeah.
because of the weather.
Yeah, we made the most of it. I'm
Yeah.
glad that we did go. So
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll be right back with our Disney Detective. Go for Disney Detective.
So there's one thing Florida has plenty of, and that's swampy land. So the entire state is obviously heavily, in a wetland habitat, and as any Disney guest can attest to, the humidity in the air as well. So because of the temperature climate, it can be tough to build in some areas of Florida. And one of the biggest problems someone can encounter when building anything in Florida are the many sinkholes that fill the state. A foundation professional had actually noted sinkholes can form anywhere in Florida, but the highest activity level occurs in west central Florida because of the karst limestone environment. There are several influences that increase the risk of sinkhole activity, such as long-term weather conditions, heavily acidic rains, and drought-like conditions. So, if we take a look at Walt Disney World, it seems impossible that an area that is the size of San Francisco doesn't have any sinkholes, which is actually true. So, Walt Disney World actually has a massive sinkhole on property, and it's in the center of Epcot. As in this article, they had referenced Monorail Supply Company's TikTok, where she talks about the sinkhole in Epcot, and that Epcot actually holds the deepest known sinkhole in Florida. So in the TikTok, she explains that the sinkhole caused major issues for Disney when Epcot was being built, and while they were trying to build things, cars and trucks would get stuck in it. And to fix the problem, Disney decided to turn the sinkhole into a lagoon. So the sinkhole can be found in the water under the bridge, which is connecting Future World to World Showcase. What was interesting was that during a Q&A for Epcot's 30th anniversary, Imagineer Marty Skylar had actually discussed the sinkhole, and he had said one of the reasons there's so much space between Future World and the World Showcase Lagoon is that we discovered a gigantic sinkhole near where the Odyssey restaurant is. He went on to say we couldn't build anything on top of it. So if chances are if there's a big giant body of water, you definitely don't want to get lost because you'll get, in the big giant sinkhole. So kind of interesting, to think, because that's one of the interesting things with Disney, because there are so many water aspects that are man-made.
Right,
and it's like,
right.
okay, so is it man-made because of a big giant sinkhole? Or was it, hey, we needed to put something here?
Well, it makes me wonder how safe is the land around the sinkhole that they were able to build on it.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you figure it's been 30 plus years
Right,
now.
Like that foundation has to wear out at some point in time because of all the liquid that you have anyway.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they probably go in and test or do whatever they can,
This is going to convince me to stay away from Epcot now.
or at least that side.
That area,
don't
right.
walk on by the Odyssey restaurant.
Right,
Just
right.
walk. But yeah, it kind of makes you like, oh yeah, why is there so much space over here and nothing was ever built there? Because it kind of seemed like a prime area to do something.
Well, it's kind of funny that it's coming out now, 30 years later. It almost makes me wonder, like,
Was it a secret?
Right. Was it a secret? Are they doing something about it now? Is there a problem with it? Do they inspect it? And are they going to be part of what? Like, because they're doing a big revamp of Epcot. Like, did they discover something during this revamp?
Maybe. Or maybe it's like, okay, it's been so many years, we have to go back in and
Right.
and reinforce.
It seems
more.
coincidental.
I don't know.
That this information would come out now.
Yeah.
While they're doing the work.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know.
So tell us about the 50th anniversary.
Yeah, so this article talks about how there's, the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World is going to be this October. Obviously, with everything that was going on last year, lots of different things were kind of put on hold. But what was kind of interesting and what this article talks about is how, the tagline is Beacon of Magic. And it's lighting we have been promised, for the event, and the song choice is A Whole New World, which was kind of, they said kind of odd for this because there's not a lot of stuff that's going to be new for the 50th anniversary. So you had the delay of Remy's Ratatouille Adventure. That had actually opened in Disneyland Paris in 2014. So it wasn't even like it was brand new ride technology. It was basically a copy of a ride they already had. And that was supposed to open in 2020. So, okay, that got delayed. Then Disney stalled and delayed and halted construction on the Tron Light Cycle ride. That, again, was supposed to be open for the 50th anniversary, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. And also, the article talks about that Disney actually hasn't hit an opening deadline in many years. So it's kind of like you kind of expect it. But the other thing, too, is you can't be blaming the pandemic for this because Universal Orlando completed their new coaster during the pandemic. And it's as big of a coaster, with zero audio animatronics, but very similar to the Tron ride. And they have that open, and that'll be opening this summer. So, why... are things being, delayed so much. The other thing that it was talking about was that in the commercial, there's no nostalgia about the 50th anniversary. The biggest thing that they kind of do is they kind of have like Easter eggs of 16 different hidden movie references in the commercial. And it's like, well, it's not the 50th anniversary of Disney movies. It's the anniversary of the theme park. Why not show some nostalgia about the park, especially when you have people that are still alive that went to the park when it first opened. It's not such a long period of time where you don't have those people that could add to it. The article also talks about how, for other different things, when they did the 25th anniversary, a lot of the commercials tugged at your heartstrings more about the magic of it all. And it was just kind of like, oh, yeah, 50th anniversary. Yeah.
Well, it almost sounds like that the management was caught off guard.
And that could totally
like, oh, my God, we didn't know if we were going to be open for this, so we didn't put the effort into it. Disney is under, the head of Disney is under new management.
Right.
So it could just be that style of management that they have.
True.
Disney's not 100% back either.
Right.
So it might be that they didn't want to play it up because it's still a diminished experience.
True.
And they haven't, reduced prices.
Right.
So there's a lot of factors, I think, that go into it.
Right.
None of them excuse it.
Right.
This is one of those things that Disney excels at typically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing is you can go back in Disney's history. You can just do a Google search, or a YouTube search of, Disney commercials. And
one nice thing, though, is they didn't uglify the castle yet.
That's true. They made it prettier. they spruced it up.
Usually when they do these celebrations, they make the castle look terrible.
Stop. The 25th anniversary. Okay. It was ugly, but there are still a lot of people that, it wasn't so bad for.
Oh, okay.
Big, giant Pepto-Bismol cake. But anyway. But, the good thing is it's still 120-something days away till October 1st. So maybe
they have time to do it right.
Maybe this was kind of the teaser. Usually the celebrations go on.
The other thing is it's possible they've got so many things going on right now that they just didn't plan properly.
Right. And the other thing, too, is the celebration goes on
It's
for
for a whole
usually
year.
a year and 2 months, So even though the 50th anniversary will be October 1st, maybe by 2022, some of these other things will...
We'll still be in the virtual queue by then.
You're still open. Yeah.
So, yeah, all right. We'll see if they pull this one out and actually do it right for the fans.
Yeah.
I to me, it doesn't matter one way or the other. I'm not going down there for the celebration. If I'm going down there, it's because you're dragging me down, and I'm just sort of there for the ride. But diehard fans like you deserve to have a proper celebration for it, and there's tons of diehard Disney fans out there that deserve it. And when I say deserve it, I mean because you spend ridiculous amounts of money on the company that they need to pay you back somehow. Mm-hmm. So. Don't worry. For your 50th, we're going to make it a big one.
Why? What are we doing?
I don't know yet. I haven't figured that out. Well, for your 40th, we did a big one, though.
True.
So
We did.
I got to top that for your 50th.
Disneyland Paris.
Yeah, don't set your hopes too high on that. So we'll see. But that was all we have for our Disney Detective. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of My Insanity. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Not the edge of your insanity. So oftentimes when we hear about studio notes and memos for classic films, such as Back to the Future or Blade Runner, it's because the people that were involved with the production or release didn't think that the movie would actually be such a success, or they believed in it. So, obviously that's kind of the case for Star Wars. So some memos that actually were just kind of released to Twitter just last week from 20th Century Fox had surfaced online. And what was kind of interesting was how positive they were about the movie. So the author and documentarian, who I'm not even going to try and pronounce his name because I'll probably totally... You want to try?
Charles de Lerzerica.
Sure. He had posted the images, which included some choice excerpts by 20th Century Fox VP of Domestic Distribution, Peter S. Myers, that said, quote, Alan Ladd Jr. saw a rough ensemblage without music, special effects, or dubbing, and as conservative as he is, he just flipped, claiming that it is the best picture he has ever seen. They claim the picture has a look never seen on the screen before, and that it is so believable you feel like it is other than the present, even though the location and equipment are space in the year 2000. I think that's kind of funny. 2000 plus. He goes, I'm saying this picture should be better, should get a better treatment than The Godfather, King Kong, Jaws, The Poseidon Adventure, or Towering Inferno. So the memos were actually previously published, which now have been deleted on StarWars.com. So George Lucas, obviously we know, is no longer linked with the franchise or with Lucasfilms, because he obviously sold it to Disney in 2012. But, you know, what's kind of been nice is that he's still kind of been a little bit active. And one of the things we saw was during The Mandalorian, he was there a couple of the days while filming. And one of the things that Jon Favreau has said is that he would be giving Dave a hard time about how many setups he was getting and how fast he was shooting, and arguing him to go faster. He said he was like a boxer's cornerman coaching him, but always with a twinkle in his eye. So it's nice to see that he's still looking out for it. But it was kind of interesting to see that even back in the early 1970s, before the movie came out, they thought it was going to be a hit.
Well, and it's funny because they kept slashing the budget.
Right.
So it was going to be a hit from these early treatments that they saw, and the fact that it was 2,000 plus. But we all know it's not.
Right.
Because it's it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Right.
But, you know, what they describe is really that unique feel of Star Wars, where it's a lived-in universe. You didn't find that anywhere else. Everywhere else that you saw something that was space or futuristic or something like that, it was always this pristine, clean environment, and everyone was properly dressed and but you didn't get that. What you got when you saw Star Wars was the Old West in space.
Yeah.
It was that. And that grittiness, that rundown look, the Millennium Falcon.
Right.
You know, looks like
the
a
hunk
flying
of junk.
hunk of junk.
Right.
Yeah. But it makes it look realistic.
Right.
And that was something that Lucas at the time really tried to go for the authenticity. Because you remember, prior to this, you had American Graffiti, you had THX, which was a futuristic thing that was pristine. So he had kind of touched on some of these genres already as he started to pull all this stuff together.
Well, not American Graffiti. That was set in like the 1950s.
Well, no, I'm saying that's
right. That's what he was known for.
Right. He hadn't done anything like this.
This was a new foray for him. Right. No, I get it.
So when he came into this, and it was such a unique look to it for a futuristic space opera. Right. You know, that opening scene alone, you know, just the ships flying overhead. You know, you get the Tantive 4 flying overhead, and it's like, wow, that's cool. And then you get the Star Destroyer, and it's flying over, and it's flying and flying and flying, and it's huge.
Right.
You know, that was the kind of presence, the crawl, you know, the title crawl that comes up where you don't get your regular credits. You know, it was so revolutionary at the time that nobody had seen anything like it. Right. That score, my God, you couldn't come up with a better score to start the pace of the movie. He was firing on all cylinders, and they didn't even see any of that stuff yet.
Right, because none of that was in those treatments.
They got to see some of the shots of, you know, the cantina or Luke's house or, you know, the Millennium Falcon. Like, they saw just the raw footage and could get that feel. Everything else after that was just icing on the cake. So very cool. Very cool to see that insider stuff sort of surface like that. So there's a rumor.
Yeah, so this, you know, was coming out. So obviously, you know, George Lucas sold his space opera franchise to the Walt Disney Company, as I said, in 2012. Star Wars fans weren't sure exactly what was going to happen to their beloved characters, like Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia and Han Solo.
They were just going to pointlessly kill them off.
Well, unfortunately, yeah. So obviously, Disney's Star Wars sequel trilogies proved to kind of not
suck.
Okay, I wasn't going to say it. Left moviegoers unhappy, you know, with the original core trio and the general lack of direction of the three films. So Lucas had publicly acknowledged that he expected to have more say in the Star Wars sequels, which were directed by J.J. Abrams, your best friend Rian Johnson, and then Abrams again. And also in the development of the new characters like Rey, Finn, and Poe. So Lucas...
Sounds like you just cursed me out in some foreign language. Rey, Finn, Poe.
Rey, Finn, Poe. That is kind of funny. It's going to be like our new family curse or something. So Lucas has also shared that he had already began writing his own sequel trilogy in which Princess Leia would have emerged as the chosen one and would have had Darth Maul's apprentice, Darth Talon, as the villain. So in recent years, rumors of Lucas's official return to the Star Wars universe has been swirling around online, and these obviously intensified after he was seen on the set of The Mandalorian with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. And actually, according to IMDb, his name was included in the writing credits for the Rogue One prequel show Andor, which I didn't realize. So now it's kind of like, is he coming back? Is he gonna try and take over some control from, Kathleen Kennedy, which of course that's been a swirling rumor that's been going on for ages that they've been trying to oust her. So is it something where, he's gonna come back? Is he consulting or whatever? Obviously, this is all rumors. There's nothing that's been confirmed by the Disney company or Lucasfilms. Obviously, one of the last things, Bob Chapek had recently announced that Kennedy's tenure with Disney would continue for the foreseeable future. So, she's not going anywhere anytime soon, but who's to say, something else might not happen. Obviously we know that there are a bunch of different, Star Wars shows that are in development. Obviously, we talked last week that the one wasn't going to be going forward, the Rangers one. But that Patty Jenkins Star Wars Rogue Squadron is set for 2023, and that's supposed to be the next movie installment in the story. So, obviously there's a whole bunch of other things going on. You have Rian Johnson, who's supposed to be doing...
Stop. Just don't even mention that. Don't even mention that.
That trilogy by that guy that you don't like. And then, of course,
I can feel the bile already backing up as soon as I hear his name.
And then Taika Waititi is supposed to be scouting some locations.
So this image here, unfortunately, I'm having trouble with the full screenshot. So we'll have to kind of walk folks through it.
Sure.
But you have Kathleen Kennedy on the stage here, and there's a backdrop that has all of the various projects that she's introducing at this convention or this
right. That was
here.
The Investors Day.
And you've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 projects.
Okay.
That's a problem.
Right.
14 projects. Mm-hmm. One of which we know is not happening anymore.
Right.
That's a management problem is what that is. Because at that point in time, you're totally, and of those...
But not all of them are Star Wars, though.
3 of them aren't Star Wars.
3 aren't Star Wars.
So, of 14 projects, you have 11 Star Wars projects.
Yeah.
Can we say saturating the market?
Right, and that's what we've talked about time and time again, is that...
The problem is they tried it already with the movies, and they got slapped down for it. Right. So why would they think that doing it through Disney Plus is any better?
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing, too, is it... Well, Rangers of the New Republic, that was supposed to be live action?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's dead. Bad Batch, we know, is animated. Obi-Wan is live action. Andor, we know, is
live action. Rogue Squadron was supposed to be live action.
Okay, well, The Mandalorian is a continuation, so that really doesn't...
Ahsoka was live action. Okay. Lando was supposed to be live action.
Okay, Droid Story, was that supposed to be...
That, I can't imagine. I suspect that was animated.
Yeah, so, I don't know. I could see doing hey, we're making the kids stuff. We're making...
It's Star Wars. It's all kids stuff. It's always been about the
I know.
kids. That's one thing George Lucas will tell
Right,
you.
right.
So this is the problem that I have with Kathleen Kennedy.
Yes.
She has this shotgun approach. Let's throw all the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Right.
Oh, we've got 50 pieces. We're throwing 2 pieces stick. Okay, let's let the rest fall by the wayside. And you can't do it like that. Not
Right.
Star Wars, because all the other stuff that doesn't work doesn't just like fall by the wayside and get ignored. You're ruining the universe. There's a very well, it used to be well-crafted. There was a very well-crafted universe that had some level of continuity. And when you keep throwing all these things out there just because you're looking for the next Mandalorian because you want another hit,
Right.
and they don't even have Book of Boba on here.
Right.
We know that's already confirmed and in there. So that's one
Maybe
more.
that took the place of,
So George Lucas had the right idea, but pissed the fans off because Lucas always left you wanting more.
Right.
We'll give you a little bit here. Wait 3 years for the next one. Oh, here's another one. Wait 3 years for the next one.
Right.
I'm kind of done right now. Wait 15 years for the next one. All right, that was agonizing.
True.
But we managed to get through it.
Right. We did.
But this whole idea of throwing so many things out there at
Right.
once is a problem. I welcome Lucas coming back in because you can see his influence on The Mandalorian already. It looks like Star Wars. It's a hit.
Yes.
The only thing I ask is for the love of God, don't let him write love scene dialogue. That is that is where he just falls flat on his face there. Let him do anything else he wants.
True love. Wait.
I cannot sit through another Padme Anakin love scene. It's like fingernails on a blackboard the way he writes those. So I don't know. Maybe now that he's remarried and everything,
Right, maybe
he can write
that's-
love better.
Right. Maybe that was
I
the
don't know.
problem. He wasn't in love back
Right.
then.
So anyway, we'll see. It would be interesting to get him back. I think he made a mistake selling it in the first place. I think Disney's doing everything they can to exploit it, and it shows.
Right.
So, but had Disney not done it, you would have never had what you got down at the parks now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Galaxy's Edge.
You would have been
wouldn't-
stuck with
Star Tours.
Star Tours, and that's it. So, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. Yeah.
With Ryan Johnson, it's just it's more than 3 edges with Ryan Johnson, and all of them are cut you in at the same time.
Do we need a curse jar for that?
I'm holding it back as best as I can,
I
but
know.
anytime his name is mentioned,
I know.
it gets the blood pressure going. So,
Let me go get the cup for you.
so that's all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
Haha, I didn't do it. So it seems that one of our favorite Star Wars / vampires / directors, I don't know, what else is he,
Probably better stop calling them names.
probably, Taika Waititi is reportedly been reprimanded by Disney for some racy photos with Tessa Thompson. And there were a bunch of different articles too that talked about Tessa Thompson kind of getting reprimanded for her racy photos as well. So it seems that, obviously we know Disney is famous for fiercely protecting its family-friendly reputation, which is why the studio has often had no hesitation of letting go of key talent who cause an unwanted stir online.
Really? Should we tick down the number of former child stars that are the least bit family-friendly today?
Right, but the thing is, most of them don't work for Disney anymore.
Disney grooms them to go into what they do.
So it seems that the Marvel director, Taika Waititi, recently became the talk of Twitter when some paparazzi photos depicting him in a romantic moment with both actress Tessa Thompson and singer Rita Ora went viral. Obviously, this is his private life, and he's just a victim of some unwanted attention from the press, but this revelation about what appears to be a polyamorous relationship between the three individuals has nonetheless ruffled some feathers at Disney HQ. So the Daily Telegraph of Australia is reporting that the studio has reprimanded him over the racy photos coming to light. Specifics of the telling off that the filmmaker received from Disney have yet to be revealed, so it's unclear how much trouble he's actually in. However, the outlet does note that this is not exactly the image that the studio is looking to project in relation to one of their biggest franchises. The other thing is that execs were always aware of his party animal reputation, but they feel that this situation kind of crossed the line. The photos were actually taken outside of his home in Australia, where they're filming, where actually I think they just finished wrapping Thor: Love and Thunder. And, it seemed, so obviously Tessa, is reprising her role of Valkyrie, and it seems that Aura is either believed to be involved with some production or a brief cameo in the movie, and that's why she was there as well. So obviously we know he is one of the most popular directors around at the moment in terms of both public appreciation and industry acclaim. So something tells us, that Disney wants to kind of keep him on board despite any problems with that they might have with his private relationships being exposed like this. But as always, we just kind of need to wait and see what happens.
So again, this kind of goes back to the stuff that we had talked about with Gina Carano, where there's morality clauses and stuff like that when you work for a company like Disney.
Right.
I don't know if this type of thing would really be covered under that.
Yeah, it's kind of, and the other thing too is how much of it was, did they know, we're being recorded, let's kiss. That's all they did.
Right.
That's literally all they did. That's all you can see in the photos. Who's to say it wasn't just a friendly peck where they made it out to be something else? Because in the one article that talked about, that was mainly focused around Tessa Thompson, was talking about how just earlier that day she was supposedly kissing her boyfriend, or this guy that maybe she's seeing who happened to be on the set.
Sure.
And then later on the day, here she's with the other two, and now there's photos of them all kissing. So,
right. And that's the thing, like a photo can very easily be taken out of context.
Absolutely.
When you had the history of tweets that Gina Carano had, there's a pattern.
Right. That's a completely different thing.
And you're deliberately trying to put your point of view out publicly at that point in time. You're using your notoriety to do it. I don't know under what context these pictures were taken. Was he posing? Did he know they were taking pictures?
Right.
Was it on purpose?
Did they know? Or was it something where, all right, there's paparazzi out there. Haha, let's be cute.
Right. And he's always goofing off and joking around, stuff like that. So I would have chalked it up more to that than anything else.
Right.
And I'm not trying to make excuses for him.
Oh, absolutely.
If he violated his morality contract and they have a reason to reprimand him, by all means, go ahead and do it if he's not performing the way that you want.
Right.
I just don't know if this is one of those things that you can cover on the morality.
Right.
Even if you did, you got rid of well, I don't want to say got rid of, but you terminated your contract with one person for expressing hatred views.
Right.
Now you're going to reprimand somebody for expressing love?
Right. Exactly.
What? Like,
where? Okay.
what's the logic behind
Right.
that?
Right. Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's.
If anything, good for him.
Yeah, I think you're blowing things out of. They're blowing it out of proportion.
Oh, absolutely.
here.
I totally agree.
So, and I'm probably going to take heat for being one-sided on this, but it's Taika Waititi. He's awesome. So.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing is, he's a party guy. You can tell that, from seeing things that he's done. But right now, between, Thor Ragnarok and, what he did on The Mandalorian, you have him, working on finishing up, the new Thor, a Star Wars.
The most important thing about Taika Waititi is he's not Ryan Johnson.
See?
He gets a pass for just about everything just for
He
that.
can do whatever he wants.
Just for that.
Right, yeah.
So what's our next article?
Yeah, so this was kind of some sad news. So actor Gavin MacLeod of The Love Boat and Mary Tyler Moore had passed away at age 90. He was known for his roles on The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Love Boat, and he actually passed away on Saturday. His nephew had reported to Variety. His birth name was actually Alan C., but in his memoir, Your Captain is Speaking, he wrote that he considered changing his name because it was too confusing and actually changed it to honor an acting teacher. He also wrote that he had to deal with premature hair loss going bald in college. After a busy career of bit parts in television and film, he first achieved fame as part of the ensemble of The Mary Tyler Moore Show, a breakthrough sitcom, in which he played news writer Murray Slaughter. Murray often served as a confidant to Moore's character, rolling his eyes at the clueless anchor Ted Baxter, and absorbed the fierce temper of the news director Lou Grant. On Twitter, actor Ed Asner, who played Grant, wrote, "My heart is broken. Gavin was my brother, my partner in crime and food, and my comic conspirator." Asner noted that MacLeod's death leaves him and Betty White as the only two living principal cast members of The Mary Tyler Moore Show. Following the end of that program in 1977, he moved into a starring role on The Love Boat, which, if you don't know what The Love Boat is, then I don't know who you are anymore.
Dead to me.
You're dead to me. He got top billing as Your Captain, the dedicated and friendly Meryl Stubing. The boat pulled into port for its last time after 9 seasons, but he continued to embrace his character, making public appearances in costume. He also actually served as ambassador for Princess Cruises, the company that provided the ships that were used in the series. Princess Cruise Line actually had said, "All of us send our heartfelt condolences to his entire family and offer our sincerest gratitude to them for sharing Gavin with all of us for so many years." After Love Boat, he became an evangelical Christian, and he credited his faith with allowing him to end his abuse of alcohol and reconciled with his wife Patty, whom he remarried in 1985. The cause of death had not been released as of Saturday.
He used to do bit parts on Hogan's Heroes, and I'm a big fan of Hogan's Heroes, and that was where my initial exposure to him came from. But everyone remembers him from Love Boat.
Yeah.
That was really the role that he made his own, where he got the lead there.
Yeah.
And it gave great references when Next Generation came out and they had a bald captain of the Enterprise that was referred to as Captain Stubing. So,
Right.
but he was a great actor.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but 90 years old, great career.
Not too shabby.
That's certainly something to be proud of. So he left his mark on the world.
And you can catch reruns of, Love Boat on MeTV. I'm sure there's other channels as well that are
absolutely
showing it as well.
Absolutely. So we'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick this week is the Kaminsky method. It's the premise of the show is acting coach Sandy Kaminsky and his best friend Norman Newlander keep each other laughing as they navigate the ups and downs of getting older. He may be in his twilight years, but the aging acting coach isn't ready to ride off into the sunset just yet. The once famous Kaminsky and his longtime agent and best friend Norman Newlander keep each other laughing as they tackle the curveballs that life has thrown at them while navigating their later years in Los Angeles, a city that values youth and beauty. The Netflix original sitcom has a strong Hollywood pedigree. It was created by multiple Emmy winner Chuck Lorre and stars Oscar winners Michael Douglas and Alan Arkin as Kaminsky and Newlander. So it's a American comedy dramedy. It's streaming on Netflix. There's actually 3 seasons currently. The first season actually premiered in 2018. Then in January of 2019, it was announced that it was going to be renewed for a second season, which premiered in October of that year. And then last July, it was renewed for a third and final season, which just premiered at the end of May. I am currently, I think I just started season 2. And it's kind of a quirky, funny, show with these two, main characters going back and forth. His best friend, his agent, his wife passes away, in like the first or second episode, and he kind of still sees her and still talks to her, and she's kind of still, a main character, I guess, in some respects. And you kind of, go through the back and forth of, their friendship as they're, getting on in age. So, has some funny moments, has some touching parts, as well. And, and again, Michael Douglas and Alan Arkin. So can't go wrong.
Good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is WWE's Most Wanted Treasures, airing Sundays on A&E. WWE's Most Wanted Treasures takes viewers on a journey to find some of the WWE's most iconic lost memorabilia. WWE's Stephanie McMahon and Paul Triple H Levesque lead a team of collectors, WWE superstars, and legends as they navigate, negotiate, bid, and travel across the country to hunt down and reclaim some of the most elusive WWE collectibles. Throughout history, WWE's action-packed storylines has spawned iconic, one-of-a-kind memorabilia, most of which have gone missing. Superstar in training AJ Francis will head out on the road alongside some of the most famous WWE legends of all time, including The Undertaker, Ric Flair, Charlotte Flair, Mick Foley, Kane, Big Show, Mark Henry, Jerry the King Lawler, Booker T, Greg the Hammer Valentine, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Jake the Snake Roberts, and Sergeant Slaughter. The series will unearth these rare items in the hopes of preserving and sharing the legacy behind the memorable moments in WWE history. I was a total wrestling geek as a kid, and before Hulkamania and the soap opera storylines that have developed since then. I knew wrestling as the WWF. Back then, it wasn't the World Wildlife Foundation. It was the World Wrestling Federation.
Right.
I used to go over to my grandparents' house and watch it with my granddad, who was convinced it was 100% real, and you couldn't tell him otherwise. The show brings back some of that nostalgia for me. It's less about the items, although some of the items I find are kind of cool. But it's more about the stories that are conveyed by the wrestling legends recruited to hunt down the merchandise. So they do kind of interview segments as they're looking for things and trying to find contacts and stuff like that. And there are times where they go to find it at a collector's house. Sometimes they'll pay a nominal fee for it. Sometimes it's given to them. Sometimes it's just a favor. Like there was one instance where one wrestling fan was a huge Mick Foley fan. And the guy's, whole thing was, okay, well, if I can bring my kids over and have the kids just sit down and talk to you for an hour, you can have it. One was with Jerry the King Lawler, where the one fan, Jerry the King Lawler is actually a very talented artist. And he's famous for doing these doodles and pictures and stuff. And one of the deal was they would get a certain amount of cash for it, but Jerry would actually do a custom piece of artwork for him too. So it's kind of neat seeing that and seeing some of the other talents, seeing where some of these wrestlers are from years ago. So if you've ever been a fan of professional wrestling, the show's worth a watch. There's a lot of history behind it. So WWE's Most Wanted Treasures, airing Sundays on A&E. And we'll be right back. So I think that's it for today. A lot of stuff to talk about today. We even got the video in for the Ren Fair.
Wow, look at us.
Yeah,
All before the storm.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row. We had something. I don't think we've got anything planned for next week.
Maybe we'll just make up something.
Sure. We're going to Southern Sci-Fi Fest next week.
Maybe we'll just go outside and take videos of
Sure. There you
lightning
go.
bugs or something. I don't know.
Works.
We'll see.
That
We'll see.
works. Anyway, before we go, I do want to remind folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of it listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. We also invite you to give us some feedback. Reach out to us via email at comments@insightsintothings.com. That's your line.
Oh, we're also on Twitter at insights_things. Threw me off. I don't know why.
We do this every week. You
I
should
know.
by now.
You would think.
We're on Facebook at www.facebook.com/insightsintothings.
We are on the gram of Insta or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can get audio versions on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find video versions of all of our podcasts at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.com/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way.
And finally, if you don't remember any of that information and just want to head to our main website, that is www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts. by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 10, Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing all right. The weather's kind of lame, but,
Yeah, it is pretty rough out there, isn't it?
cold and rainy, but, inside's warm, so.
That is true, and I don't mind the cold. I like the cold. So we've danced around politics on this show for a little while now. We've touched on it a little bit as impartially as possible. Last episode, we deliberately avoided talking politics and opted for a bit of a softball topic. But I don't think we can avoid it this week.
No, we are shooting this on Sunday, the Sunday before the election on the 3rd on Tuesday, so.
Indeed. Given the number of early votes that have been cast, I don't think anything that we say here is going to change anyone's mind any more than any of the candidates campaigning out there are going to change anyone's mind. However, I do think it's a worthwhile discussion for us to have comparing the candidates. And I think we're going to kind of go about this in a kind of a different way. We're going to do it scored sort of like a boxing match. We'll do a tail of the tape between the two candidates and look at some of their key vital information. And then we're going to do 5 rounds that are based on a couple of surveys that have been done over the past couple of weeks. And we'll score on a 10-point must each round, what each candidate, how they perform in these polls. And then we'll give our opinions at the end of who won, why they won, and so forth. Good to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, before we start, let's get some podcast business out of the way.
Yeah, so some of the rigmarole, your various subscriptions, you can subscribe to us on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and on Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime, and we would appreciate it if you would help us with those. You get 1 free Twitch Prime sub a month. It would really help us out if you were to give that to this channel. You can contact us at, you can email us, at comments at insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And if you missed any of these links, they're all on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Awesome. And we'll be right back with the tail of the tape. So we have 2 candidates that will be vying for the candidacy for President of the United States for the next 4 years. The first is the incumbent, the defending champion, Donald J. Trump. We're going to look at their political affiliation, their age, where they're from, a little bit about their history, their family history, some education, and some military status history that they have. I'll go down Donald Trump, and how about you go down Joe Biden's record for us? All right. So Donald J. Trump's political affiliation currently is Republican. He was previously a reform-minded individual. He was a Democrat, registered Democrat, and a registered independent. He is now Republican, has been Republican since at least 2016, when he nomination from the Republican Party. He is 74 years old. He is, as he has mentioned several times in his rallies in Florida, a senior citizen. He is from Queens, New York originally. He has been married multiple times. His first marriage was to Ivana from 77 to 92, which ended in divorce. Then he was married to Maria from 93 to 99 and currently married to Melania since 2005. He has 5 children. He has Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, Tiffany, and Barron. Tiffany we don't hear too much about these days. Don Jr. and Eric are very active, as well as Ivanka in his campaign, and Barron is under 18 at this point, so he kind of stays below the radar. His alma mater is Wharton School of Business, which he transferred to from, I forget where he originally went. It was in Bronx, New York, I know was where the school was, but he's a product of the Wharton School of Business. He has a BS in economics. Military service. This has been something that was kind of controversial for him in the past. He had 4 student draft deferments while in college during the Vietnam War. In 66, he was deemed fit for service. July of 68, he was classified as eligible to serve. In October of 68, he was medically deferred as a 1Y, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency, which I guess Vietnam didn't constitute a case of national emergency. And then in 72, he was reclassified to 4F due to bone spurs and permanently disqualified from the service. And that is the tale of the tape for Donald J. Trump. Tell us about Joe Biden.
Okay, so Joseph R. Biden Jr., his political affiliation is a Democrat. He's been Democrat his entire career, his political career. He is 77 years old, so 3 years older than Donald Trump. He's from Scranton, PA, which I didn't actually know that. Local-ish, kind of, you know. His spouse is Jill Biden. They were married in 1977. He was previously married to Nelia. Sorry about that. They were married from 1966 to 1972, and unfortunately she passed away. He has 4 children. And
the count keeps going.
I know, they're hiding in there. Hunter, Bo, who unfortunately passed away, Ashley, and Naomi, who also unfortunately passed away. His alma mater is Syracuse University. He got a degree in law there. His military service, he had 5 student draft deferments while in college. And in 1968, he was medically deferred as a 1-Y due to asthma. And he, much like Donald Trump, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency. And that is Joseph R. Biden.
So they are our candidates that will be vying for president. And we'll be right back for round 1.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So round 1 of our showdown here between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, we're going to be talking about the key issues. This information comes from a survey done by a website called yougov.com. And we have a couple of different issues that will kind of go down the route of where these candidates stand on the issues and where Survey of Americans actually falls. So the first key issue that we talk about is nominating the next Supreme Court justice. Obviously, this has been done already. She's been confirmed. Trump, his stance was to confirm the nomination immediately. Biden and the Democrats wanted to wait until after the election. When America was polled on this, 53% of Americans said they would rather wait until after the election for the confirmation. So the majority of Americans sided with Biden on that one. What's our next category?
So our next category is handling the COVID-19 pandemic. President Trump said he declared victory and wants to move on. He had the virus himself and proclaims to have been cured of it. Biden wants to implement mandatory masks, social distancing, and other recommendations from medical professionals. 45% of America was confident in Biden, while 37% were confident in Trump. So it looks like most people side with Biden on that issue.
Yes, they do. The next is the economy and fixing the economy. Trump thinks the economy is doing great and it's the best there ever was. Biden acknowledges the impact of COVID on our workers and our families. America thinks 37% think things will get better under Trump, and 32% think things will get better under Biden. So America is siding with Donald Trump on this one.
The next category, race and violence in our cities. Trump doesn't think there's systematic racism in the country and condemns any violence. Biden acknowledges racism in the country and condemns the violent protests and supports the more peaceful ones. Americans, 39%, think they are mostly violent riots, while 32% think they are peaceful protests. So it looks like most people are swinging towards thinking they're violent riots and are against that.
Correct. The next we look at, and the last item we look at in this round, is integrity of the election, which has been quite controversial over the past few months. Trump is attacking mail-in voting as ripe with fraud. Biden encourages people to vote any way they can, especially considering the conditions we're in under a pandemic. America was asked if they have confidence in the election. 16% have a great deal of confidence in the election and the electoral process. 8% have no confidence at all in the election. Now, it's interesting to point out that there were a number of other levels of confidence that were in this survey. I took the top and the bottom here. So the vast majority of people did fall in the middle. I was kind of looking for those extremes here to see where people had that high degree or complete lack of confidence. So it looks like by a margin of 2-1, people are siding with Biden, saying that they are confident in the election and process itself. Now that does bring an end to round one here, and it was pretty well divided, I think. What are your opinions on round one?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like most things were pretty split the way you'd think they would go. One thing that did surprise me was the 8% having no confidence at all in the election. I'm not sure what I thought the number would be, but 8%, honestly, I thought it'd be a little bit higher, given the issues we had in the 2016 election and elections in the past, and all the rhetoric surrounding voting in general. I thought that the number would be higher, honestly.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm surprised it was below 10% there. I kind of figured it would edge a little bit higher. But it is good to know that the vast majority of people do think that they have confidence in the election. So we are scoring these rounds on a 10-point scale, 10-point must, and we will tally up our totals at the end of the matches.
Do we want to do our scores for each round, or just count it all at the end?
Well, I would pencil in your score now, and then we'll do the math at the end there, and we'll just give the totals. So that's it for round one. We'll be back in a minute with round two. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecond.empire.com. So round 2, we're actually drawing our information from a survey done by Pew Research. And all of the links to the surveys will be available on our website in our show notes after the podcast. So round 2, we're looking at the top reasons for voting for each candidate. And we're looking at Donald Trump. We're looking at both candidates. We're looking at both candidates, and we're looking at several different categories. So the first category we look at was leadership and performance. So Americans were asked to rate each candidate on each of these categories. And for leadership and performance, 23% cast their votes for Donald Trump, while only 19% cast their votes for Joe Biden.
So the next category is his issue or policy positions. In this instance, 21% of people voted for President Trump here, and only 9% voting for Biden. So Biden definitely scoring low in that category.
The next category is he's not the other guy, which seems whimsical, but given the divisive nature of politics in our country today, I think it's pretty significant. 56% of people said they would vote for Biden because he's not Trump, and only 19% said they would vote for Trump over Biden. Now, again, this is not a category that has any kind of concrete, provable evidence. It's literally just
opinion
of candidates.
Yeah. So the next category, he is for the American people and values, the candidate's representation of American people and values. Trump scored 17% in that category, and Biden only scored 6%. So again, Biden falling in the low percentages.
The next category we have is people who vote along party lines. So Republicans vote Republican, Democrats vote down the Democrat column. 16% said they would vote for Trump, 7% vote for Biden. And I think that is more a statement of party loyalty more than anything. And I also think that's kind of reflective of what we saw coming out of the primaries, where we had 20-some people as candidates that emerged on the Democrat side, where the Republicans obviously maintain a fairly single-minded race the whole time. And I think that statistic is reflective of that.
Yeah. So the next category is their personality, and temperament. Biden scoring 13% here, and President Trump scoring 11%. So Biden pulling ahead with 2 extra percent.
And it's interesting, given the nature of the first debate, which this survey occurred after the first debate, I'm surprised that margin isn't greater in Biden's favor because of the amount of criticism that was lambasted against Trump for his seemingly overbearing, bullying tendencies during the debate. The next category is simply other. It was not, they had a prescription of what questions they asked people, and people who answered for voting reasons outside of those wound up in the other. And this is a statistical tie here. Biden at 13%, Trump at 12%. I think the margin of error on this poll was 4 or 5%. So statistically insignificant to the overall poll.
And the final category is people that did not know or refused to answer. And again, these are pretty close. Biden with 14% and Trump with 13%.
Yeah, so I think the last two here we kind of can throw out from a statistical standpoint. Looking at the rest of these, I think it's pretty clear that Donald Trump won round 2 on this one here. Let's move right into round 3 here, since that was a quick, decisive round. Round 3, using the same poll, looks at personality traits. So we look at energetic being our first one. 56% of Americans think that Donald Trump is more energetic than 40% who think Biden is more energetic.
The next is courageous, or how much courage they have. Trump with 46% and Biden close with 45%. So just 1% difference there.
And then we asked Americans, well, we didn't, but Pew Research asked Americans, who cares for the needs of ordinary people? And this is where we see a bit of a breakout here, where Biden scores 54% of the confidence level from voters, Trump only 41%. So that's kind of a opinion statement there as to who cares more.
Yeah, and sort of in the same vein as that, the next category, a good role model. And again, Biden pulling ahead here, 46% from Biden, with Trump only getting 31%. So again, similar to cares for needs of ordinary people, you're seeing in the personality realm, Biden is pulling ahead a little bit.
Right. And the last one that we have in round 3 here, I think this is a knockout blow here in the last 2, where they asked, who do you think is more even-tempered? 60% of Americans think that Biden is more even-tempered than 25% of Trump supporters. So I think round 3, I would definitely have to give to Biden in this case here. Not only did he win more of the categories, but he won them with a significantly higher percentage difference than the others.
Yep, definitely.
But overall, I was actually kind of surprised at this point in time when I prepared the notes as to how even the 2 candidates really were at this point in time if we're scoring on a 10-point must.
Yeah.
We're going to take another quick break here, and we'll be back in just a minute for round 4, where we're going to look at what voter confidence is on key issues between the candidates.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Decision 2020. Wrong camera angle.
I was like, hello.
Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. We're about halfway through now. We're scoring this on a 10-point must. We did our tail of the tape. Halfway through now. We've got 2 rounds left to go. Where do you think we stand on the candidates?
Well, just doing a quick, I'm not going to reveal my scores yet. We got to tease it for the end. But just doing a quick totaling of my scores, both candidates are pretty close. I think in the most recent round, in round 3, we definitely saw Biden pull ahead just in terms of his personality. And I think that's interesting because if you look at it, being president is more than just your personality. It's about policy issues, which if we look at those rounds, candidates were much closer, or it leaned to one towards, President Trump. So it's interesting to see how these votes are coming down and what people might value in a presidential candidate or a president themselves.
Yeah, and I think part of that is the fact that, Donald Trump has been president for 4 years, so we have a performance that we can look at for comparison purposes. Biden has been out of office for 4 years, and when he was in office, he wasn't president. He was a vice president, he was a senator, and so forth. So I think when people look at policy decisions, they look at that kind of differently given the roles that Biden's been in the past. And I don't think he gets nearly as much attention or credit for those policy decisions. But especially from an economic standpoint, Donald Trump has very much cast himself as, well, he's casting himself as the law and order president, but he also hinges a lot of what his performance is on the economy. How do you think that's affecting the survey results?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, people care probably the most about money, right? So, and if Trump's able to frame it in such a way that if you vote for me, I can keep the income flowing or I can keep your families fed. When in reality, at least from my point of view, given the COVID-19 pandemic, he hasn't done all that great of a job in terms of keeping like stimulus checks and things like that. And I know that it was also the Democrats involved with that about not being able to push that through. But I think it's not nearly as cut and dry as Trump would like people to believe, where if you vote for him, immediately the economy will be better, and in turn your life will be better.
And I agree with you on that point. A lot of the things I think that I would knock Donald Trump on here is he's telling you that things are bad. You know, we have riots in the streets. You know, if you elect Joe Biden, you know, your taxes are going to go up and this is going to happen and that's going to happen. And he cites a lot of things that are happening right now under a Republican administration. So I find it difficult to correlate that electing Biden would change things, since obviously we're still having riots in the streets now, most recently in our backyard in Philadelphia here. Yep. And that's happening on Donald Trump's watch. So why would that change on Joe Biden's watch?
Yeah, those ads that make that argument, they perplex me, because he presents this image of an America that is burning, but he's the president.
Right.
And it's on one hand, I can't tell if it's smart or not, because some people are probably believing it.
Yeah.
And that if they give him another 4 years, he can stop it all. But in a lot of instances, he is at some fault for the state of things now anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know we don't want to turn it into a Trump bashing thing, but like you said, we've had 4 years of his performance to critique, and I guess that's probably why we're leaning that way.
Well, and he makes a point of talking about the forest fires out in the on the West Coast there. And a lot of experts make a case for the forest fires being as bad as they are because of environmental issues, global warming and so forth, the drought that's been out there. And Donald Trump tends to counter saying, well, it's forest management. Well, 2/3 of the land that's burning is managed by the Federal Forest Service, which is under his control. Mm-hmm. So if there's an issue with forest management, it's the administration that's falling down on that. And I look at that, the response that he has, and I have to question really the veracity of it. And then even getting to something as simple as the slogan, Biden is Build Back Better, which, okay, that's kind of lame, but sure, it's different. But Trump is sticking with Make America Great Again. And I have to wonder if that's really helping you out. You campaigned in 2016 with Make America Great Again. You got 4 years, and you're campaigning on Make America Great Again. Are you saying that in the first 4 years you didn't make America great?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
If that's the case, why would I vote for you again for another 4 years?
Yeah, I think sometimes he'll change it up and say, keep America great. But if this is our definition of greatness, it's not one that I would like to subscribe to.
Right. So we seem to get very confusing messages out of the Trump campaign at this point in time. But, on the opposite side, we have a number of controversies out there that are brewing around Biden. We're talking packing the Supreme Court. We're talking the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing, which is or isn't an issue, and that's still up for debate. But a lot of the tough questions, fracking being another one, a lot of the tough questions that are being pushed at Joe Biden are basically being ignored. They're not being responded to. And I don't know if that's a good strategy, in that maybe his handlers are afraid of the response that he's going to give. If you look at his response on fracking, it's been fragmented. It's been inconsistent. And he's countered previous statements a number of times during the campaign. Or is he just avoiding answering the tough questions?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. And talking about fracking, when he talks about the pandemic, he is all in favor of science and things like that. But when it comes to fracking, which is, scientists say is a bad thing, he's all for it. So there's conflicting messages there. And obviously with every politician, you're going to have that. You're going to have them conflict with themselves. But I don't know. It's not necessarily directly lying, but it makes you wonder if he does get 4 years in office, how that dichotomy almost is going to be reflected in the administration.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Well, let's get on to the second half of the match here. So round 4, we're going to, the voters were asked what their confidence is on each candidate in certain key issues. And the first key issue, again, economic policy. So 51% of people are more confident in Trump's economic policy than Biden, who we only have a 48%. But again, we have a 4 to 5% margin of error. So that's statistically irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure we can really choose a winner from that one. What's our next category?
So the next category is law enforcement and criminal justice issues. Biden pulling ahead here with 46% of confidence, while Trump has 41%. And I think that's, again, having 4 years of Trump, I think that is a reflection in this poll, because President Trump is dealing currently with civil unrest, quote unquote, and his issues and his takes on law enforcement and how that should be implemented. So I think that, that's what we're seeing in these polls.
And I would tend to agree. I don't think Biden really has any record on law enforcement in the 47 years that he's been in the Senate. So I'm puzzled as to why he's scoring so high here. I think it's more a matter of Trump scoring low than Biden scoring high. And I think that's just a product of he's different, right? So the next one we have is handling the coronavirus health impact. And here we get a significant percentage difference as well. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I skipped a category.
I would have just read that if you like.
Yeah, I skipped a category. Foreign policy issues. So in this here, we have a 6-point lead. So this is a statistical a lead that we can cite here. Biden has been rated with a 50% level of confidence versus Trump's 44%. And I think this kind of speaks to both of them. And Biden definitely has a foreign policy history, both in the Senate and as vice president. And Trump most definitely has a foreign policy history in his last 4 years, which, given the countries that we seem to be more closely friendly with and those that we are less friendly with, I think speaks volumes.
So the next category is handling the coronavirus health impact. Biden wins this category, getting 52%, while Trump only has 41%. And again, we're seeing this reoccurring thing with this round specifically. But I think it's about, I'm going to repeat myself here, but Trump having 4 years and Biden giving policy promises for if he were to win the election, what his administration would look like. So I wonder if Trump falling behind in a lot of these categories is more just people wanting something different from Biden or something better on a lot of these issues.
Well, I think specifically to coronavirus, this sort of came to a head in the second debate where the performance that Trump has put up for the pandemic we're currently in is abysmal. Given the number of infections, the number of deaths, the performance in relation to other countries who have had it, the United States is last, hands down. And during the second debate, Trump tried to sort of retaliate or punch back on this when they talked about the H1N1 virus that struck during the Obama-Biden administration, and claimed that had they dealt with this virus then the same way, the death toll would have been monstrously higher. 2 million people, I think, is what he was quoted as. And when you look at the performance of the Obama and Biden administration, the death toll was insignificant compared to what we're seeing now.
Yep.
And I think Trump failed to make a case for a failure on Biden's part in the first pandemic, which in combination with his abysmal handling of it, and there's very few people I think that can provide a convincing argument otherwise. I think those two things combined is what's really killing the public confidence. I mean, Trump has declared that the virus is over, and we've got 1,000 people a day dying. So it's kind of hard to have any confidence in someone who has that kind of distorted version.
Yeah, and on that issue, also pulling out of the World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic, I don't know who greenlit that. I'm sure it was probably mostly President Trump pushing for that, given his opinions on funding the World Health Organization, which, if you just do a cursory amount of research, it's not quite as black and white as he's presenting it.
Right.
But I think things like that, whether they're for, in his mind, the right reasons or not, they send the wrong message to not only the American people, but to the rest of the world on how America is handling this. And you're seeing that with travel restrictions being put back on Americans going to other countries and cases continuing to rise every day.
Yeah. Well, not only did he pull us out of the World Health Organization, he has a crusade going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which would leave 20 million plus Americans without health care during a pandemic. Maybe the ACA, maybe it needs to be recalled and needs to be reworked and something else put out. He doesn't have a plan. He hasn't put a plan forward. It's coming. Every 2 weeks, it's coming. So until you have something that's a viable replacement that's better, you can't withdraw it. And it's already made its way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
We're waiting on a vote from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and it's easy to say all these things about Trump because we don't have a Biden in this situation. And maybe things would have gone just as poorly if Biden was in charge. But that's not really the point. The point is Trump was in charge, and these are the consequences of his actions.
That's exactly it. So the next category we have, which is another clear victory for Biden, is race relations. 48% of Americans are confident in Biden versus 35%. And again, this is a direct reflection of the last 4 years of division that we saw under Trump. Now, looking at Biden's record, Biden does not have a stellar record on race relations. He's made comments in the past. He's had policy decisions in the past that were not in the best interest of minorities. And a lot of that is just being overshadowed by the fact that Donald Trump, in many cases, has aligned himself with white supremacist groups. He refuses to condemn them. He's made comments to the effect that, there are decent people in the KKK. He was asked to condemn the Proud Boys on the debate stage. And instead of saying, stand down, it was stand back and stand by, which is a very, very different message than stand down. So this is a direct reflection, I think, on Trump's handling of the race relation issue.
And just recently, the other day, and I know I don't want to speak out of turn here because I don't have the information in front of me, but wasn't Biden's bus confronted with white supremacists down in Florida?
Texas. That was actually today or yesterday.
Yeah.
They were going to a rally. They canceled the rally because Trump supporters in pickup trucks surrounded the bus driving down the highway.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trump has commented on that at all, but either way, it's difficult to argue that these things would not be happening if President Trump was not in office.
I agree. And you can't necessarily knock Trump for the actions of every one of his supporters.
Yeah.
What you can knock him for is his reaction to it. Mm-hmm. He should have immediately come out and condemned that type of action. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is presidential candidates have Secret Service protection details. So you have these highly trained individuals with weapons that are being provoked by these protesters.
American citizens.
Yeah. And the fact that this is being allowed to happen is extraordinary during an election.
Yeah. I guess speaking of all that, the final category we have here is bringing the country closer together. Obviously, we're just talking about division and things like that. Biden here getting 45% and Trump getting 31%. So again, Biden pulling ahead.
So how would you rate round 4 at this point?
Well, it definitely looks like Biden overall winning more categories here. But again, is it just because we have 4 years of Donald Trump and people want something different? And with things like race relations. We talk about how Biden has certain issues with it in his past, but when you compare it to Trump, it's almost apples and oranges in terms of quantity of evidence. And I think that is the reason that Biden pulls ahead in so many of these categories is the amount of evidence for each of them on these issues.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny that you say the phrase, people might just want something different, because that's exactly what swept Donald Trump into office in 2016, was the idea that it's not politics as usual. I'm different. I'm not a politician. People are tired of politicians. I'm going to drain the swamp. So he swept into office under the premise of I'm different. And now he's under real threat of being swept out for people looking for something different. And his premise was, well, you've had 50 years of politics as usual. I'm different. We've had 4 years of Trump, and Americans seem to want something different now. So I'm not really sure where that statement actually leads the country.
Yeah, and I think that happens anytime you have the incumbent president going against the other candidate from the other party. It's always, well, I didn't like what they did, so I'm going to vote for somebody different. Whereas if you have a president that is overall liked in their first term, they're more likely to get reelected because people want more of the same. And we're not seeing that here, I don't think.
Well, and the one thing I think that's very different about this race than I think I've ever seen in the history of politics is you look at the national conventions for each party. And the Democratic National Convention quite literally had more respectable Republicans speaking in favor of Biden than Donald Trump had in total speaking at the Republican National Convention. When more Republicans show up for the Democratic National Convention, I think you're seeing a divide in a party where that party has been very consciously trying to cover up that divide at this point. And the race that we're looking at here is not really just a race for the president. It's a race for the Senate and the House. Right now, the Republicans control a majority there. So anything that the Democrats try to do is being thwarted. And there's a real threat right now because of how the country's been in the last 4 years under a Republican president, that not only do you see the executive office switch, you may see enough seats in the Senate switch that you could have a Democratic president and a Democratic-controlled Congress that will dominate for the next at least 2 years until the midterms. So that could have a significant impact on the future of this country.
Yeah, and we're not even taking into account the Supreme Court, too. Having majority Republican judges is also going to affect how
Well, and let's not call them Republican judges. That's kind of unfair because, they are impartial, but they've been Republican-appointed judges.
Yeah, sorry, that's closer to what I meant. But those appointing judges are also going to affect how a lot of decisions will go.
Yeah, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, the fact that he's had the opportunity to appoint 3 justices to the Supreme Court, when in 4 years he's gone through more members of his administration than any other administration before, which to me, if I look at it from a hiring manager standpoint, if you go through that many people in that short a period of time, you're probably a terrible judge of character when it comes to hiring people.
Yeah.
And based on that revolving door policy on his administration, he's got 3 people appointed to the highest court in the land for life terms that will have far-reaching impacts on the future of this country than anything.
Yep.
And that's kind of alarming, even if you aren't a Democrat. I think it's alarming that any single individual has that much of an influence over the Supreme Court. So that was it for round 4. We have one more round, which I think is probably the biggest round that we have, and it's a single question round. And I think this will tip our contest one way or the other, because I think we're, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we're pretty evenly matched right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have a couple instances of Biden pulling ahead, but then you also have Trump doing better in the other rounds as well. So I'd say it is pretty back and forth.
I agree. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back for round 5 and then our analysis. So round 5 is a single question, very simple, and this comes from the YouGov.com survey, asking who they think is the most honest candidate. And people who were polled about that question for Donald Trump, 57% say he's not honest, and 35% say he is honest.
Joe Biden, 48% say he is honest. 41% says he's not honest. So Joe Biden, his numbers are a lot closer than President Trump's were.
Yes, and I think this is probably the most telling thing out there. Most people, and I don't mean to seem cynical, but when it comes to politics, I think most people expect your politicians to lie to you. Mm-hmm. And I think if you don't, you're naive. The fact that they think that the only career politician in this race is more honest than our current president speaks volumes.
Yeah, especially given a big reason for Trump getting elected in 2016 was his stance against career politicians. And now the career politician is in some ways being more favored in different categories.
Yes, and I think Donald Trump's, again, a lot of this reflection is on the last 4 years. I think Donald Trump puts himself out there with these absolute statements, and that's a product of his political naivety, where a career politician knows how to say something that leaves him enough wiggle room to get out of an absolute statement.
Yep.
Donald Trump gets in front of the microphone and says things like, there'll be a vaccine in 2 weeks. Well, when there's not a vaccine in 2 weeks, what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. You've kind of painted yourself into a corner there.
Yeah, and we talked about that with Biden having more of the career politician take, where he talking about things like fracking and his criminal justice background, where he gives himself that wiggle room. He doesn't have a concrete stance,
right,
which is a negative and a positive at the same time. It depends on how you look at it, because he can't. There's very few, except for a few unfortunate quotes that he said before, of things you can pull up to say, oh, well, here's evidence of this guy, not being fit to lead.
Yeah, and Trump has shot himself in the foot a number of times here because Trump is a gambler. Trump is the type of person who takes chances, and he plays the numbers in such a way that when he says something that's an absolute statement and it's true, then he gains a lot of collateral that way. And when it's not true, what happens? Usually we get some other statement or something else that distracts us away from that, or he tries to wiggle his way out of it or something like that. Then he turns into the politician and he starts the song and dance. And I think as a result of that, he comes across as dishonest. And there was a statistic that I saw, and I think it was on USA Today. I don't remember. But midway through this race a couple months ago, there was a statistic that came out that rated Donald Trump as every fourth word out of his mouth was a lie. And that's based on the number of words that he's given in public and the number of lies that he's told. And I've never seen that statistic for any politician. The fact that he has so many untruths out there that they can calculate that is alarming.
Yeah, and this came up with the debates, too. People wanted live fact checkers. I think even Joe Biden said there should be live fact checkers. But I do think it can be a little bit one-sided against Trump with how much he lies, especially with things like fact checking. I think in terms of the debates, I think it should have been a little bit more even with who's being fact checked the most, where I think Trump makes himself an easy target given all of his lies. And I think that there has been a lot of attention on that and maybe not as much on Joe Biden.
Well, and Donald Trump has also put himself in compromising positions in the past, like the Woodward interviews, for instance, that were done months ago, very early into the pandemic. And Donald Trump came out acknowledging the fact that he knew how dangerous the virus was. He knew it was airborne, and he willingly chose to downplay the virus because he didn't want to panic Americans. And why you would say something that was so compromising on tape, knowing that you're on tape, boggles my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what he thought he was going to gain from that.
The way I see it is he doesn't care because that is already out of the news cycle, right? I mean, he admitted to this on tape and it was major headlines for a couple days, but it's out of the cycle now. And I think that has been a reoccurring thing with his administration and his presidency. He says something insane or does something insane that you would never think a president to do, and in the past would probably be extremely damning. But because it happens so frequently, we become desensitized to it, and it becomes, unfortunately, a new normal almost. And I think that he says things like this because he knows that it's not going to stick.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I think when he does something where he shoots himself in the foot, and the news organizations pick up on it and report on it, then we get it's fake news. They're not treating me fairly. Did you ask Biden the same questions? Yeah. And he goes on this defensive rant to distract away from everything. So I have to give him full props as a master manipulator. He really has perfected the methodologies of manipulating the media at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of his reputation even before he became president, right? I mean, with his depiction in different movies, Back to the Future 2, the president in that being loosely based, or not the president, but older Biff being loosely based on Donald Trump,
right,
and things like that. I think he's always had this reputation. It was only before it was more normal because he was a greedy businessman. But when you put somebody like that in office, the standards are different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Interesting. So that was it for round 5. I think we can say that squarely went to Joe Biden. We'll be right back with our final thoughts and our tally of who we think won the matchup. So in tallying up my numbers here, I'm showing Biden with 49 points and Trump with 45. What do you show?
I had Biden with 49 and Trump with 41 points.
Okay, well, you were much harder on Trump than I was.
Well, I was harder on Trump in rounds 3 and 4, only because he scored so much. Those are the categories where he got destroyed by Joe Biden in terms of the percentage differences. So I thought that warranted lower scores for him.
Fair enough. I think either way, we both agree that based on these polls from Americans out there from 2 different polling organizations, that Biden was the clear winner. What are your thoughts moving forward? Let me ask you a couple of questions that I think a lot of Americans have on their mind right now and get your reaction. One, how do you think November 3rd is going to play out? Do you think we're going to have a winner, or do you think it's going to take some time to count the votes?
I think it's going to take a couple days afterwards. Just because of the influx of mail-in ballots, especially with the pandemic. And I don't know if you watched last week tonight, but he talked about this thing, John Oliver, about this thing called the blue shift, where because so many Biden supporters are mailing in their ballots, those votes might not be counted until a couple of days after election night. Whereas if a lot of people that support Trump vote in person, that might show him pulling ahead, which he could then capitalize on to declare victory. And I think that's a scary prospect. And I think the official tally will probably be a couple days later due to the mail-in votes.
So let's say a week, 2 weeks into this, we have decisive numbers that come back after everything's counted up. And let's say, hypothetically, Donald Trump loses the election in the Electoral College. Do you think we'll see a peaceful transition of power, or how do you see that going down?
I don't really know, honestly. I mean, obviously he says all these things like, I'm not a good loser. I will, he's spoken to the idea that he might try to resist the peaceful transition. But I don't know how much of that is true. I wonder if he's just saying that to frighten people or to appear stronger to his supporters. But honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea how things are going to go if he does end up losing the Electoral College, if he does. I don't know, unfortunately.
Well, let me ask you the same question. If Biden loses, what do you think is going to happen? How do you think the country is going to react?
I think his supporters are going to be disappointed. I know I would personally be disappointed by it. But I do think that Trump would probably run with it and maybe use it as fuel to extend, his power even more because he won again.
Right.
And that for him would be a confirmation that he's doing the things the right way. So it probably will just lead to more of what we have now.
Now, can I ask you, have you voted?
Yeah.
And you did mail-in voting, or you did in person?
Yeah, no, I mailed back in whenever I got it, which was like October.
Now, let me ask you a question, and this is a question that I ask a lot of people when it comes to politics. Putting all the other issues aside, everything we talked about here, the one thing I ask people when they look to vote is, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Me personally, I would say no, but I realize that I'm in a privileged position, and there are a lot of people less fortunate than me that are in much worse positions, and I do take that in consideration when I vote. I'd say the biggest thing that the Trump presidency has affected me is the coronavirus pandemic, and it limiting my options in my life in terms of social options and things for school, having to do school remotely. But like I said, other people have been affected in much worse ways from the presidency.
Should we see a change in administration here and Joe Biden come into power, do you think the coronavirus will be dealt with better? Do you think we'll see a more involved government in addressing of it?
I do. I at least I hope so. I hope that funds will be better allocated. I think that if the leader of the country admits that there is a problem and is working towards it, I think that will help at least some people in the country take it more seriously as well. Because I know in at least my life, a lot of people are not taking it as seriously as they should. And I wonder how much of that comes from the kind of rhetoric they're hearing about it from their leaders.
Right. And economically speaking, who do you think the country would be better off with, Trump or Biden? I
am not super well versed in economics. I know that a lot of people are citing Biden's taxing of the wealthy, which I am in support of. I think that that's a good thing. I think people that are wealthy should contribute more. But like I said, I'm not familiar as much as I should be with the economics.
Is there any outstanding issue that you think sticks out more than anything else that we've discussed that would decide who do you think should be president?
I know that before I said that it's not all about personality when you're picking a candidate, but for me, I just don't see voting for Trump as the moral right thing to do. And that's the biggest thing for me. I don't support Biden on a lot of issues. I don't agree with him on a lot of issues, but I just don't think Trump is a good man. And maybe Biden isn't either, but I think there's something about Trump that for me, he's just not the right person to be in office or to be in power.
Fair enough. That was all I had. Did you have anything else that you want to get into?
Nope.
All right. I think that's it for today. I think our next podcast will be very interesting depending on how this election goes. I assume by the time we go on the air again, that decision will have been made by the country. And we'll see what direction we go. And it might even decide what we talk about on the next podcast.
Yeah, I guess so.
That was all we had. Thank you for watching today. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can get video versions of our podcast if you look for Insights into Things. You can get audio versions if you look for Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Amazon. We would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at Insights Into Things. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things. Facebook, you can catch us at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. Or you can get links to all of our social media contacts, as well as transcripts and show notes on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 113, Jealousy with Teens. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my mature and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I am doing better now that I'm out of work.
That's good, at least.
Was a rough day today. So how was your week so far?
It's been going kind of chill. It's the last full week of school, so things are starting to wind down.
Oh, that's exciting. Gonna have a lot of free time coming up on your hands then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't know what I'm going to do with it all, but, I'll try to at least have some type of schedule.
So today's topic is jealousy with teens. Now, this was one that you had put out there with your suggestions for topics. Any particular reason you threw this one out there?
I don't know. It was just probably one of those things where, teens experience jealousy. I know that a lot of stereotypes of mean girls, mean girl teens, they involve a lot of jealousy, and I know that teens have a unique way of dealing with jealousy as opposed to adults, so I kind of figured, hey, why not try this out?
Okay, well, that's a fair point. So this week we are talking about jealousy in teens. We'll talk a little about the nature of jealousy. We'll explore how we can turn jealousy into a constructive inspiration and grow from it as an individual. Then we'll explore the common types of jealousy most teens might face. And finally, we'll talk about tips on how to deal with jealousy. Before we do that, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of all of the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available any place you can get a podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. I would also ask folks to write in, give us your feedback. We're always looking for show suggestions, topics to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at instagram.com/insightsintothings. And you can get links to all those and everything else to our contact information on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right, let's get into it. So you did the bulk of the research for today's episode, and this first segment came from modernmom.com. not your mom.com.
I knew you were going to mention that.
So they say that jealousy is all too common among teens. While it would be ideal if all teen relationships were simple and harmonious, that is not always the case. As a parent, you can help your teen cope with their jealousy, as well as the jealousy of your teen's peers, by better understanding how jealousy works in teen relationships and what can be done to overcome this potentially relationship-ruining problem. While no gender holds the patent on jealous behavior, studies show that girls tend to be more likely to become jealous than boys. No one has been able to pinpoint the specific reason why female teens are more likely to experience jealousy than male teens. It could be because girls have higher expectations for relationships and care more about what others are doing, saying, and wearing. Jealousy isn't gender specific, but it is worthwhile to understand there's an increased likelihood in girls for it than in boys. Understanding this can help a parent be more proactive in combating what can otherwise turn into a painful situation. So with that in mind, and before I turn it over to you, let me ask you, have you experienced situations where you've had jealous feelings?
Maybe sometimes. I'm definitely not like, I don't get jealous easily. I definitely think that there were some instances where I was jealous. I guess to be more specific, there was like whenever I would see some of my friends hanging out with other people, I'd be a little jealous. That's really the only major time I would ever get jealous. I haven't really experienced it all that much.
And that kind of makes sense. You know, as a teen, despite the fact that they say that it happens more in girls than boys, there were plenty of times that I had jealous feelings. Most of the time that I had jealous feelings, though, it usually stemmed from one of my own insecurities, one of my own hang-ups. Brad doesn't want to play with me. He's playing with his other friend there, and I'm not going to be his friend anymore. What did I do wrong? What's wrong with me? That type of thing. Or jealousy and envy can kind of get confused with each other. You may be jealous of your friends because they have toys or devices or clothes that you might like and you might want to have yourself. So you're kind of blurring the line between jealousy and envy there, but it's still kind of the same principle. Mm-hmm. So we can grow from jealousy. Why don't you tell us some of the ways that we can grow from jealousy?
Well, the first type of growth we can have from jealousy is that jealousy is a natural emotion and, with work, can be improved. If your teen says or does things that indicate that they are likely jealous of another individual, you can help them get over this feeling. Encourage them to communicate both to you and to the person of whom they are jealous of. In all likelihood, they admire the source of their jealousy and, if they communicated with the individual, could have a healthy relationship with that person.
And I think that's fairly sound advice there. Communication definitely does help, because sometimes you may be jealous for a reason that's not even a valid reason. You may think that you're jealous of the kid down the street because, he just got a pool, and, you may find out that, well, he got a pool because his parents can't send him to summer camp and you're going to summer camp and that's the next best thing, something like that. They also say that point out their own self-worth. Remind them that they are a valuable person who can make a difference. Remind them that they don't need anyone else to make them complete and that they are a wonderful person all on their own. By doing these things, you can enable your teen to put an end to their jealousy. I know I'm doing these out of order. I highlighted yours and I'm reading yours. It's okay.
Yeah.
Nobody else can see that, but I pointed it out to everyone.
You'll fix that in post, I guess.
Nah, we'll leave it. Gives us a real, grassroots feel to the podcast.
I guess so.
What's next?
Next up, we have grow from your experience. Instead of allowing jealousy to be a bad thing, individuals who are jealous can actually grow from the experience. If your teen is jealous of someone, they likely think that something about that person is
enviable.
Ask your teen to list the things that are the cause of their jealousy. Then understand what traits, characteristics, or qualities of the person your teen can strive for to improve themselves.
Yeah, a great example of this is you may be jealous of somebody in your class who got an A on a test that you didn't get. So why are you jealous of them? Well, because they got an A. Okay, well, you're perfectly capable of getting A's too. You need to study harder, stay after school, ask the teacher, raise your hand more. So by being jealous of someone else for something that they've achieved, it may inspire you to improve your own abilities so you don't have to be jealous anymore.
Yeah.
And the last thing that they talk about is overcoming materialistic jealousy. Inspect this list with your teen and help them consider how they could get some of these things for themselves. For example, if your teen is jealous of a new game or clothes that someone in their class has, they could do some chores, earn some cash, and buy the item for themselves so they no longer envy the original owner. So it's a means of giving your teen the ability to overcome the things when it's a materialistic thing. That's a lot of times that was sort of the boat that I was in because, as I've said on the show many times in the past, when I grew up, my parents, we were pretty poor. We didn't really have much money to go around. So all my friends were the ones that would get all the neat new toys and the new bikes and the video games and all that stuff. And I was the poor, unfortunate soul who didn't have those things, and it kind of made me jealous of those who did. There wasn't much that I could do most of the time, but when I was able to finally get a paper route and start making my own money, I was able to overcome a lot of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So having the means to overcome them, whether it's an emotional means to drive yourself to improve or to, earn the money to go out and buy the things that you want.
Yeah, and I do want to probably make an important note. I definitely don't think you should just buy your teen what they're jealous of. It would be better if they worked for it because they actually learn a lesson. Otherwise, they're more than likely just going to expect to get everything that they want.
Absolutely. Just handing things over to make them feel better might solve the immediate problem, but it will eventually cause more problems that you have to deal with later on.
Yeah.
That's the one thing, we've tried to instill in you is earning the things that you want makes you value them more. So it's not just about overcoming the jealousy, it's about doing it in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a little break, and then we'll come back and talk about the common types of jealousy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This week we're talking about jealousy with teens. So there are some common types of jealousy that most teens face. And jealousy comes in many forms and from many different sources, but in most cases it basically boils down to 4 types of jealousy. Why don't you tell us about the first one?
Okay, so the first type of jealousy is the jealousy from romance. This is the most common and frequent type of jealousy. There is a sense of security in the relationship if love is given from the partner. However, if the relationship creates insecurity and vulnerability in the mind, then a feeling of fear and jealousy gets generated. Then, there's a constant fear of losing one's importance in the relationship. Some people experience severe jealousy when a new and attractive person comes in contact with their partner.
Yeah, and one of the real downfalls to this type of jealousy is it can cause the jealous person to try too hard. You try to hold on to that person too hard, and it can very quickly become almost obsessive. Mm-hmm. And it results in pushing that person away. I'd be lying if I said I didn't experience this type of jealousy in the past. And, part of it is, again, it's about that self-doubt, that lack of self-confidence a lot of times. Fortunately, with mommy, there's that give and take at this point in our relationship now where I don't ever feel like I'm going to lose her attention or something like that. I'm a very sensitive individual when it comes to that. What can I say?
Did you ever feel jealous when you were first dating her?
I don't think I felt jealous when I was dating her. There was probably a time period, maybe a few years back when mommy wanted to, she started going to things outside of the family. She would go to her book club and stuff like that. And it kind of made me feel as though I was playing second fiddle for a little while there until I realized that, mommy needs her space too. She deserves her space. I'm not a very social individual, so I never really had those needs. So I kind of struggled with why mommy needed to do those things. It almost felt like it was a reflection on me that I was inadequate. I wasn't able to, keep her attention or her affection, and she was looking outside for that type of thing. And then, we talked through it and realized that, it wasn't anything like that. And we're perfectly fine with it now. I've come to terms with it. Mm-hmm. So it's important to talk. Again, like we talked about in the last segment, it's very important to communicate about things like this because you start to form certain ideas on your own and you impose those ideas on top of the person that you're jealous of. And if you don't give that person a chance to address those and explain, their motivation, then you're not being fair to that person. So, anyway, the next thing that we have is platonic jealousy. This type is often mistaken for romantic jealousy, but there's a thin line of difference between the two. This jealousy can commonly be seen in friendships when one fears losing a friend to someone else who may be perceived to be a more interesting or friendly person. The emotional attachment with your own friend is so much that you can't imagine them with someone else. Have you ever had this situation where maybe you and a few other friends might be hanging out and doing something and, at some point you become excluded from that and two of them go off and do something on their own?
I have sometimes felt like that, particularly when my two friends would interact a lot more, like, with other kids who I really didn't know too well. I would sometimes feel left out and somewhat jealous, but I definitely don't think it was extreme feelings. It was just, a slight thing like, I want to hang out with you guys too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had a similar situation. I had a friend of mine that, he and I used to hang out and, watch TV, go to the movies, and I knew him from work. And for years, he didn't really socialize much. I didn't socialize much. So we were kind of a good fit to hang out together and do fun things. And then he decided that he didn't want to be single anymore. He was divorced. He didn't want to be single anymore. So he started using a dating service, and he found somebody, and the two of them really hit it off. They eventually got married, but she wound up taking a lot more of his time. And at first I was kind of very jealous because, we spent a lot of time together between work and then hanging out after work. We would work on the cars together and all kinds of stuff. And I kind of felt a little left out. I got along with his wife, but, when his wife came into the picture, he stopped doing a lot of the things that he and I would do. We would go out on his boat a lot. We'd go up to the river and we'd watch the fireworks or listen to the concerts up in Camden and stuff like that. And he just sort of stopped doing that sort of stuff. And his wife he started doing the things she liked. And it got to the point where we kind of drifted apart. But when I was in that situation a few years later, when I didn't want to be single anymore, I understood his point, of how life has to change sometimes. So it took a little while for me to get the perspective that I needed to really understand his position there.
Okay.
What's our next one?
Next one is jealousy amongst siblings. Sibling rivalry is commonly seen in families across the world. There's a general sense of competition amongst siblings to be their parents' favorite child. There's often a display of jealousy in the following situations: on the arrival of a new sibling, on being made to share favorite toys, clothes, or other items, on being shown less affection, experiencing less love than other siblings, experiencing a negative comparison made between siblings by parents, or when a sibling is smarter or more talented than another.
Have you ever had a situation where you felt jealousy of Sam, or that Sam was jealous of you?
I don't personally, I think Sam probably experienced more jealousy than I really experienced with him. I think that part of jealousy was more or less the factor that kind of split him off for a few years, because I guess he felt that you had pretty much had a new family and had forgotten about him.
I see. And that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but personally, I've never really been too jealous of Sam. The only instance I can really think of, which really isn't that big of an instance, is when you two would hang out more on the weekends, but I can more or less understand it because you really didn't see him all that much and you still wanted to hang out with him, so...
Yeah, we spent a lot of time. We used to go out and do our gaming on Sundays and stuff like that, and we would pretty much be out all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So I could certainly see how that could spawn some jealous feelings.
Yeah, but it wasn't anything serious. It didn't really make me dislike him in any way. It was just, I didn't really see you that much. I didn't really do much with you on the weekends.
Right. I understand. So the last one that we have here is kind of a catch-all, and that's abnormal jealousy. This is a baseless type of jealousy triggered by no possible reasons except psychological problems such as delusions, paranoia, or schizophrenia, or things of that nature. Under some extreme cases of abnormal jealousy, a person is known to display immaturity and insecurity along with a controlling nature. Such people tend to assume that their family members, friends, and partners are unfaithful to them. So that gets into, much more complicated type of relationship issues there. But what they're saying here is that jealousy is usually unfounded. There isn't evidence to suggest that there's any unfaithfulness. That happens to just be a delusion or a paranoia that you might have. Mm-hmm. So those are really the four main types of jealousy that we're dealing with here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back, and I'll get something to drink so I stop choking, and then we'll talk about tips for dealing with jealousy.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking jealousy. And now we're going to talk about tips for dealing with jealousy. And the research for this segment comes from
EmpoweredTeensAndParents.com. Really long domain name.com.
Okay. So the first tip we have is fuel passion and help develop interests. There are people in this world who rarely feel jealous of others. They are simply too busy working on their passions. When people take the time to follow their passions and develop their talents, they also develop a strong foundation of self-esteem. As a parent, it's your job to help fuel your teen's self-esteem by supporting their passions and interests.
So that's a very good point. You have mentioned several times throughout the show that you really don't experience a lot of jealousy, but you're also a very passionate individual with your hobbies and your side projects and stuff like that. So you tend to pour yourself into those things and put less stock in the things that would normally cause jealousy, don't you think?
Yeah, I'd probably think so. Kind of the same reason for romance, I suppose. I really don't have much time for it because I'm pursuing other things. So I would definitely say it's probably the same thing with jealousy.
Yeah, and the same thing with me when I was in high school with romance. Between my schoolwork and my hanging out with my friends and working, I never had the time for it either. But I think that probably fed into any jealousy that I did have, because what little time I did have with my friends, if that was taken away from me because they were hanging out with someone else, I would take that personally because I had a limited amount of time that I could spend with them, and they chose at that point to do it with someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So it has the exact opposite effect for you, which I think is good. That's a healthy thing.
Yeah.
The next thing they talk about is encourage platonic relationships. It's important to support and encourage your daughter to have platonic relationships with friends. Romantic interests come and go, but platonic friendships can last a lifetime. Cultivating strong friendships throughout the high school years can have a profound effect, helping teens develop good communication skills and promoting self-esteem that could continue to grow after they reach adulthood. And that's one of the things that I think Mommy and I are hoping we see with your high school years, is making friends with more kids in your grade level, your age level, or higher, and cultivating those friendships as you go through high school. Because to me, they were probably more important than the friendships that I had in grade school earlier on. They're the ones that lasted the longest. Have you given any thought to that type of friendship development?
I mean, yeah, I definitely thought about it. going into marching band and concert band, I'm more than likely going to see a lot of the kids in school, and I have actually been communicating with some of the kids in marching band, some of which I wouldn't really communicate much with. Like, I saw the one girl I used to sit next to when I was in history in 7th grade was actually doing marching band, and we communicate a bit more when we do practices. So I definitely think that I'll more than likely meet other kids, and I'll more than likely make friends with them. And depending on what clubs I join, I'll probably make friends there.
Yeah, that's good. And there's a lot of opportunities. Like one of the advantages that I had was my best friend growing up, who I knew before I was even in kindergarten. He happened to be 2 years older than me. So I only had a limited run with him in my grade school. But when I got into high school, he had already been, he was a junior at that point. He was already established there. And as a result, it opened up other opportunities for me to meet and hang out with some of the upperclassmen that really helped me to kind of broaden my horizons in high school when I got to high school. What's the next one we have?
The next one we have is teach acceptance with rejection. Your teen will get rejected by a romantic interest at some point. It's also very likely that they will have to watch that romantic interest pursue someone else. Teach your kids that it's okay to get rejected. Not everyone is going to love them, and that's perfectly fine.
And that's a very good point. We actually have a podcast coming up talking about rejection in more detail. But this is probably where teens face jealousy the most, is rejection, whether it's a friend rejecting you or a romantic interest rejecting you. That rejection, by its very nature, tends to cause people self-doubt. And self-doubt fuels jealousy. Mm-hmm. So it's a very natural state to get jealous from a rejection or a breakup or something like that.
Yeah.
It happened to me. I happened to be friends in my junior year. I was friends with this one girl. And she had a boyfriend, but her and I hung out. I actually had helped her mom do some work around the house, stereo work or something like that at the time. It was technical stuff. And got along great with her younger sister, everyone. And I grew very attached to this girl. And she had a very rough breakup with her boyfriend. And I kind of was there to give her that shoulder to lean on. And I wound up developing feelings for her. And she had a hard time coming back to high school because of the group that she was in kind of rejected her, because her boyfriend that she broke up with was, I guess, the leader of the group or something. And as I developed feelings for her, she wound up moving away her senior year to live with her father in a completely different school district. And that just absolutely broke my heart, because, I thought I was falling for her at that point in time. And as a result, those feelings of jealousy and insecurity came out and everything else. So, I've discovered over the years that I'm an emotional basket case, and I've come to accept that at this point. So I think this podcast helps me more than it helps you at this point. So the last one that we have here that they talk about is be aware of your influence. And this is really kind of a cautionary tale to parents. Teens will do anything to insist otherwise, but their parents are their biggest influencers. What you do will have a strong effect on your daughter or son in ways you can't even imagine. Therefore, you should also apply all the tips on this list to your own life. Are you displaying jealousy when you come home and rant about a new secretary you don't like at the office? Are you teaching your daughter that it's okay to talk badly about others? It's that example, the one thing that parents always have to do is set a good example. Our kids look to us for how to behave in the world. And as a result, I'll be honest with you, as a result, it's made me a better person. Knowing that my children look to me for guidance, for inspiration, for the ability to tell the difference between right and wrong, makes me think significantly about the things that I say and the things that I do, because everything that I do in front of you is setting precedent. And if I conduct myself in a way that I don't want you to conduct yourself, then I don't really have much room to complain about how you're acting. I have to set a good example. How am I doing so far?
I'd say you're doing fine with the fact that I, do have movie references, bit of sarcasm, and scream at technology.
So I'm doing a terrible job, is what you seem to be saying.
At least I'm not screaming at people. At least that's something. I haven't really screamed at technology that much anymore. Well, I'm better with technology than I was before because I don't hear you screaming as much with technology. So you're doing better than...
Well, and I'll be honest with you, when I see the way that you react to my reactions to things, it influences how I react. I try to tamp it down a little bit. I try not to get as angry because I have a temper. I've always had a temper. I've not been a particularly violent temper unless it is an inanimate object. But I don't want you to see that and have that temper either, because I know that my temper has gotten me into trouble in the past. And it kind of runs in my family too. So you influence me probably as much as I influence you. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot that parents can learn from their kids. And I think it's a two-way street.
Mm-hmm.
So jealousy. Let's take a quick break and come back and have you sum up jealousy and give us your closing remarks.
All right.
Go for your closing remarks.
All right. So to parents out there and to teens as well, jealousy, like we've mentioned before, is a common emotion. But you can learn from it. You can definitely grow from jealousy, and you can even use it as an influencer. And parents, you are just as much of an influence to your kids as they are to you. So, basically, you can all learn from each other and try not to spread jealousy. Jealousy is not something you want to constantly have in your life.
Don't be jealous. Jealousy's bad. Wise words as always.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I would again suggest you subscribe to the podcast. You can't buy this entertainment anywhere at this point because we don't charge for it. So you can find the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and the video versions of all of our shows podcasts listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also implore folks, give us your feedback. Give us some suggestions for topics to talk about. Tell us how we're doing. Help us. Help us help you. Yes, Madison has come up with about a half dozen topics, so we're good for the next few shows, but we're always looking for input. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on YouTube as well. And we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those and much more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 113 for Disney. It's all about the money.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my informed and enlightened co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing awesome, especially when we have an entire episode dedicated to bashing Disney.
See, sometimes it's the gift that gives,
It's going to make this a very fun episode for me.
I thought you'd like that.
So we're recording kind of a little off schedule today.
Yeah, we had a couple of events that popped up, and
We couldn't get around to doing it on Thursday, and then Friday I wasn't feeling up to it.
And why didn't we do it on Thursday?
On Thursday, we had a moving up ceremony
We sure did.
for our Insights into Teens co-host, Madison.
Yeah, I'm Michelle.
You're Michelle, yeah.
Our
I
daughter
wrote
would be
that down so I know.
And what is a moving up ceremony for those that aren't familiar with that terminology?
Isn't that where you sit around and sing the theme to the Jeffersons? No, that's not it.
No, it was her 8th grade graduation.
Oh, right. That. I was there for it.
Yeah, you were.
I even have video of it.
Yeah, we do.
But we're not showing that today.
No.
No. And then Friday was Loki night. Friday was just an off night for us.
Right. Because we didn't watch it on Wednesday.
Right.
Because that's when you guys do
That's what we do,
Insights
Insights
into
into
Teens. So we have to.
Yeah, so we opted to watch Loki on Friday,
Mhm.
and our schedule's all off, so we're recording on Saturday.
Which is
today.
what we used to do
Correct.
a while ago. So we're,
Yeah.
But
so-
don't worry, next week we'll be back on Thursday.
Yes. So now that we're all over the place with what we're discussing, today's episode in our Disney Detective, we'll talk about nobody who wants to go to Disneyland can afford it, which I can sympathize with.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll also look at a new version of Fast Pass coming to the Disney parks. Then
Possibly.
Probably,
Maybe.
knowing Disney.
Eh.
If they can make a buck off of it, they will.
Yeah.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy is another iconic Star Wars villain getting a Disney Plus series. Sure, why not? Everyone
I
gets
was
their own
gonna
series.
say, and you get a show, and you get a show. And
I
you
think
get
the
a
pit
show.
droids from Watto's Shop are getting their own series now.
Shh, they just might. Now that you said that.
And is Gina Carano returning to Star Wars? Maybe, but not how you expect.
Nope.
No. Then in our entertainment news, Pink is Feeling the Love and By Zoe and all the other shows that are not coming back this year. And then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. Are we ready?
Yes, we sure are.
Sure. Before we do get into it, I would implore folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our shows can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, etc., yada, yada, yada. I would also invite folks to reach out to us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at something. We are on Twitter at Insights.
We're somewhere.
Things. Can you tell it's a little early in the morning for me? I got up late today. On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast. On Instagram, you can find us at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or links to all of those and much more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
Thank you. Have a good day. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm just about done already.
Oh, boy.
So now let's get into the fun part.
All righty.
Go for Disney Detective.
So our first story comes from fatherly.com, and it talks about how nobody who wants to go to Disney can actually afford it. So Disney parks are a family-friendly, family favorite vacation destination across the United States. But a poll that was done by Insiders showed that the people who actually want to go to Disney the most are the ones who are least likely to be able to afford it. So here's the deal. Disney vacations, like everything it seems, have become way more expensive over time. But the people who want to go to Disney the most, who are the middle class people with families, haven't gotten richer alongside them. So in fact, people who make less than $75,000 per year are self-reported to be the most interested in going to Disney. But most people definitely don't make enough money to go to Disney, considering how, per the website's own estimates, it would take about 3 years of saving $200 a month to save for the cheapest version of a Disney vacation for a family of 4. So nearly 1,100 respondents, those who made between $50,000 and $75,000 a year, were most likely to report wanting to go to Disney. Those who earn less than that were the second most likely to report wanting to go to the most magical place on Earth. Meanwhile, wealthier people, firmly upper middle class earners, and families were far less likely to say they would want to go to Disney. So considering a vacation of 4 to Disney World can cost thousands of dollars for a family of 4 earning less than, or just barely 6 figures, it's not a cheap vacation. In fact, those results were echoed in Insider survey. And according to them, 32% of people with kids said they'd like to go to Disney but just can't afford it. So no wonder, with the tickets costing hundreds of dollars, hotel stays that aren't cheap, and you have the inflated cost of airline flights. On top of that, you have your food and other expenses. So it does end up costing quite a bit for the average family to go.
And, you know, considering how often we go, we can certainly attest to these numbers. And it seems over the last couple of years, it's gotten progressively worse.
Right.
For instance, if you were staying on Disney property before, there was no charge for parking.
Right.
Now, the only way you can stay on Disney property and not pay for parking is if you're staying at a DVC using your points,
Right. Right.
which is outrageous because
Right.
they didn't improve parking. They didn't add security. They
Right.
didn't make it more convenient. They didn't do anything. All they did was start charging you to park at their resort that you're already paying to stay at,
Right.
which is ridiculous. And that problem seems to continue, especially with the pandemic, because they've cut back services, they've cut back attractions,
Right.
they've cut back shows, yet they didn't bother to cut back the price of the tickets.
Right.
So you're getting
the ticket price
30%
were
less
still,
of an experience and paying 100%, 103%, because I think it went up 3%.
right.
annually.
And there are lots of people who were longtime Disney vacationers who decided to stop going because of that, because they weren't seeing anything extra for their money.
Right.
Now, granted, in their defense, the average park ticket, $115 roughly,
A day.
maybe, if that,
Per person.
per
day.
person per day. Now, the more days you buy, the cheaper it does get. So there's that. Think about when you go to a concert. How much do you pay for a concert venue?
Well, it depends on who you go to.
Right.
Anywhere from $50 to $150. usually.
Right. And when you go to a concert, you're only going for 2 hours,
Right.
3 hours tops. So if you try and balance it out, again, not taking sides, paying $115 for a full day
But
at an amusement park.
I pay $115 a ticket. I go on 2 rides.
Right.
Why am I paying $115
Oh, absolutely.
to go on 2 rides?
Oh, and trust me,
Why
that's
can't
a
I just
whole
walk in the
other.
park and then pay to go on the rides that I want to go on?
Right. And that's a whole other,
That's a major problem I have. Number 2,
Right.
when I go to a concert, I'm getting a full-blown experience at that concert.
Absolutely.
I'm not getting crowded in with somebody else. I'm not waiting in a line for 4 hours to get on a,
Well, the one concert we had the
different
drunk
things.
people that were in front of us, and
right.
that
But
wasn't
security, if you complain to security, they'll take care of it.
True. Right.
When I go to a concert, I'm not staying at a concert's hotel. I'm not staying at the venue's hotel, so I'm not paying that extra $100 and some a night for that.
But you're also paying $20 for a Diet Coke, whereas at least at Disney you get like 2.
Well, that's the thing. Like Disney's refreshments aren't any cheaper,
Right.
and Disney is trying to sell me everything
Oh,
everywhere
absolutely.
I go.
Oh, absolutely.
Pretzels, turkey legs,
Right.
balloons, T-shirts, everything. It's all about how much money they can milk out of me when I walk in the park.
Right. Right.
So I don't think it's a fair comparison.
Well,
And this is the comparison that Disney throws out there because it's in their advantage.
right.
But it's a completely different experience.
But the other thing too is if you look at comparable amusement parks, they're roughly, you can't
Theme parks,
Theme parks.
Theme parks.
you can't, say, you can't compare Disney to Knoebels,
Exactly.
because it is too, or Dutch Wonderland. They are two completely different, like Knoebels and Dutch Wonderland, you can do a comparison of.
Right. But see, the problem with Disney is Disney pitches itself as the total package.
Oh, absolutely. They do.
And back in late 80s, 90s, they tried to go for a more affordable vacation.
Mhm.
You got your all-star resorts.
Right.
They introduced the transportation systems.
Because
you had your Magical Express from the airport, which they've taken that away.
Well,
Or
it will be
They're taking
next
that
year
away.
it'll be gone.
Right. And we're going to talk about in the next story about FastPass. They're taking that away as a free service.
Yeah.
The problem that I have is that they're like drug dealers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They give you the first hit for free.
Right. And then
They get you hooked,
Right.
and then they rake you over the coals.
Right.
And it's deceptive practices.
Right.
And they're getting enough money. Disney has more money than God.
Mhm.
They don't need to find more ways to milk me for money.
And that's the thing, because like you were saying, Disney always was that, back in the 70s, the 80s, it was that dream vacation,
Right.
that once in a lifetime trip. And then they started realizing, okay, everybody's been here once. How do we get them back? Oh, let's do a DVC. Now you can own part of Disney and come here once a year.
Right.
Well, then, like you said, they made, affordable hotels, because back in the day, there weren't if you wanted an
You were staying at a
affordable
$400
hotel.
a night hotel minimum.
Right. If you wanted a affordable hotel, you stayed off property. And, so they got their guests that way. But when they realized, hey, if we build hotels, people will stay here. Well, let's do different tiers, because obviously not everybody can stay at the Grand Floridian. Let's do our moderate and let's do our value. And, so then they started realizing, now all these people are coming. Now we're building all these other parks. Now they're almost kind of stepping back from the, hey, let's do a Disney vacation once every 2 years or once a year, to the point of now it's a once in a lifetime
Exactly.
again.
They're
Because
going
you can,
back to a philosophy that
Right.
was a failed philosophy to begin with.
right.
And what they're doing now is completely contrary to the vision that Walt Disney had.
Mm-hmm.
It's a slap in the face to what Walt Disney wanted. He wanted an affordable place
Mhm.
that families could go, that
Right.
was clean, safe, and
Mhm.
fun.
Right.
And what Disney is doing is the exact opposite of that
Mhm.
now.
Well, and remember, we have a week's vacation coming up. We were trying to figure out what to do, and on a whim, we were, and as we've mentioned before, we're DVC members. We were like, all right, let's see if we can book something. And of course, short term, kind of hard to book something, but it was like, all right, well, we can kind of piece together this, and this. We couldn't even get park reservations
Right.
this short out, but then it was like, oh, well, if you have annual passes, you could. Like, that seemed to be the only thing available. You can't buy a new annual pass right now because they have that block. So if we had renewed our annual passes from a couple of years back when we actually had annual passes and kept them, those that would be the only way that you could buy a current annual pass. So right now, they're not even letting new annual pass people get passes.
And that's another point. Even how they're dealing with their annual passes, they're not satisfied with the recurring revenue that they're getting.
Right.
Because they think the people that have annual passes that are coming multiple times a year, they're just not getting enough money out of them.
Right.
So they're going to do away, or they're going to restructure their
Mhm.
annual passes so that the people that come once a year who are more likely to spend more money
Right.
are going to be the more likely candidates to come in. It just smacks of greed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For a company that has the kind of money that they have,
Mhm.
and they're bringing from so many different sources, the fact that they're that greedy and they want to ruin really what was a wonderful thing, a wonderful concept that Walt Disney came up with,
Mhm.
and they're going to ruin it just out of greed. And we're Disney stockholders. So in a way, we do benefit when they find new revenue streams.
Right.
But even as Disney stockholders, I think what they're doing is absolutely
Mhm.
wrong.
Right.
So let's talk about the next thing that they're doing wrong.
So now I will kind of, once we talk about our next topic, I have a little bit of an update, so it might not be as bad. So this came from the Orlando Weekly, talking about how Disney may soon change something that they've been giving away for decades, as we were kind of hinting about. So since reopening last year after the pandemic-related closure, Walt Disney World has been without the Fast Pass system. So for those of you who have never been to Disney or know what it is, Disney offers a free skip the line program. So if you happen to be staying on Disney property, you are able to make these Fast Pass quote unquote reservations 60 days out. If you are not staying on property, and you have a park ticket, you can make these reservations 30 days out, I believe. And what it is you basically go online, you tell it what park and what day you're going to go, and you pick certain rides. And depending on the park, it's either, kind of tiered, where it's like you choose one from column A and one from column B, or others, it's, other various rides. And they give you times and things like that. But the biggest thing is, again, if you aren't an experienced Disney planner or get help from somebody, it can be very confusing, because basically you have to kind of map out your day. You have to know exactly what park you're going on what day, and if you have dining reservations or if you want to do dining or something, you kind of have to make sure that your day kind of all fits together. It's very much a military operation. There are people that spend hours and weeks planning things out and putting spreadsheets together to try and, maximize the most of their fast passes. And again, it was something that was free. They actually started it almost 20 years ago. The fast pass system's almost been around for 20 years, and it has its hiccups. But for the most part, it works if you know how to use the system. But again, when the pandemic hit and when the park reopened, because of limited capacity, they put FastPass on hold. So basically everything was, you just waited in regular lines. So what this article talks about, and this is something that's been rumored for many years now, is that they were talking about getting rid of the FastPass system altogether. So it seems that it was actually as early as 2007, there were indications that Disney executives were looking for ways to obviously monetize, oh surprise, the FastPass system. So Disney had spent billions of dollars upgrading Walt Disney World's guest tracking infrastructure via the MyMagic Plus initiative. And that's why they were looking to kind of monetize the FastPass, but that kind of took a back seat when they were updating everything for the Magic Band system, because the FastPass system, if you remember, were actually just little tickets. You basically went up to the ride, and actually back then, when the original FastPass system happened, you couldn't get a FastPass until you got to the park that day. And what you would do is you would go up to the ride, and it would say it had a 40-minute wait, but then you could get a fast pass, and the idea was that the fast pass would be roughly about the same or a little bit more than the wait time for the ride, so that this way you didn't have to wait on the queue. You'd scan your park ticket, you'd push a button, and you'd get your little hard copy. Well, they advanced it over the years as they started doing everything with the Magic Bands to make these fast pass reservations ahead of time. So there would be some that would be available that day for people who just decided to go to the park that day or hadn't planned anything. But for the most part, most fast passes would already be gone, especially for the big rides that day. So in this article, it talks about how now the rumors are that Disney, because they haven't started doing the fast passes again, that they're going to turn it into some sort of monetized system, which other theme parks actually already do that and have been doing that for years. As an example, Universal offers their Skip the Line pass, and it's on a tier system. So you can either get a Skip the Line where it would allow you, I don't know how many rides, but you'd only be able to go on that certain ride like one time. Or you could get the unlimited pass, which was like $15 more, where you could go on multiple rides, basically skipping the line multiple times. So, whatever the Harry Potter ride is, you could go multiple times. With Disney's Fast Pass system that they currently have, it's just a one-time ride. Now you get 3 to start, And then once you use up all those 3 for that day, then you can get additional ones if there are anything available. So it's a little bit of a different system. I know the Six Flag parks do the same thing where you can do, it's like for, I think, just their roller coasters or something, you can do a skip the line thing. So, so now, again, the rumors are that Disney is looking to maybe do some sort of a tiered thing. They did talk about how Disneyland Shanghai had started doing a paid system. But again, Shanghai Disney isn't run by Disney. They just lease the name and whatnot. But the interesting thing with this is there was another article that just came out today talking about possibly FastPass was coming back because they noticed on the My Disney Experience app for the wait times, it said standby wait time with whatever, and that terminology was always used when there was standby
It doesn't
and
mean it's coming
fast.
back for free.
Right, it doesn't mean it's coming back, but at least it sounds like they're updating the app at least, because before yesterday, or before, I guess it was yesterday, it was just the standard wait time. It didn't have standby. So again, until something comes out, everything is really kind of up in the air.
So problem number 1 with this is FastPass came out to solve a problem that Disney had, and that was overcrowding.
Right.
Disney has never made an attempt to address the actual problem of overcrowding, except for Rise of the Resistance with the virtual queue and the Dumbo ride with putting a second ride in and then having the play area for the kids to wait for their turn.
Right. Now, I believe the not the Superman, wrong one. The Spider-Man ride
is virtual queue as well.
Is virtual queue. So
let's dispel the rumor that Disney's giving you some kind of free service out of the goodness of their heart with FastPass. They're not. All they're trying to do is to compensate for the fact that they're trying to cram as many asses in the seats as possible of these rides, and they're inconveniencing people by having a 45-minute constant wait to get on a 30, a 2-minute ride maybe, like Peter Pan.
Right.
It's poor planning on their part that required FastPass in the first part. It was a partial fix to a problem that they themselves created. Now, they're going to ask people to pay for that service. Well, I'm already paying $120 to be in here to go on these rides. And there's a very good chance that if I don't have FastPass, I won't be able to go on the rides that I want to go on, despite the fact that I've paid $120 plus whatever else I paid to stay in the park and eat and everything else. That's per person, mind you.
Right.
So when they do this, they're going to charge you per person for FastPass as well. The other problem that I have is this logic of, the other theme parks have been doing this for years now. That's really not a good excuse.
Right.
If every other theme park you got punched in the face when you walked in, does that justify Disney punching you in the face when you walked in? No, it's an idiotic premise.
Right.
So to say that other theme parks are doing it wrong, so we're going to do it wrong, is really not the way to set the bar. The problem that I have here is Disney has a solution for this problem, and it is virtual queues. They've already successfully implemented it. They've already updated their technology to get to the point that you could do it. And they're already milking everything else out of me that they can possibly get when we go to the park to begin with. Stop trying to find new ways to reach into my pocket and take money out. You're already taking enough out as it is. This is just extortion at this point. Why am I going to go to the park, pay as much as I do to get in the park to go on 2 rides, maybe 3 rides, then pay more to not wait in a queue? Because let's take a look at what Disney's queue management techniques have been over the past. Instead of making the queue shorter or adding more rides like they did with Dumbo to lessen the queue or make the queues move faster, they've turned the queues into an attraction. Oh, you can play games while you're waiting in line. Oh, that's great. So that makes that 45-minute wait so much better because I can sit here and push buttons in the queue while I'm waiting. Like that.
Or you play games on the Disney Play app.
Right. That
And-
like
right.
it's all about trying to distract you from the
Mhm.
fact that Disney is trying to cram people into a line and make you wait.
Right.
Like Disney is one big giant wait when you go to the parks.
Mhm.
Because they have no concept of, well, let's limit the number of people in the park. The only limitations they have are ones that are imposed on them by local ordinances for how many people can be in the park.
Right.
They don't have any courtesy whatsoever to say, okay, you know what? We've got too many people on this ride. Let's shut this ride down for right now. Let's not even try to get people in the queue. No,
Mhm.
what they do, and you see it with Pirates of the Caribbean,
Mm-hmm.
they'll just keep extending the line. They'll put you in the cattle corral,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll have you walk back and forth for an hour and a half while you try to get on a 3-minute ride.
Right.
It's a terrible user experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's a disservice to your customers that you're trying to get money from.
Right.
And it's overall, it ruins the vacation experience.
Well, and I think that's, and one of the things we talked about a couple of weeks ago is the patent for the upgraded virtual queue
Yep.
coming into play. So, and they basically said if people are waiting in a queue, again, they're not spending money on drinks or refreshments or something like that. So for them, don't make us pay for
Right.
a virtual
Absolutely.
queue, because if you're not having us wait, we're going to go get something to eat and something to drink.
Right.
And you're going to
Don't penalize me.
Right.
By
I'd rather-
extorting more money out of me.
Right.
So I
I'd
don't have to wait.
rather pay for a refreshment,
Yep.
for a thing of popcorn, for a drink, than have to pay to not wait on a line.
Absolutely. Don't extort the money out of me so
Give
I
me
don't
something
have to wait.
for my money.
Incentivize me to spend my money so that
Right.
I get some kind of benefit from it.
Right.
And it sounds like you have two competing philosophies here
Mhm.
that are going to clash.
Right.
The more stories I hear like this that come out, the less and less interested I am going to Disney and giving
I know.
them my money.
I know.
This goes back to the big giant sinkhole. That is what Disney is. It's a big giant sinkhole. The people just show up, they back their cars up, and they just unload the trunk with money into the
Yeah.
big sinkhole.
Yeah. So, again, it sounds like, something is coming, something's brewing. Is it something that's going to happen right away? Is it something, because the other thing too is now capacity limits have been, lifted. So the wait times are going up. That was one of the things, if we had decided to go, last August when, the park first opened, we would have had the run of the park.
Right.
We could have done everything like 5 times, but
I
it was
have
a
to
pandemic.
wonder.
So
I have to wonder what this fundamental change in philosophy is to go from the standard Disney money grab to this let's shake them down when they walk in the park money grab. Is it the change of management?
yeah, I don't
Is
know.
it demand from shareholders? Like, what is it? It's not. There hasn't been some industry fundamental change in
Right.
industry styling that would have brought
And
this
that's
on.
the thing too, is everything is just starting to come back slowly in certain areas. Yes, the Disney parks, Orlando has almost been reopened now for a year. You just had California, open up not that long ago. Other places still haven't even opened up. Why would you, there are still people that are out of work. There are still people that have been out of work.
Right.
Why would you try, if anything, do a discounted rate, do something.
Well, and it's almost
You
like
know.
Disney's like, oh, well, we lost so much money over the last year. We need to make it all back now. Well,
Right.
like, I got news for you. Everybody did.
Right.
You've got people that were out of work. You've got businesses that
Mhm.
closed down. You've
Right.
got a lot of people, a lot of businesses that took a loss last year
Mhm.
because of the pandemic.
Right.
They're not trying to rake their customers over the coals to make it all up in a month. you
Right.
know?
Right.
Disney needs to back off and realize that they're supposed to be offering you a value proposition.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot expect to get more money out of people if you're not going to give them something back.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's been the Disney philosophy the last 10 years. Every year they raise their ticket prices, whether or not they add anything new to the park.
Right.
And they're already ridiculously overpriced. So.
Do you feel better now?
Anyway. Okay.
Let's have a moment of zen.
Glad I got that off my chest. We're going to take a quick break while I take my blood pressure medication, and we'll be back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So, hey, guess what? Another Disney villain might be getting his own Disney Plus series.
Who might that be?
Oh, I don't know. That guy.
He's half the man he used to be.
What a dad joke that was. So, over the years, the Star Wars villain has become one of the most celebrated facets of the fantasy franchise. From Darth Vader in George Lucas's original trilogy to Darth Sidious in the Star Wars prequels, the franchise bad guys are some of the most popular evildoers in pop culture. I can't imagine anybody that would like any
I have no
villain.
idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, let's see. How many Darth Vaders are...
Can't see him from this camera angle. That's your side.
If you change it to your side, let's see how many Darth Vaders are there. Anyway, so it seems that Darth Maul is another iconic Star Wars villain who has quickly become a fan favorite despite his limited screen time. He had a cameo appearance at the end of one of your favorite Star Wars movies, Solo, A Star Wars Story.
I want to be a pilot.
Did you see the eye roll I did while I said that? So obviously fans have been eager to see him in something live action once more. So the good news is that it seems Lucasfilms and Disney are rumored to be working on a live action series featuring Maul, with a story that picks up sometime during the time frame of the same as the Solo movie. Darth Maul made his Star Wars villain debut in 1999's, God, that was a long time ago, Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and that was also the first appearance of Darth Sidious, and although he seemed to have been killed by Obi-Wan at the end of the film, he returned in 2008's animated series, Star Wars The Clone Wars, and in 2014 Star Wars Rebels. So throughout his Star Wars appearance, Maul has been portrayed as a villain and a disgraced Sith Lord who renounced his Darth status after it became apparent that Sidious never cared about him. Aww. Poor Sith Lord. I almost feel bad for him now. Not really. So a powerful crime lord in his own right, Maul is also Obi-Wan's relentless arch nemesis. Yeah, that would kind of be interesting if he shows up. Well, I don't know. Is he still really dead by the time Obi-Wan?
No, he's still alive.
Okay, so he could maybe make an appearance in the Obi-Wan series.
Sure, why
maybe.
not?
So, obviously it's worth mentioning that everything is still in the early, planning stages as we talked, I guess it was last week, of all the different Star Wars things that are projects that are in the works, this is not one of them. So this is kind of one of those, hey, we got rid of that one. Look, we have a free spot. We can, do this one. However, it does seem that Ray Parks, who was the actor who's been in these live action roles, it seems that he probably won't be making the return as Darth Maul, because he got into some hot water after some videos got posted on Instagram of him and a mysterious woman doing some not so mysterious things. So now, fans are trying to figure who would replace the live action version of Darth Maul, but obviously, looking at it, you could almost put anybody in it because it's full makeup and the horns and everything. So it really kind of doesn't matter who is playing him. With all the makeup and prosthetics, you could probably make anybody look like Darth Maul. So it'll be interesting to see if it comes to light and who, takes the role. So, does it happen or does it get thrown, to the wayside?
Well, I do love the fact that they had postulated that Sam Witwer, who's done the voice since Phantom Menace for Maul, might be one of the candidates because his face is very well known in Star Wars as the character of Vader's apprentice,
right?
From one of the video games. But the voice is definitely something everyone's going to relate to.
Right.
The fact that they can chop the guy in half,
and he still comes back.
And I love the line earlier in the article about people have been anxious to see him in a live action sequence after he got chopped in half. So yeah, okay. I mean, I think Lucas realized a mistake that he made later on. He even acknowledged that, he had a great villain on his hands and kind of wasted that opportunity. And then we wound up getting the geriatric Sith Lord and Christopher Lee. Not to take anything away from Christopher Lee. He was a fantastic actor. He portrayed some of the greatest horror villains of all time.
Yeah.
But by the time he took on the role of Count Dooku, he was like 90 and not even convincing in the role as someone who could best a Jedi or something.
Right.
So I don't think they need any more shows at this point in time.
Right.
But if they are going to, cancel Rangers of the Republic because of another controversial Disney star, then I wouldn't object to Darth Maul getting his own series. As long as they don't have Solo in there. I don't want to hear any more. I want to be a pilot. I'm a pilot. That's just don't put that in there and we should be good to go.
Okay.
Speaking of Gina Carano, always seems to be in the news. Let's talk about that one.
So Lucasfilm has made its view about Gina Carano crystal clear. There is no force in the galaxy compelling enough
force. I like that.
to bring back Cara Dune back, whether the fans like it or not. The studio has severed ties with the Mandalorian star a while back. And we all know why, because we've talked about it multiple times. But it seems that it's not quite the case where Disney merchandising is concerned. So Lego is still offering mini figures of Gina Carano's Cara Dune, evident by an upcoming bumper pack marketed in a recent Japanese catalog. So the images were kind of fuzzy, but the one figure's stocky build and wavy dark hair is unmistakably Dune. The minifigure is part of a Lego Star Wars set that is scheduled for release this summer. The set also features Moff Gideon's gun-touting light cruiser front and center, including in the lineup of Mandalorian figures. So Cara Dune is accompanied by the Mandalorian, Grogu, Moff Gideon, Fennec, and a dark trooper. So it's a whole bunch of different characters with it. Lucasfilm is one of Disney's many subsidiaries, so it makes sense for the company to double back and hit off the switch on any prospective Cara Dune action figures to keep its distance from the actress. But obviously certain things kind of were already in production when things happened. Hasbro reportedly canceled any future Black Series Cara Dunes the same week that she was fired. The action figure was a huge sellout when it hit the shelves in 2020, motivating Hasbro to rubber stamp another production run. Then you had Big Bad Toy Store, who told The Hollywood Reporter that it was accepting pre-orders for the action figures when Hasbro had aborted the whole line. And that was something like eBay was going crazy for a little while with people that were, selling it, for crazy amount of money because you couldn't get them anymore. But fortunately, the brick owners, Lego wasn't deterred by her firing in any way and continues to manufacture the minifigures related to the character. So she's also going to be part of a AT-ST Raider set that's inspired by The Mandalorian. Then there's a couple of other different sets, like 4 or 5 different sets where she'll be one of the different characters that comes with it. Now, I don't know if these are only going to be in Japan or if they're going to be coming to the US, but it looks like it might be available online possibly in August. So it'll be interesting. Are you going to see the same kind of flood of people going and buying it just because, you can't get it? But if technically like Lego is still making them and they're just coming out, they're probably, I'm guessing, won't be that whole...
You're probably not going to have that rush because you're not going to have that limited availability.
Right.
And you kind of can get away with it by having it in Lego because none of the Lego stuff is really canon.
Right, true.
So, you can use that as your out for the most part.
Yeah.
As long as that character doesn't start showing up in some of the Lego shorts that they do, you should be okay.
Right. She kind of stays in the background. And,
and the problem that you run into, and this is why they should have recast the part. The problem that you run into is that you've put this significant character out there.
Yeah.
And you can't just ignore the character now because they played such a significant role in 2 seasons of The Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been logically more sensible to recast the part if you're going to blacklist the actors than to just pretend the character never existed. That's a mistake. That's going to screw up your continuity.
Yeah.
And you've kind of got a character gap now in your storyline as to, okay, how are you going to explain where she's at now?
Right. Oh, she went for coffee.
Right.
Haven't seen her since. Do you just not go back to that planet where she was?
Or do you kill the character off in a means that doesn't require you to have the face actor there?
Like the first 5 seconds of the show, you see a ship and it blows up. Like, dude, wasn't she on that?
Yeah, and that's sort of been a very popular technique. They did it back in Star Trek: The Next Generation when Denise Crosby decided that she didn't want to be on the show anymore because she didn't like the role that her character, the direction her character was going.
Right.
So Roddenberry just killed the character off in like this really lame death scene.
Right.
So you never had questions about it. So you either need to recast it or you need to kill the character to finish that story arc for her.
Right.
So, but I doubt that Disney's going to do either of those things.
I guess we shall see.
We shall see. And that was all we had for our, what was that? Our Tales from the Edge of My Sanity, right?
Right.
Right. We'll be right back with our entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility.
Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insights into things. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So Pink is feeling the love. So on Monday, the 41-year-old singer shared a clip on Twitter of a performance video made by students of Central Bucks High School West singing her hit, What About Us? The video, which features students from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, is special to the pop star, whose real name is Alicia Moore, since she also attended that school. Shouting out to her high school choir teacher in her post, Pink recalled that the instructor used the famous quote to her, "Alicia is not a solo," she wrote. "But I love this and it brought me to tears," she added. You all sound amazing and I'm totally overwhelmed with love." Although Pink didn't actually graduate from the school, she later earned her GED. So this was a really sweet story, and the video was very well done by the choir singing one of her hit songs. Every now and then they kind of threw in pictures of her from high school, and so it was a really touching tribute, and it was really sweet that she posted it so that other people could see it as well.
You know, it's funny because when we sat through the moving up ceremony on Thursday, seeing all those kids there, hearing the one girl sing the national anthem, I couldn't help but think, how many kids from this class are going to be famous someday? You know, and it was funny because I had never, it was after I had edited the notes for the show, I had never really thought of that at any other graduation before. And like nowadays, it's such a likelihood that you could make it as a pop star, a YouTube star, or like there's so many different avenues.
Well, and that's the thing is there's so many things that are available, not even, you know, the American Idols or things like that, just the people that are finding some sort of notoriety on TikTok or YouTube or things like that, and how creative, you know, these kids are or how talented they are. It's astonishing. So, you know, it was sweet that her, you know, alma mater was paying tribute to her, and that she in turn, you know, gave them, you know, some love.
How much inspiration does that serve to those kids in the high school now to go out and excel now and to see that as an example? I think that's a great story. What's next?
So this was sad news for me, and I'm sure, you know, millions of other people. You know, this is that time of year where, you know, the upfronts happen for the different networks, and shows get canceled and shows get renewed. So it seemed that earlier this week, Zoey's Extraordinary Playlist has now been canceled after 2 seasons. It was just confirmed earlier this week. It was something where it was kind of back and forth. They weren't sure if it was going to happen or not. They were actually hoping that if NBC didn't pick it up, that NBC's streaming service, Peacock, was actually going to pick it up, because there was an article that I saw a couple weeks ago that talked about the viewership had gone down for watching the show live, but that for streaming, the show had been doing really well. So they thought, okay, well, maybe if, you know, NBC doesn't pick it up, Peacock will pick it up and it can still continue streaming. But unfortunately, we have to say, goodbye to Zoe. It was, for me, I've always been, a musical kind of gal. So, musicals, movies and TV shows I always liked. I was a huge fan of Glee. So this was kind of the next step. It was the, older version, I guess, of Glee in a way. It was an interesting concept that, all these people would start singing these musical numbers, but yet they didn't know that they were singing the musical numbers because, Zoe kind of had this special power type thing that happened. So it would have been interesting to kind of see where the story went along, but obviously, at this point, it looks like it won't be happening. And of course, this kind of goes along with, a bunch of other shows that we've really enjoyed for the past couple of years that, it's funny when you look at the list of shows that didn't get renewed, it's actually kind of small. There was one article that listed, by network, here are all the shows that are returning, and here's like the 3 shows that aren't coming back. And it was like, of the shows that weren't coming back, they were the ones that we really enjoyed. Zoe being one of them, Prodigal Son, which was another one. And then obviously Netflix is a whole, different animal with their shows that, seem to do really, really well. And then all of a sudden get canceled. Now, again, is it because of the after effects of the pandemic? Not really sure, what it is, but it, kind of sad to see them go.
I just want it to be noted on the record. I did not watch this show.
Right.
So I cannot be held responsible for this one being canceled.
Right. Because, and to kind of give everybody a backstory on that, what always seems to happen is if it's a show that the two of us both watch and we both like, after a year or two, it gets canceled. So there have been shows where I watched all on my own and the show was doing fine, and all of a sudden you start watching it,
and it gets canceled.
And within a year and a half, It gets canceled. So,
and we do the same thing to restaurants too.
Right,
so
right.
We try not to eat out very often unless it's a restaurant we don't like.
Right. So yes, Zoe was not a show that you watched.
Yeah,
so
it's not my responsibility.
No, this one. Yeah. So
that was all we had for entertainment news. We'll be right back with our insightful picks. Go for your insightful pick.
So last weekend, we finally got around to having some family movie time, and we finally were able to watch Raya and the Last Dragon. This is streaming on Disney Plus. It's actually also still in the theaters, I believe, in some cases. So it's Walt Disney's Animation Studios' Raya and the Last Dragon travels to the fantasy world of Kumandra, where humans and dragons lived together in harmony long ago. But then an evil force threatened the land. The dragons sacrificed themselves to humanity. Now, 500 years later, the same evil has returned, and it's up to a lone warrior, Raya, to track down the legendary Last Dragon to restore the fractured land and its divided people. However, along her journey, she's learned that it'll take more than a dragon to save the world. It's going to take trust and teamwork as well. Raya and the Last Dragon features the voices of Kelly Marie Tran as Raya, the warrior whose wit is as sharp as her blade, and Awkwafina as the magical, mythical, self-deprecating dragon named Sisu. Characters also include a street-savvy 10-year-old entrepreneur and the formidable giant Tong, with the thieving little toddler and her band of orgies, little monkeys. I don't that they were probably the cute ones of the group. So it's a very interesting, hey, we need to work together as a team kind of movie. We all enjoyed it. There were definitely some humorous moments. There were, some teary moments as well. But overall, I think we all really, really enjoyed it.
Yep. Good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, much to most people's surprise, is not a documentary.
Oh my God, are you feeling okay?
This one I have to credit my son Sam for. This is Invincible on Amazon Prime. Invincible is an American adult animated superhero streaming television series. It's based on the Image Comics series of the same name by Robert Kirkman, Corey Walker, and Ryan Ottley. The series premiered on Amazon Prime Video on March 25th of 2021 to critical acclaim for its animation, action sequences, and performances. The series stars Kevin Ewan, Sandra Oh, and J.K. Simmons. In April of 2021, Amazon actually renewed the series for a second and third season, which should give you a hint as to how good this show is. The series initially revolves around 17-year-old Mark Grayson and his transformation into a superhero under the guidance of his father, Omni-Man, the most powerful person on the planet. Mark Grayson is a normal teenager, except for the fact that his father, Nolan, is the most powerful superhero on the planet. Shortly after his 17th birthday, Mark begins to develop powers of his own and enters into his father's tutelage. But as Mark develops powers on his own, he discovers his father's legacy may not be as heroic as it seems. This shows the closest thing to an animated version of another superhero series we've showcased on our Insightful Picks, The Boys. We're 2 episodes into the first 8 episodes of Season 1, and the show's managed to keep me on the edge of my seat with each episode. The complexity of the plots, depth of the characters, and the throw caution to the wind attitude towards storytelling is a refreshing take on a superhero-filled entertainment world we live in today. What if our superheroes had a dark side? That's a question that they seem to be asking a lot these days in these shows.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited to see where the story goes. Episode 1 was very interesting. It was exceptionally graphic. Probably not a show that you want to have the kids watching.
Definitely not a show you want kids to watch.
I think we both agree that the animation is kind of rough at times to get through, but the storytelling, I think, is spot on.
Right.
There's humor in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's, I don't think we've seen too many touching moments. Not touching in a good way.
Right.
Most.
Oh, look at that head explode!
Most touching usually revolves around someone's head exploding or coming off or something.
Yeah.
It is a very graphic show.
Mm-hmm.
So, Invincible on Amazon Prime, streaming now. We'll be right back. I think that's it this week.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have any afterthoughts. We don't have anything that we're doing this weekend to highlight. No highlight reels to run.
Unless you wanted to show the graduation, which I don't think anybody else would really care about.
No, and I didn't prep it, unfortunately. It was a very shaky camera, too, because it was zoomed in a lot.
Right.
So I don't want to give anybody motion sickness.
That's my job.
Yeah. So before we go, I would once again ask folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find video versions of all of the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. Would also ask folks, write in, give us your feedback, tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us at Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram if I ever post to it at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can find audio versions of the podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find the video versions of all of our podcasts, all 3 of them, at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We
do stream 5 days a week. This week we stream 6 days a week on Twitch and YouTube, by the way. But on Twitch, we're at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription, which we'd appreciate you throwing our way.
And if you miss links, anything that we've mentioned, and you want to go to our main site, which has links to everything, and hopefully maybe this weekend we'll have profile pictures.
We might.
There's
rumors.
There's rumors of profile pictures possibly finally going up.
Because, if you're a listener of the show, you don't know what we look like unless you watch the video.
Right, exactly. So, hey, if you want to see what we look like in a certain form, hint, hint, you can go to our main website at www.insightsintothings.com.
I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding. So they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics, where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind, actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it, that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about.
That's correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself, so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's actually pretty good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said mission accomplished.
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. I think, and it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years. But figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, go home, we love you. Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it's it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history, and information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we've saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, America's supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE. But doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still. And for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
About how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons, so they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did, and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache, not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in.
And it's unfortunate for people that, because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him or promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And It's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. You know, Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle
During
of a pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. Then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. Your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the, we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump, but it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is a thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that mark, that stain, is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, like, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion,
Right.
but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. Whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too, there's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately people, the conspiracies from that side of politics, were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And now we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and what was it, 150? 250 other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
Well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, you know, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows a somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years, which makes me wonder how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get a third that are good at their jobs, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign, or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies. And
I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long-term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also, in turn, be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic like task force, is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency, do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future, all right, let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much, and I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through, pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing, because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there in his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction. Mm-hmm. Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come, but I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at Insights Into Things, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right, another one in the books. Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 114, Forgiveness. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my caring and understanding co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing okay. So things are slowing down for you. You've finished school for the year. You're on your summer break. Just started this week, right?
Yep.
So big plans for the summer?
Maybe.
Not so
I don't really know.
So you've got some projects that you're working on, some of which we've talked about on the podcast.
Yep.
Because last year we kind of did a podcast on what you were doing for the summer.
Yeah.
We're picking up with, what was the online?
Varsity Tutors.
Varsity Tutors. So you signed up for a couple of classes there as well. And that's probably a subject that we should do a podcast on and kind of highlight what they do and talk about what they do and the benefit that you get from that. So maybe we'll do a topic on that.
Okay.
We've got vacation, some day trips planned for later in the summer. You've got a couple of movie projects you're working on. You've got the work for the podcast. So chances are you'll be pretty busy for a good portion of the summer with that and your summer work and reading and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
No worries though, right? That's okay. You can lie to me here.
Yes, no worries.
There we go. That's what we like to hear. So today we're talking forgiveness. So this week we'll understand what forgiveness truly is, the three major forms of forgiveness, and why forgiveness is so important for our adolescents and teens. Then we'll take a look at some of the challenges that teens face when it comes to forgiveness before we finish up by looking at the health benefits of forgiveness and how you can help your teen be a more forgiving person. Before we do that, though, I would ask folks to subscribe to the podcast You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of this and all of our network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, any place you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite folks to reach out to us, give us your feedback, give us some suggestions on topics for the show that we can address. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. On Facebook, you can reach us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can go to our website and get links to all that and more at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Why not?
Well, I could come up with a few reasons if you really wanted me to.
No.
No?
Just go.
Just go. Okay, I'm going. So, forgiveness. Today's research was gotten or obtained from scholarsandstorytellers.com. Forgiveness, they say, is a tricky thing. It's something that emotions and the ego could get in the way of. It's something we need to do to move forward in certain situations. It's something that often involves our relationship with others, and sometimes it's even something that only we can give to ourselves. And I think self-forgiveness is one of the toughest things a lot of people face. Mm-hmm. Forgiveness comes in three forms. You can have forgiveness of others when one forgives someone else for something. You can get forgiveness from others when one is forgiven by someone else for something. Or you can have forgiveness of yourself when one forgives themselves of something they've done, a disappointment, not reaching a goal, saying something or doing something that you'd wish you hadn't done, and so forth. So forgiveness also needs to be genuine. Simply saying the words, "I'm sorry," doesn't mean that someone actually is sorry. A lot of parents get into the habit when their kids are young. If they do something wrong, they say, "Well, go say you're sorry." And the kid goes over and says, "Oh, I'm sorry," and walks away when they're really not sorry. So it doesn't really solve anything. It probably sets a bad precedent. Mm-hmm. Saying these words is something that's often encouraged in childhood and continues to be put to practice in adulthood because it's a polite thing to do, to say you're sorry.
Yeah.
In order to teach young people how to really apologize, they need to be guided to understand what wrongdoing is and how they should have approached the situation differently to do it right the next time. Additionally, they need to be taught how to express their emotions. And I think adolescents and teens, that's one of the biggest struggles there is you feel things that you don't really know what they are. You don't have labels or words or ways to describe them. And you need to learn that. It's an important part of growing up. Mm-hmm. These are things that should start in childhood and continue throughout adolescence, but if you don't have the proper guidance, you tend to be missing some of these skills.
Yeah.
So tell us why forgiveness is important.
Well, forgiveness is important, one, in order to, at least, I thought you were asking me that.
Yeah, I was, but I kind of wrote, we have the notes there for it, so.
Let's just cut that out in post. Forget that ever happened. So, kids can be cruel. A 2012 study talks about how an adolescent's adjustment is related to just how they cope with negative experiences among others in their age group. They took a look at just what kind of potential forgiveness has as a way to cope with these kinds of negative experiences.
So before we get into that for real as we go through the notes here, you had obviously some ideas of why forgiveness is important. Let's hear your thoughts on why you think forgiveness is important before we get into the technical study information.
Well, I definitely think that forgiveness is important because you don't want to be holding you don't want to like be on bad terms with people, because that can lead, I'm pretty sure that's led to pretty bad events. And while it might not be extreme, it's still good to at least be on good terms with someone. And at least, in a way, just agree to disagree at least. And
that's a very good point. And let me ask you, have you ever had an instance where you may have had a disagreement or an argument with a family member or a friend, and in retrospect, you had an opportunity to go back and look at what you said or did and realize what you did was wrong, but didn't forgive that person right away? Did that ever happen to you?
There was one time where I had gotten into somewhat of a fight with Lindsay. Now, we had gotten into fights, kind of a lot, mainly, I guess, mainly because I wasn't I didn't know how to control my emotions at that point.
Right, that was a tough time for you, as growing up.
And I was normally the one who started the fights anyway, and usually we'd make up by the end of the day, but there was this one point where it had took an entire week until we eventually made up again.
And during that week, how did it make you feel not making up?
It was definitely one of the hardest weeks I had to go through, because Lindsay was one of the only friends I actually had, and she was like one of the only kids who stayed around because I had to stay in aftercare for a pretty long time, and she was one of the only kids who went to aftercare and stayed there for a decent amount of time. So I really didn't have any friends until I ended up making up with her.
But emotionally, how did you feel carrying that baggage for a week?
It felt really bad. I felt like I knew this wasn't another one of our regular fights where I'd apologize. And honestly, I was just an emotional package that week. I hated the fact that I didn't apologize. I didn't know what was the right way to fix it, and I felt like we weren't going to be friends anymore.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, but that's exactly what they're talking about here, is why it's important, because carrying that emotional baggage, knowing that maybe you did something wrong or you hurt a friend's feelings, takes a toll on you emotionally. And it can be emotionally exhausting for you to carry that around without clearing your conscience, so to speak. Tell us what they talk about as far as the study goes.
So it turns out that adolescents who are more forgiving were more likely to engage in more effective forms of coping and less likely to seek revenge when bullied. Forgiveness might be a valuable coping strategy for both victims and bully victims, because youth who respond to bullying are in more negative ways perpetuate victimization and other relationship problems with their peers, and the act of forgiving may also help the development of the ability to identify remorse and express empathy.
Right. So what they're really saying here is that kids that don't forgive, whether it's from bullying or something else, perpetuate that cycle of violence or abuse or bullying, and it continues further down the line. The kids that can forgive and kind of patch up those relationship problems are more empathetic. You know what empathy is?
Mm-hmm.
So empathy, for the audience, empathy is the ability to feel the emotions or sense the emotions of others. So if I say something to hurt your feelings and I see that your feelings are hurt and I'm empathetic, it then bothers me because I feel sort of what you're feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And kids that can forgive tend to be more empathetic. And later on in life, that empathy is what makes us, kind, forgiving, accepting humans. So if you don't forgive, then it's a compounding cycle where it just gets progressively worse from there, which is another reason why it's very important to forgive. What was it? There was another point that they bring up as well. What was that?
So further research confirmed that forgiving is good for you because it can reduce the burden on mental health. By being forgiving of others, of ourselves and others, the connection between stress and mental illness can be eliminated. In other words, forgiveness can help young people to both overcome and let go of negative experiences among peers, and it can be a positive effect on their social development and mental health.
Exactly. So, we all get into situations where we do something wrong or someone does something wrong to us, and that's like an emotional trauma to the human psyche. And the act of forgiving is really the first part of the healing process of the human psyche. If you cut yourself and you never bother to clean it and bandage it, it's not going to heal properly.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't heal properly, you get, recurring wounds, you'll get scarring, and you carry that wound for your whole life. And when you think of conflict with other people, you get into an argument with someone, and a lot of times the emotions run high, and you say things that you don't mean, but they are things that come out in the heat of the moment because of how high your emotions are.
Mm-hmm.
And you go back afterwards, and you didn't mean those things. But if you don't start the healing process by forgiving the person who said those things or for apologizing for those things, if you don't start that healing process, then that rift starts. That scar starts to scab over, and that problem never goes away. And then the next time you're in that situation, if you're the person who hurt someone, it makes it much easier for you to hurt that person because you're less empathetic at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that really you kind of need to treat right off the bat and not wait if you can avoid waiting.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the challenges that teens face when it comes to forgiveness.
Okay.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are talking forgiveness. So there are certain challenges that teens face when it comes to forgiveness, and it has nothing to do with why you need to forgive someone. According to experts, teens' immediate responses to being wronged by someone are motivated by hormones, and there are a lot of hormones at play in this age group. They also say that part of the brain that helps someone to have self-control and the ability to control their immediate responses doesn't fully mature until you're about 26 years old.
Wow.
So people under that age tend to be very impulsive. And I could attest to that because when I was your age, I had a lot of issues where I would get into fights a lot. I was the type of person, I never liked bullies. And I was one of the biggest kids in school, my entire school career. So every time I saw a bully picking on someone, whether it was my friend or someone else, I was the type of person who intervened. I couldn't control that urge to not just turn the other cheek. And as a result, I wound up getting into a lot of fights that way. So they go on to say that means the urge for payback is strong. It can be hard to overcome, but patience and putting oneself in the other person's shoes in order to let go of hard feelings will pay off in the end. And this is where some of the struggles with teens are, where teens tend to see what's happening in the moment right now. And that's not a dig on teens. That's just the way your brains are wired. And it's a survival instinct. Most teens tend to not look at the bigger picture, the long-term picture. And that's just from evolution. So what else, how else is forgiveness different with teens and adolescents?
So think about the last time you were faced with having to forgive or ask for forgiveness. It probably had to do with a social situation involving one other person or a group of other people. A 2018 study discusses that, by its very nature, forgiveness is an interpersonal process, and to fully understand the forgiveness process, the perspectives of both the victim, who may grant forgiveness, and the perpetrator, who may seek forgiveness, is needed. Adolescence is a critical time for social situations, and research shows that there are differences in how different aged young people both understand wrongdoings and approach forgiveness. There's a sort of spectrum that kids move through as they develop an understanding of the consequences of their actions and the nature of forgiveness. For example, two opposite ends of the spectrum are that young children negotiate with forgiveness, claiming that they'll forgive in exchange for something they wanted or need. College-aged youth view it more as it means to maintain social relationships.
Now, that's an interesting contrast that they show there, where forgiveness itself in this younger group is more of a tool, and that tool is used differently. You know, you can use one side of a hammer to put a nail in or use the other side to pull a nail out. And depending on your age, people are using forgiveness for different purposes. Now, let's think back to a situation where someone has wronged you and you forgave them. Can you think of any specific examples of that?
I guess maybe this one time, I remember this one girl who I was playing with. I don't know what she was doing. Basically, like, she wanted me to look away. Like, I had toys out, and basically, she wanted me to look away from them, where she was planning on taking them, but I ended up seeing it out of the corner of my eye. And we ended up having to tell the teacher about it, and I ended up forgiving her for doing so.
And how did she react to you forgiving her?
I'd say she thanked me for it.
Now, did she actually acknowledge that she had done something wrong to you?
Actually, I think it was only when the teacher got involved, because when I first said that she was trying to take I think she did take my toys, but I had seen it out of the corner of my eye, and I sort of called her out for it, and she denied it, and until I got the teacher involved, she didn't really admit it.
So it wasn't until there was a consequence attached to it that she felt compelled to apologize.
Yeah.
And despite that compelling her to apologize, you still forgave her.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a testament to your character there, that you're still willing to forgive her. Now, did you continue to play with her after that?
I think we kind of went our separate ways afterwards, because I really don't entirely remember what exactly we were doing. I don't think I was playing with her specifically. I think she just came up and was trying to do it as a joke or something.
I see.
I really don't know.
So I guess the point is especially in situations where you have different age groups involved, the social rules, I guess, or the motivating factors of forgiveness become intertwined. They become complicated, much more complicated than just right or wrong, because certain people are trying to get different things out of the act of forgiving people or apologizing. So there's certain motivators there. It's important to consider just how much of an understanding of forgiveness youth have at their age and stage of life. Another consideration is that given the media and the technology-based culture that we live in, cyberbullying is a looming threat to young people as well. Research shows the promotion of forgiveness can help to prevent cyberbullying. There was something in the news just recently with a celebrity who was kind of called on the carpet for cyberbullying a couple of years ago. Today, she had been called on the carpet and finally came forward and apologized for it, and is trying to make amends for it now. So even if that apology and that forgiveness is delayed, it can still have a positive impact.
Mm-hmm.
They say this is a huge opportunity for those in content development and creation. So kind of a message to people like us, people who generate content and put it out on the internet to send the right message to kids and to teens.
Mm-hmm.
The very virtual landscape in which cyberbullying happens could potentially prevent it through stressing its importance and educating on how to achieve it, ultimately helping youth to overcome wrongdoings by letting go and practicing forgiveness. And you can kind of make that, they describe it as exciting here. I would rather refer to it as rewarding. Like you think back to the time when you and your friend had got into an argument and you went a week without forgiving her. How did you feel after you forgave her? How did you feel about yourself? Not necessarily the incident, but how did you feel about yourself after you forgave her?
I felt a lot better. It was definitely a turning point. I felt very happy that we ended up making amends and that I ended up forgiving her.
Yeah, and I think the important thing, the real significant takeaway is when you can put yourself in someone else's shoes, look at it from their perspective, kind of try to figure out why they said something or why they did something the way they did. And you'll see a lot of times, someone may say something mean to you or rude to you, and it has nothing to do with you. They could have had a bad day. They could have gotten yelled at. They could have gotten in trouble. They could have had a bad night's sleep. It could be any number of things. And we all go through those things ourselves. There are nights that you don't sleep well. There are nights that maybe you didn't do well on a test, or you may be stressing about taking a test, and that influences how you deal with people. So being able to empathize and understand the other person's point of view goes a long way in helping to achieve forgiveness. And once you can forgive, it's emotionally liberating for you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of cleansing, you feel better about yourself, that you're not carrying that negative feeling around with you anymore.
Yeah.
Because, anytime you carry negative feelings, it can weigh you down,
Definitely.
So we're going to take our second break, and then we're going to come back and talk about the actual health benefits of forgiveness.
All right.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are talking about forgiveness. And right now we're going to be talking about the health benefits of forgiveness. Researchers have identified that forgiveness is associated with several benefits, including better physical and mental health. Examples are low blood pressure and psychological well-being, reduced anger, and maintenance of close relationships. On the other hand, holding grudges and seeking revenge is associated with several health concerns, including depression, anxiety, poor physical health, and lower self-esteem. The benefits of forgiveness have not only been found in adults, but also in children and adolescents as well. The ability to forgive someone is an essential component to maintaining relationships with others and is especially important during development. Peer relationships are crucial for children's social, emotional, physical, and psychological well-being. But as we all know from experience, relationships are not always easy to manage, especially in the face of conflict.
So there are actually real documented benefits to your health to forgiveness. We talked about the emotional baggage side of things and how exhausting that can be. But, it affects your blood pressure. It could affect your heart rate. It could affect your sleep cycle. It could affect you from a self-esteem standpoint, where if you fail to forgive someone, you may look at yourself differently after that. And a lot of times this sort of happens in situations where you may have an argument with someone who might be moving away, and you don't patch that up before they move away, and then you don't have an opportunity. Or, God forbid, you have an argument with someone and they pass away, and you never have an opportunity to make that up to them before they do. There was a documentary I was watching the other night about this famous celebrity, and the celebrity's friend had to take them to the airport. They were traveling. They had traveled overseas because they had a death in the family. And the celebrity's health wasn't very well. Everyone kind of knew that he wasn't doing so well. But the friend who drove him to the airport, they had an argument. And the celebrity had invited them to walk with them in the airport so they could talk it over. And they weren't ready to talk it over because they were still angry. So they declined that. And the celebrity flew overseas for the funeral for the family member, and they passed away while they were over there. And this friend of the celebrities had to carry that with them, and it was an emotional baggage that took a toll on their emotional and their physical health. So it's important that you not let these things fester, because an emotional wound is no different than a physical wound. If you don't take care of it, it's going to fester.
Mm-hmm.
And there are health consequences that we have to deal with those. A lot of people, I already have high blood pressure, just because of my physical status. The last thing I need is to carry the emotional baggage and aggravate something like that. And when you get into a situation with forgiveness and apologizing, a lot of times people's pride and ego win out over that, and they don't realize the effect that it has on their health. Just like laughter, they say laughter is the best medicine, and there's clinical studies that suggest that, if you are happy-go-lucky and you laugh a lot and you joke a lot, you physically are better. So people don't really appreciate the physical impact that the brain, the mental, emotional side of things has on things.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about how we can teach our children about the virtues of forgiveness. So one very important way is through parenting, which, Mommy and I try to do, which is really what motivated this podcast too.
Yeah.
As research has consistently shown, children often imitate their parents' behaviors, making parents a direct model of behavior for their children. One study in particular demonstrated how parents' forgiving tendencies were associated with their child's forgiving tendencies, and the results were maintained up to 1 year later. So that's a pretty significant impact over little things like that.
Yeah.
Outside of modeling forgiving behavior, parents can also explicitly teach their children about forgiveness and how they should respond when faced with conflict or when someone has hurt them. So this is sort of the philosophy that mommy and daddy have had, and it's sort of always been to set the example of how we would like you to be. Do you find that to be helpful in guiding your actions?
I mean, yeah, I've definitely always been a very forgiving person. It was definitely a bit of a struggle when I started going through the emotional problems, but eventually when I got that figured out, it was a lot easier to end up forgiving people. And I definitely think a lot of that had to do with you guys being the influence on me.
And how do you think your forgiving tendencies, or do you think your forgiving tendencies have had an influence over your friends that you've shared those tendencies with?
I think that they also have received the positive feedback because I'm normally the one who whenever we get into fights, I'm normally the one who ends up apologizing because I normally was the one who started the fights. And my one friend Lindsay, after the 1 week where we didn't talk with each other after the fight, she felt incredibly. She told me she felt incredibly relieved that we were back to being really good friends and that we could, hang out again.
Yeah, I can definitely see how therapeutic that is. Let me ask you: do you think that mommy and daddy fight a lot?
No, not to the point where I get afraid to the point where you might divorce. You do definitely have arguments. I notice them and hear them, but it's always in somewhat of a playful way. And even if you guys are upset, normally you guys make it up afterwards.
So do you think we set a decent example for you when it comes to relationship management like that?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, that's good. There's one instance that I don't know if I've shared with you. I know I've shared with mommy. My one brother and I had gotten into an argument quite some time ago. This is a very long time ago. He was supposed to be in my wedding, and he had his wife had a friend of his who was getting married. So our mom happened to be at I don't know if it was a baby shower or something like that for his wife, and she said something or did something that made his wife angry. And as a result, he pulled out of my wedding. And we had already gotten the tuxedos. We had already, everything was booked and everything was set. So it was going to cost quite a bit of money. And he pulled out under the premise that he had to go to his wife's friend's wedding that was happening at the same day. And that, it hurt. And I was kind of offended by it, but it was one of those things where I kind of got over it and, was willing to forgive him. So it turns out later on, apparently I had done something or said something to my other brother. I have 3 brothers. Had 3 brothers. I had said something to my other brother that offended the brother who pulled out of my wedding. So all the while, I thought he and I weren't talking because of what he did to me, and he was mad at me because of something that I didn't even realize that I did to my other brother. So I had pulled him aside one day when he was over my mom's house for a birthday party or something, and I pulled him outside and I said, "Look, we've not talked long enough." I said, let's put bygones to the side here and let's get over this. I'm not angry at what you did at my wedding anymore. And he looked at me as if I had like 3 eyes or something like that. Like I had no clue why we were arguing, because he was angry at me for a completely different reason. And he flat out refused to even listen to any explanation that I have. So when he left, it was like an episode of The Twilight Zone. When he left, I felt relieved that I had forgiven him, and I had told him that I had forgiven him. I felt very confused that he was angry at me. And to this day, we still don't talk to each other because of something that he says that I did that I'm pretty sure I never did. But looking back now, I can look at it with a clear conscience, knowing that even though he did do something that offended me and my wife at the time, I was, mature enough that I forgave him for that, even though he obviously didn't want that forgiveness. And I felt better after that, even though we still haven't talked. So it was a very strange tale of forgiveness that I went through with that. But that's probably the biggest experience that I had with that, where I really felt terrible that he and I had gone almost 4 years without ever talking after that whole incident happened. And I felt terrible not patching things up, even though I wasn't the one that did anything wrong. I just felt wrong that we were on the odds as a result. And I tried to fix that and felt relieved afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times forgiveness isn't something that fixes a broken relationship. But if it's the right thing to do, you should still do it, even though you might not get the end result that you're looking for, I guess is the moral of the story there.
Okay.
So what else is there that we can help parents understand?
So despite parents' best efforts to install appropriate values in their children, they are often in competition with the media. In today's society, media is a very powerful tool that can manipulate the beliefs, norms, perceptions, values, and behaviors of the society at large. If something is accepted by the media, it is often accepted by society as well. But if used appropriately, media can be an important educational tool. Therefore, what children see in the media they consume, like YouTube, television, and apps, will have an enormous impact on their development, and sometimes even more so than parents. In this sense, how characters and stories are represented in the media matters a lot. Oftentimes, representation of characters is talked about in terms of gender or race. However, what we must not forget is that representation can also be about a character's internal qualities, morals, and beliefs. Embodying forgiveness is no exception. Because of the many benefits that accompany the act of forgiving and being forgiven, it is critical that we create characters in the media who display the virtue of forgiveness and can therefore teach children and adolescents how to exercise this in their own lives.
So I guess really what they're getting at here is what we consume in the media today has an influence over youth. And media always has. I mean, going back to the early days of radio, you had parents that didn't want their kids listening to rock and roll because of the influence it had over them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So influence of media on kids is not something new. I think today, though, because of the overexposure of media and the fact that it's so in your face, and there's so many different sources for it now. Anybody, can make a podcast. Anybody can make YouTube videos or TikTok or whatever. And these mediums aren't really regulated. Like, up until the 1990s, all through my youth, your media was movies, television, and radio. Well, all three of those had some kind of governing body that dictated what they could show or say or do. So your depictions had a lot more control over them. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep, definitely.
And nowadays, anybody can produce just about anything they want and put it out there for kids to consume. So it's very difficult for parents to regulate what their kids are exposed to. And it's very easy for kids to be influenced by those things. So you kind of have to be careful what they're consuming.
Yeah. I do want to point out something that I've noticed. Various forms of the media haven't entirely, I don't feel, put the right message out for kids about the subject of forgiving. Of course, it's like, there is the whole sorry doesn't always work thing, which is a good message. But I've also seen things where, like, it's good for a character to get revenge on somebody, where I've learned that that's really not a good message to be putting out to kids, and it's still kind of a popular message that I feel kind of needs to die down, and we need to, talk about forgiveness in a different light. I just feel like revenge is just something that kids shouldn't really do because, well, it's really not going to help anything.
Absolutely. The whole concept of getting even never gets anybody even.
Yeah.
Somebody always suffers when it comes to that kind of mentality. And a lot of times it's the person who was wronged in the first place who thinks they need to get even, and they do something in retaliation. And the result of that is hurting themselves again. It may be morally hurting you. It may be ethically hurting you. You may be doing something that gets you in trouble. So again, that kind of speaks to that impulse control that kids don't have until you develop in that, physically in your brain in your mid-20s. So it's difficult to get kids to have that long game approach where you're looking further ahead and understanding what your consequences are. But a lot of times it's a matter of role playing, right? So we role play, we play D&D, and we take our characters and we take them in different directions. But when we make choices as those characters, there's consequences, and we have to deal with them. If you get into a fight and you can't win that fight, it might cost your character something.
Yeah.
You can role play in real life too. If someone wrongs you and you decide your first impulse is to get back at them and get even, to take a minute to kind of play out that scenario in your head. Do a little bit of a thought experiment and think, okay, so Johnny bumped me in the hallway and made me knock my books over, so I'm going to trip him in the hallway next time. Okay, well, if I do that and I escalate that violence, well, maybe his friends are going to beat me up at that point, or maybe the teachers are going to see me and I'm going to get in trouble. Like, what good can possibly come of that other than maybe a little bit of satisfaction that you're getting back at them?
Yeah.
And look at it long game. Like, okay, so I got that satisfaction. Now what? Well, now I'm as bad as he is.
Yeah.
So take a moment to kind of play through those scenarios and see what you're getting. Where wouldn't it be easier to just walk away or go over to him and say, what's wrong? Did I do something? Did I offend you? Did I make you upset? What is it that made you do that to me? Because a lot of times what you'll find is that bullies, especially in a situation like that where it's a bully, they're looking for confrontation because they're compensating for something else. Mm-hmm. And when you call them out on that, the vulnerability that they feel kind of exposes them in a very uncomfortable way, and they won't do it anymore after that. Like, a lot of times people tell you, well, if a bully hits you, hit him back. Well, no, then he's just going to hit you back harder.
Yeah.
But if you ask the bully, why did you hit me? Did you have a bad day? Did your parents yell at you? Did your dog bite you or something? If you can expose them and the fragility of their psyche that causes them to do that, to try to get back at someone else or something else, you'll find that it tends to break down that outward appearance that they have, and they won't bother you anymore because they don't want to have that vulnerability of theirs exposed.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that happened with, a fight I'm assuming happened at my one school. There was this one kid who, I think, tripped one of the other kids, and instead of the one kid being like, why'd you do that? They basically fought back, and it broke out into a large fight that the whole school had pretty much kind of had to take consequences for.
Yeah, and I had a kid like that we were in gym class, my junior or senior year in high school, and the kid just hauled off and hit me for some reason. And he was expecting me to sort of jump in and go after him. And I walked up to him like confused, like, why would you do that? What's wrong with you? And I did it in a way that expressed my concern for him. Like, is there something wrong? Is something bothering you? Did somebody do something to you? And he was so taken aback by that he just walked away at that point. Because everyone was watching us at this point because they were expecting a fight to break out. And he came to me later after lunch that day, and he's like, and he apologized. And he's like, I'm sorry, I had just, like, it was something with his mom or his stepdad, I think it was. Like, his stepdad did something or yelled at him or something that morning, and he was just riled up from that. But he was so shocked that somebody would care about him and want to know what happened to him. And he and I became really good friends after that. And he was always kind of that loose cannon bully type, and he was a completely changed person after that. So you'd be surprised what you can do if you take a moment to think through your actions before you take those actions. And sometimes you might still take those actions and deal with those consequences. But sometimes thinking through you might find different options, and you might find better options. And I think that's the important lesson. So I think that was all we had today.
Okay.
Was there anything else that you wanted to add to the topic?
I think that was really it. I just wanted to talk about the whole aspect of revenge and such, and how it's really not the best way, and how forgiveness, I kind of wanted to do more or less a compare and contrast kind of thing.
Okay, I think that was a good point. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing thoughts.
So, to everyone out there, I just want to say that forgiveness is something that should be taught and is something that everyone should do. I want to talk again. Revenge is definitely not an option. It's just going to lead to even more consequences that you really don't want to deal with. And you'd be surprised how forgiveness can really be helpful. So, to parents, make sure you teach your teens the right values and how to forgive, and just never try taking revenge against someone, and at least try to patch up things.
Okay. Wise words as always.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I want to remind folks you can subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all our shows are available, listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. Would also ask folks, give us your feedback. Do you have any experiences similar to what we talk about on the show? Let us know. Are there things that we should be talking about that we're not talking about? Shoot us an email. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can also get high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, or you can catch our stream. We do stream 5 days a week on YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, we're at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime member, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way. Audio versions of this can be found on the web. If you don't have a podcast catcher, you can listen to it on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can reach us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram, which we occasionally post to. We need to get a little bit better at that, but occasionally we'll post on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those videos. We have a whole new page up now for our hosts that was recently updated this weekend. Let me pull that up real quick. We have some new character photos from an app that we discovered that gave us sort of cartoony photo shots. So all of our hosts are up on there now. If you're an audio-only listener, you can get an idea of what your hosts look like. You can get that at our website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Nicely done. And I think that's it for today. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 114, Wrath of the Mouse. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my informed and insightful co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
I am doing fabulous, and you?
If I was doing any better, they'd have to arrest me.
Okay, sure.
Long week this week.
It's every week's a long week.
Yeah, these days. But hey, you get to look forward to going back into the office soon, don't you?
Yay. Yeah. Look forward
You're so excited about
to
it.
it. Yay.
Well, that's okay. All week, since Wednesday, we've been, what is today? Thursday.
Today's Thursday,
So the
I
last
think.
2 days, I've been playing musical cars at work because they're
Right.
resurfacing the parking lot. And Tuesday, I had a 3-hour, 5-hour round trip.
Right, because you
Had to travel down to Maryland. So
Yeah.
makes
Yeah.
for a very long week.
Oh, yeah, I've already, checked in to see if, there's a docking station, because somebody at work borrowed mine.
Oh.
And he's like, oh, yeah, I talked to IT about getting you one.
Haven't gotten it yet, though, huh?
I don't know. I guess I'll find out next
Okay.
month.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
So July will be interesting. But that's
So,
not what we're talking about.
That is not what we're talking about. In today's episode, in our Disney Detective, we continue to return to normal, but what does normal look like after COVID for Disney? We'll talk about that.
Mhm.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy Star Wars Garage Edition, and somehow Gina Carano is still in the Star Wars news. I'm getting tired of talking about it. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm sorry.
Then in our entertainment news, Ricky Schroeder doesn't like the Foo Fighters concert requirements.
Oh, boo-hoo-hoo.
Plus, Diana Ross thanks us with a new album, her first new album after 25 years. Then we'll finish up, but not really finish up, with our insightful picks of the week. But we have a few quick afterthoughts that are another sign of a return to normal.
Yay.
Are we ready to get started?
Sure.
Okay. Well, before we do, I got to do some podcast business. Before we do,
Take your business.
I'm not that kind of business.
Okay.
Before we get started, I do want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get video versions of this and all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, Pandora, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. We are literally everywhere. I would also invite folks to reach out to us, give us your feedback, tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first article comes from wdwmagic.com, and it talks about how the masks and social distancing have basically been dropped for the most part at Walt Disney World. So Walt Disney World theme park is, starting to feel kind of more and more normal each day, as a new mask guideline means that guests no longer need to wear face coverings anywhere inside the actual theme parks. So as the parks reopen from the COVID-19 shutdown, Disney has been slow and cautious, choosing to use a phased approach to reopening, and its latest milestone is no different.
Hey, look, there's my car.
So what has actually changed? So it seems that there's so the crowds are obviously back. The end of mask requirements gives guests who were holding back a reason to go to the park an opportunity to finally visit. Most guests are choosing not to wear a mask, whether indoors or outdoors. Masks, however, are still present on some guests, and all cast members are actually still wearing them too. Shields are now optional for cast members, and there's a lot less of them being seen on.
So there's a chance that Captain America might be out of uniform.
Right. He's at a different park, though. Oh. They also had mentioned in the article that nearly all of the physical distancing markers that had been placed on the ground have been removed. There are still signs that are in place advising guests to maintain spacing, but there's nothing in place to enforce any kind of distancing. In fact, the person that wrote the article said that people were very much shoulder to shoulder in certain cases, kind of like how it used to be back in the day. On Disney buses, they used to have plexiglass dividers in various sections. That's pretty much been removed, but masks are required when you are on any of the buses. And this is also to help them with capacity issues. So they can put more people on if everybody's wearing a mask. There's also a plexiglass divider for the driver. And also on the monorail as well, they have now removed a lot of the plexiglass, but the cast members are actually loading you by specific rows. So they're trying to not cram as many people in.
That's very un-Disney-like.
Yeah. And so they're still kind of, not full capacity, but definitely putting smaller groups together to try and get at least 16 people per cabin. And again, masks are still required. For the boats, for the different watercrafts, masks aren't required, but they did notice that, like on the Jungle Cruise, now they are basically loading how they were pre-COVID, basically filling in every available seat, including the center bench, because for the longest time they were using that as a divider, but they still have the barrier up between the guests and the cast member skipper. So they're basically keeping all of the cast still safe, but all of the
Sacrifice
guests.
the guests.
Right, basically. Other attractions still have their plexiglass dividers in their queue, such as Peter Pan's Flight, It's a Small World, and the Haunted Mansion. And some pre-shows are starting to return, such as Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. But the Haunted Mansion, the guests are still bypassing the stretching room scene. So, slowly but surely, I guess, certain things. The other thing they talk about is mobile ordering is still being done for quick serve at 100%. But all of the restaurants are open to 100% capacity for the quick serve restaurants. The table service dining, where most of those, where, not every restaurant is open yet, those seem to be operating kind of as normal. There's still a modified menu in place, and availability is limited, is still limited. So obviously they're still pushing everybody towards the quick serve with the mobile ordering for now. Obviously, as attendance rises, they're going to need more food, I'm sure. So, more changes are coming. So,
See, I'm puzzled why they took some of these away, like the plexiglass on the monorail. So the plexiglass on the monorail was separating one side of the car from the other. It wasn't separating people individually in the seats.
Right.
So you've already spent the money on it. You've already put it up.
Right.
Why take it down?
Right. And I guess that's the thing too. Why in some other cases they've just left it up. I don't know. Did it something with the airflow, maybe with the air conditioning on it?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess since you're sharing, an airflow motor there, it doesn't really matter if you have it up or not. You're still exchanging the same air.
Right. So I guess, maybe there were certain, or the fact of, is it harder to clean after so many trips? Do you even bother cleaning it? Is it easier to clean it when it's on a ride versus some of the other areas? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what some of the logistics were in motivating them to take some of these down, because you're right. You're still protecting your staff.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly.
So if there's a reason to protect the staff, then there's a reason
there has to be a rest. Right.
The rest of the people.
Right.
So it I don't know, seems a little odd.
Yeah, and it just seems like, okay, so bring your park back up to capacity, but why not have those safety precautions still in place?
Right. Well, and that's the thing. It's, we got to get capacity. We got to get people in the rides. We've got to get people through the gate. We need to get our money back. And it's, it's the mad scramble for dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're doing it. You look at the picture we have up on the screen here now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, that terrifies me.
Oh, absolutely.
To be in a group of people like that. Now, we're all vaccinated at this point.
Yeah.
I'd still be terrified to be in a group of people packed that close together.
Yeah.
And knowing how tightly that Disney's packed together for everything else.
Right.
In lines, on buses, on the monorail.
Absolutely.
During a fireworks show or a concert. They pack you in shoulder to shoulder.
Yep.
And they do that because Disney has no compunction whatsoever about overcrowding the place.
Nope.
Which, I think that's reckless, that's greedy, and it does your customers a disservice. But
I'm just interested.
Then again, I'm not a fan of Disney either. So.
Right. I'm interested to see, because I could probably guarantee not everybody in that picture is vaccinated.
Absolutely.
So.
Because Republicans go to Disney too.
Right. But, no, I see one person wearing a mask in the corner over there. But I'm interested to see.
Is that who Walt's pointing to?
Maybe. Oh, look, there's somebody where. Is there going to be a spike of any sort?
Yeah.
Because we really haven't.
Well, and they were just recently talking. They did a survey of residents of California, not specifically Disney park goers, But the majority of people that they surveyed in California think that California opened too quickly. And scientists think that there's going to be a spike, especially with this Delta variant that's going around now that's more virulent than anything else. It's more severe when you get it.
Right.
Fortunately, the vaccines are effective against it, but there's, over 35% of the population refuses to get a vaccine at this point in time.
Right.
They're all susceptible to this, and going back in without having more people vaccinated is just overexposing that population.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I
needless
hope.
to say, we're not going to Disney on vacation anytime soon.
We had thought about it, and then we didn't. So
And we didn't. Right.
and we didn't.
Thank you, Disney, for convincing us otherwise.
Yeah.
You're not getting our money this year.
Nope, not yet.
Speaking of Disney doing things, getting back to normal, what's our next story?
Yeah, so this was some, kind of happy news, I guess, for a lot of people. It seems that fireworks are going to be coming back this summer. So as we continue to see, communities adjust and ease COVID-19 guidelines, there's a new sense of optimism, obviously, with many positive signs moving forward. So Disney, they are starting to finally bring back, some beloved experiences. So a Disney tradition since 1957, fireworks shows are what Walt Disney always called the perfect goodnight kiss at the close of a magical day.
Yes, flaming explosions in your face are a great goodnight kiss.
I always liked them. So beginning in July, just in time for the nation's Independence Day celebrations, the fireworks will be returning. So Walt Disney World will have their fireworks returning on July 1st. At the Magic Kingdom, the Happily Ever After show, which is presented by Pandora Jewelry, will transform Cinderella's castle with lights, projections, and pyrotechnics. And then, obviously, over at Epcot, you have the new Epcot Forever show, which will be going on. And then in California, starting July 4th, Mickey's Magic Mix will be their state-of-the-art show that will be going on over there. So the information actually came from the Disney blog, Disney Parks blog. So they also mentioned that to be on the lookout that there might be some virtual viewings of Happily Ever After coming for those that can't be at the parks when the fireworks start. So
Great. So we're getting back to normal. So let's blow stuff up. It's a great American way.
well, and that's the other thing too is, I don't know how much of their fireworks were like surplus or whatnot, because I had heard various different news outlets were talking about that the fireworks, because of the shipping issues and things like that, and fireworks coming from China and overseas, that a lot of towns, local towns that would do fireworks shows weren't going to be able to do them because there weren't fireworks that were going to be available. So I wonder, with the shows going on in Disney World and Disneyland, how much...
Well, I could almost guarantee you that they make all theirs domestically. They've got their entire...
I'm sure they probably
team.
have their
now,
own...
sourcing the raw materials might be a different story.
Right, like I wonder...
The raw materials are going to be more expensive if you source them domestically.
Right, and I wonder if you'll be able to tell the difference if, like, the show's a little shorter...
Right.
Or
you might have...
something a little...
Less stuff, less material used.
Right.
But you got to also remember... A good portion of the fireworks shows that they do are laser light shows now too. So they've really cut down on the amount of fireworks.
Well, and that's the thing
off.
Is, are they going to be doing more laser light stuff to kind of compensate
mice
for
with frickin' laser beams?
Mice with laser beams. So it'll be interesting. So that's kind of good news for people that, as we've been talking about, all of these experiences that.
Yep. All the stuff they took away.
That they're starting to finally, bring back.
And I'll guarantee you when they start to bring them back, they're going to raise their prices again.
Of course.
Because, you're paying full price for 70% of the shows that you were getting before. So now if we go to 100%, we can charge 15% more per ticket now.
Right.
That's what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, pew.
Okay. So this was a really cool article that I found that was on avclub.com, and it was Parents Risk the Wrath of the Mouse by Creating a Very Cool Ride. So it seems that when they had asked their child what they wanted for their birthday party, they had decided that the child had wanted a Disneyland at home party for their birthday. So it seems that the parents, who remained anonymous in this video, and it was basically just uploaded with the title Disneyland at Home for Indy's Birthday. It seems that they modeled the original 1987 version of Star Tours in their garage, and it featured a big handmade space shuttle surrounded by distinctive Star Wars crates, a droid, and a guy that might possibly have been the dad who was dressed as Han Solo. They basically take you on this little trip. It moves around, you get jostled, and then when you emerge, kids get to meet Princess Leia, and then before they leave the ride, Darth Vader comes to try and take them, and Han Solo basically fights, and he hits something, so the garage door opens so the kids can escape. So the description basically said, requested a Disneyland themed party at our house for her birthday, which was in April back in 2019. It seems that the couple had actually built some other attractions, but the party was canceled because of the pandemic and rescheduled to be held a year later. So no idea what other rides these parents had, in their house. The article talked about maybe they had like a bobsled in their backyard. But it was really very cute the way that they did it. And, to see all the smiles on the kids' faces, and even some of the parents that took the ride, it was pretty cool. So.
Yeah, we watched through before we started the podcast, and I got to tell you, this was really probably the coolest thing I think I have ever seen somebody do at their house. Now, I had a friend of mine years ago who used to build out in his 2-car garage a full fun house, walls and scare things and drop floors and a elevator at one point. And I thought that was cool, but this totally takes the case.
Because you would totally,
Oh, man, this was just so cool to have Vader come in at the end.
Right.
It was just incredible. And, can you imagine being the parents on the block that have this?
Oh, my God, yeah. Absolutely.
You would never get any peace and quiet.
Oh, and I'm sure, once the birthday party was over, people would still want to come over. And it was cute because if you're not familiar with the ride, and this is based off of the original version of the ride, there's the pilot is Rex, and he's this little robot. Right. They even have a little puppet of him, when you get on the ride. So, they put a lot of effort into this.
And it's so well done. The fact that they can fit 3 people on there and have one person do all the motion simulations for it.
Right.
They built the whole thing. You've got the soundtrack going on. You've got a TV inside this ship that he made.
Right.
It was just the level of detail. Like, if Disney doesn't see this and hire this guy, they're totally missing out.
Yeah, and we have no idea where these people are located. I'm guessing they're probably in California.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very cool.
Which stinks because, we're not. And I
want to be friends with them.
I don't want to ride it. I just want to go and see.
Right.
Because he did the whole garage.
Yeah.
You
with
had a
lights
a
and everything.
at one point. You've got the lights on the walls. You got Vader showing up.
Yeah.
You've got the mom and dad in costume as Han and Leia. It's just, it was cool. It was cool.
Yeah.
And they do mention in their I guess interview or their post that they don't make any money off of this at all.
Right. This is
all
purely
for
done
the fun of the kids.
Just for the fun of the kids.
And
exactly.
and to see the look on the kids' faces when they get out of that, I can't imagine how much he spent, but just the look on the kids' faces.
Yeah, the one kid said, how long have you been waiting to get on it? And they were like, an hour.
Yeah. So it's just like Disney.
So it's just like Disney. So you probably could be outside and get some cake.
Right.
And, a hot dog or something before you got on the ride.
The only thing that I would recommend is fast passes.
Right. Or a gift shop.
Or gift shop, right.
Maybe that was their goodie bag when you left for the day.
All right, so that was our good Star Wars story. Now, for some reason,
she just won't go away.
For like the 5th week in a row, we need to talk about Gina Carano.
Yeah, well, So, and this was actually, there were 2 different articles that had popped up for her. Basically the same thing. So it seems that, Gina's Star Wars career, obviously, we know, came to a sudden end earlier this year when she was fired. And obviously, any, spin-offs were lost because of it. But her loyal fans haven't given up hope that Disney could reverse their decision. However, and some rumors have claimed that the actress may have had some chats with the studio about burying the hatchet. Obviously, we still don't know, but now she had made a post on Twitter that fans are thinking, oh, this is it, she's coming back. So the former MMA star shared an intriguing image that has a clear Star Wars vibe to it. The photo depicts a shrouded figure, possibly herself, standing on a very Tatooine-like landscape, watching not a binary, but a trinary sunset. I was like, what? Further adding to the intrigue, the actress had shared the photo without any comment. So, of course, everybody saw the photo and was like, yes, she's on Tatooine. Those are 3 suns. Yes, she's back.
People can't count.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So obviously the fact that, Carano had actually recently made a surprise comeback on Disney Plus as her episode of Running Wild with Bear Grylls season 6 ended up airing despite the studio initially trying to bury it. So the minor decision reversal is a long way from her actually being invited back to Star Wars or back to The Mandalorian. So Disney obviously had some very strong words about the post that she had made, and she's obviously come back too, accusing the studio of bullying her and other actors. So is it a tease? Was it just her trying to get some sort of publicity because nobody,
well, and we had talked about the fact that she was in talks with engaging in another sci-fi project.
Right. So who knows that?
Quite likely is a shot from that project that she's working on.
Right. Or just, hey, that's a really cool picture. I'm going to post it and have nothing you know.
You're right, because she could be making the whole thing up, too.
Right. And what was funny was the other article that had posted the story was very much more pro her. And it was all of these people that were posting on Twitter was like, yes, she's back. It's confirmed. Da, 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 da. You know, this better not be a rumor. Darn you,
who
Disney.
Confirmed it?
I don't know.
There was no confirmation.
Exactly. These are, you know.
Well, yeah, we know who they are. And
it's Twitter.
we know who they are. And they facts really aren't anything that ever stood in their way.
So I promise no story next week.
Next week, I absolutely refuse to introduce a Gina Carano story next week. Although I will say I'm a little disappointed in you this week.
Why?
You did not have any stories sourced from Giant Freaking Robot. You seem to get one in every week just because you like the name of the site.
I do like their site.
You'd almost think JJ's giving us a kickback on it.
I wish he would.
I wish you would too. You know, we do take donations.
Come on, JJ, just throw us a bone.
Just in case. You know, we'll give you a plug. So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy this week. We'll be back in a moment with our entertainment news of the week. I couldn't remember what was up next because we have so much going on today.
Right.
Entertainment news of the week coming up next.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for your entertainment news.
I will. Just because I can.
So tell us why the Foo Fighters are poo-poo heads, according to Ricky Schroeder.
Oh, I don't think they're poo-poo heads at all.
According to Ricky Schroeder,
well, you know, so the Foo Fighters held a show for vaccinated fans only, and anti-vaxxers, including former child star Ricky Schroeder, were protesting outside. So anti-vaccine protesters were demonstrating on Tuesday outside a Foo Fighters concert in California that allowed only vaccinated fans, which was reported by Variety. So on Saturday, the rock band had announced that they were going to be doing an intimate show at the Canyon Club ahead of a larger performance with similar requirements, which will be at Madison Square Garden in New York City on June 20th. So attendees had to show proof that they were over 21 and vaccinated in order to pick up their non-refundable tickets at the club on Sunday. Variety had reported that protesters appeared to be joined by Ricky Schroeder, the former child star. See, they won't even say that he's like actor, you know, Ricky Schroeder.
Has he done anything lately?
It's been a while. He did stuff not that long ago.
Name something.
He was on that one cop show. I can't. I didn't watch it, so
neither did I.
Well, it's been, you know, at least, I don't know, 10 years maybe.
So you're saying Ricky's got a lot of free time on his hands.
Right, exactly. So, you know, and then of course
maybe he and Kevin Sorbo can get together.
They probably are like besties, I'm sure, and the My Pillow guy too.
Right, and they sit around listening to who's the redneck rock guy?
Oh, yeah. Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent. You sit around listening to Ted Nugent albums.
So he had posted on his Facebook, Dave Grohl is an ignorant punk who needs slapped for supporting discrimination, referring to the frontman of the Foo Fighters. Ignorance comes in all shapes and sizes. Kurt Cobain is laughing at you along with millions of patriots. Fool.
He does know Kurt Cobain's dead, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was, maybe he meant like Kurt Cobain was rolling,
Well,
in
he
his
can't laugh
grave.
because he's dead.
dead.
Right.
He's dead.
Maybe analogy like he's rolling over in his grave or something would work.
Right, as opposed to he's laughing at you. So obviously Schroeder and the Foo Fighters record label haven't made any comments about the requests. I had heard about the Madison Square Garden concert beforehand, and they were getting a little bit of flack from fans saying, that's it, I'm done, I'm never listening to you again, I'm throwing out all your records because, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And
You bought them already, so you can throw them out. They're not making any money off of them.
they're not making any money off of you. And basically, they had said that the reason why was to do with state mandates in the state of New York. So, it wasn't necessarily their rule. It was kind of everybody else's rule. And then because they were doing such a small, intimate venue, they were looking out, again, for the safety of their fans.
Right.
So
yeah, God forbid these people look out for this. Unlike Disney, who doesn't,
right.
you had the Foo Fighters who do.
Right.
And, I saw this article, and the first thing that comes to mind are the Darwin Awards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, my God, do you have any idea how many candidates there are for Darwin Awards, in the last year and a half now?
Oh, yeah.
Ricky Schroeder now is chief among them at this point in time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, the Foo Fighters are now the Pooh Fighters, according to Ricky Schroeder.
But you know what? It's going to make me want to listen to them even more now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not going back and watching Silver Spoons either. I refuse to now.
Exactly. Good.
So, the last article we have in our entertainment news is a tribute from Diana Ross.
Yeah, so this came from etonline.com. It seems that on Thursday, the former Supreme announced that her upcoming album, Thank You, is set to debut this fall. In a press release, Ross promised a powerful, inclusive musical message of love and togetherness that wholeheartedly acknowledges that we are all in this together. A collection of songs is my gift to you with appreciation and love, the singer said. I am eternally grateful that I had the opportunity to record this glorious music at this time. I dedicate this songbook of love to all of you, the listeners. As you hear my voice, your heart, you'll hear my heart. The album, which will be her first album in nearly 22 years, was entirely original music, and is her first album of any kind since 2006. The singer shared that she recorded the album during quarantine in her home studio with help from award-winning songwriters and producers such as Tyler Prax, Jack Antonoff, Troy Miller, Triangle Park, Spike Stent, and Nathaniel Ledgwick. The title track and the first single dropped actually today, along with the album's announcement. Thank You, the album, will be available to stream in September.
And I think this is another one of those feel-good things. Like, she's not doing this. I'm sure she's going to make money off it, but she's not doing it for the fact that she needs the money. She's doing this as a feel-good, a thank you, a give back to the fans. This is a time when we need to have a little bit of that healing spirit, And who doesn't love, Diana Ross's
Oh,
music?
absolutely.
Incredible. Incredible. So that was all we had for our entertainment news this week. We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick this week is actually a repeat because I had done this one back on show 30-something. A long time ago, galaxy far, far away. So my insightful pick this week is Lucifer, which is on Netflix. There are 5 seasons available. The second half of season 5 just dropped. I guess it was the end of May. And what was interesting was that season 5 was actually supposed to be their last season, but last June, I believe it was, they had announced that they would be coming back for a 6th and final season. So just when you think they were done, nope, they got one more season to go. So the premise behind the show is, bored with being the Lord of Hell, the devil relocates to Los Angeles, where he opens a nightclub and forms a connection with a homicide detective. Lucifer is an American urban fantasy superhero television series that had originally appeared on Fox in 2016. Was on Fox for 3 seasons, I believe. And then they canceled it, but fans were, so gung-ho with it, and Netflix actually picked it up for the other 3 seasons. And what was nice was that when they brought it to Netflix, they were able to be a little bit more edgy with the show. And I think that's when a lot of other fans kind of jumped on the bandwagon for the show, because it was available, on Netflix, and you could go back and watch all of them. So it was always a favorite show of mine, from the beginning. So I had remembered that this was supposed to be their last season. So I was kind of sad with that. But then hearing the news that they were, we're going to come back and do one more. So that's kind of cool. So, so the final season will actually just be 10 episodes. Sometime, I'm guessing, next year at this point. Because again, things are slowly starting to ramp back up, with filming and whatnot. So
Cool, good pick.
Thanks
Again.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, we're on a trend here, is once again not a documentary. My pick is, after one episode of it, it's the first Marvel Cinematic Universe TV show that I'm picking after the first episode, and that's Loki.
Yeah, that's very unlike you.
It is, I know. We still have the second one to watch. We'll probably catch that tomorrow, but...
Because we don't watch it on Wednesday.
Yes, they should be dropping them on Fridays like they did all the other ones. So set in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Loki streaming series shares continuity with the films of the franchise and takes place after the events of the film Avengers Endgame, in which an alternate version of Loki created a new timeline. Tom Hiddleston reprises his role as Loki from the film series. Loki premiered on June 9th and will consist of 6 episodes. It is part of Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and was confirmed for a second season already being in development. After stealing the Tesseract during the events of Avengers Endgame, an alternate version of Loki is brought to the mysterious Time Variance Authority, the TVA, not the Tennessee Valley Authority from the Depression times, the Time Variance Authority. The TVA is a bureaucratic organization that exists outside of time and space and monitors the timeline. They give Loki a choice: face being erased from existence due to being a, quote, time variant, or help fix the timeline and stop a greater threat. Loki ends up trapped in his own crime thriller, traveling through time and altering human history. So far, we've only watched the first episode, like I said, but it is the first series on Disney Plus from the MCU that I like after the first episode. It took me 4 episodes of WandaVision before the show had any appeal, and 2 before I really started to warm up to Falcon and Winter Soldier. From my own perspective, that's a promising start for this show. I'm very excited to see. I'm saying it's only 6 episodes, but I'm excited to see the rest of them for this season. I'm sure that some of that appeal has to be credited to Hiddleston's portrayal. I've always loved the character in his hands. And much to my surprise, part of the appeal is actually Owen Wilson's performance as well. I've never been a big fan of Wilson's. He seems one step above Nicolas Cage when it comes to a one-dimensional portrayal. I often struggle to see Wilson as anything more than a clueless pot-smoking surfer guy injected into situations for comedic relief. But in Loki, He's demonstrating a depth of character that utterly shocks me. He comes across as a grizzled veteran detective one might find in a classic noir Mickey Spillane novel, but with a worldly knowledge that makes the offhand observations he makes seem prophetic. The show's appeal might be the retro tech look that gives it a Fallout Vegas feel that I can wrap myself in like a comfortable blanket. But in reality, I'm sure it's a combination of all these things and the classic MCU comedy, drama, action vibe we all have come to love. And it's almost like the perfect blend of everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all the pieces of it seem to be gelling together after one episode, which blows my mind.
Right.
They go back and they borrow, in the first episode, they borrow footage from Avengers Endgame to show the scene where he picks up the Tesseract, but they're thoughtful enough to actually reshoot some of that so you can see it from his perspective, too.
Yeah.
So it gives you a whole new twist on how things happen. There's one scene where they kind of do a, this is your life segment, and they walk him through different parts of his life.
Right.
Trying to prove the point of him being this cruel, sadistic, mean person who does things with no good reason. And once it's flaunted in his face, you actually start to feel sympathetic with the character, which you're not supposed to feel sympathetic with Loki. But Hiddleston pulls it off great. So my pick this week is Loki on Disney Plus. Episode 2 just dropped. 3 will be out on Wednesday of next week. We'll be right back with some afterthoughts. So we have some return to normal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about that.
So first off, we had gone over the summer, to the mini Monster Mania mall shopping experience, whatever it was. So the Monster Mania convention that was supposed to be held in May had actually gotten pushed to August, which is the one that they do in Cherry Hill. Then their September convention they do in Hunt Valley, Maryland, which is a little bit north of the Baltimore area, and just announced today they're going to be doing an October convention at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, where they had done their little shopping mall convention. So this was just posted on their website today. They basically said, hey, everybody said you should really do something at the convention center. And they were like, you know what? We're going to make this happen. So it's a nice kind of halfway point for fans that go to the Maryland show and fans that go to the Cherry Hill show. It's going to be a totally different venue for them because those other two venues are basically done at a hotel where they kind of take over the hotel lobby and some of the conference rooms and convention areas. So here it's going to be, I think it's probably going to be a fantastic venue for them because they'll be able to fit a lot more people where people won't be on top of each other. There'll be, more spacing out. And, we've gone to Oaks for various different things. The parking, there's
just a
always
fantastic venue. It's such a user centric or a shopper or fan centric venue.
Right. It's easy to get to. There's places to eat afterwards. It's not for us. Being in South Jersey, it's not that bad of a drive for us. For anybody that's in Philly or other areas, it's pretty easy to get to. So
getting in and getting out, because they've got 4 main halls in there that can be combined and reconfigured.
Right.
And getting in and out of there is so easy. They're so set up. They've got multiple entrances on major arteries.
Yeah.
It's and everything that we've ever gone to there has been run so smoothly.
Yeah, we've never gone to anything there that we had an issue with.
It's really one of my favorite expo centers.
Right. And even when we went to the shopping mall where we were like, how is this going to work?
Yeah.
Is it going to be in a parking lot? And we were like, wow, this was perfect for them.
They had a specific area for an outdoor venue, which was done perfect, right across the street from the parking lot.
Yeah,
too.
it was totally, and as we had mentioned when we had talked about it, really the only negative thing we had to say is that there could have been something for more shade because
nobody knew at that time of year.
Nobody knew it was going to be 95 degrees that day.
I cannot fault them for that.
Right, exactly. Like if you had to
plan to do that like in the middle of July, and still didn't have any kind of protection, then I could fault you for it.
Right. And that's the thing is, other than that, it ran smoothly. Yeah. Everything was perfect. So I'm kind of looking forward, like as we were talking, even though the Cherry Hill location is much closer for us, we don't have to pay to go over the bridge or whatever, I would be more inclined to actually drive a little bit further and go to Oaks because the Cherry Hill experience, parking is always a pain in the butt. It's always very crowded.
Yeah, it's nice, but it's just so packed in there. It's just it's not set up. And maybe in the early days when the show wasn't so big, it worked out well.
And now
it's just so big that it doesn't work there.
So I'm kind of excited to be able to go, and it's close to our wedding anniversary. So, maybe it'll be a cool, hey, wedding present.
Yeah.
The ticket prices were basically the same as their other conventions. $25 for Saturday. I believe it was $30.
Your pre-COVID pricing.
Your pre-COVID pricing. Guests haven't been announced yet, but as they do, they're going to have.
And there's going to be some themed reunion because they do it in almost.
Yeah, there's
every
always some sort of themed reunion where they get 3 or 4 stars from some 80s or 70s horror movie all together. So very cool. They even had blocks of hotels available for people that aren't from the area who are driving a bit. So if you go to monstermania.com, all the information is there. Even vendors, they're looking for vendors. So if you happen to be somebody who's a vendor who Cherry Hill's a little bit too far for you, but Oaks isn't as bad, here's a great opportunity. And I think that's what's also going to kind of be cool because when we went to the shopping thing, there were different vendors that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, a lot more vendors.
Where when we've gone to Monster Mania back-to-back years, it's a lot of the same vendors, which it's great.
And I think part of the problem is because it's so cramped, you don't see all the vendors.
Right, you don't get to see everybody because you're just trying to get through, So I think this will be a great opportunity because, again, you're going to get all these different vendors who aren't from, either of the local areas and stuff.
Of room to browse because a lot of times at Cherry Hill, there's so many people there that you can't really stop and look through a table when there's so many people trying to get
because
by.
If there's already so many people looking at a table, you can't. So very happy that they're doing this. So
we have one more though.
Yeah, so we have one more, and this one, when you had to go to Maryland for work, one of your co-workers down there, who knows you're a geek, had given you the flyer for it, and it is the Ocean City Comic Con, and they are coming back in 2021.
And that's Ocean City, Maryland, not New Jersey.
Right, Ocean City, Maryland, with all the vendors, guests, cosplay, panels, video games, screenings that you've come to love, and adding some new surprises. So it is at the Roland E. Powell Convention Center in Coastal Highway, Ocean City, Maryland. It's just one day that they do it. It is Saturday, December 11th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Cost is really, almost nothing. It's $10 for adults. Kids 9 and under are free with a paying adult. If you come in costume, you get $1 off. And if you bring a non-perishable food item, you will get another $1 off. So if you do both together, you can get $2 off. Or obviously, the $10 donation. Tickets are only sold at the door, so there's no buying of tickets. Where, just to mention, for Monster Mania, you can go online and buy tickets ahead of time right now. So they have different areas where you can get information. So if you go to twitter.com Ocean City Comic or their Facebook page, which is Ocean City Comic Con, their Instagram page, or you can contact them on their website, which is oceancitycomiccon.com. You can get more information. This is one. What happened? Well, obviously last
year and the year before that, we
had
were
just
actually going to Disney that year.
Oh, okay. I remember there was something
we
where
had a schedule conflict because that was our Disney vacation around the holidays.
Okay, so this will be kind of cool because we don't have anything planned,
and it's a great one because it's off season. You know, by December,
exactly.
You haven't had a Comic-Con or a convention for probably 2 or 3 months.
Right, so you're kind of itching for something. It's also right before the holidays, so maybe there's an opportunity to find
and I have it on
some
good
holiday
authority
presents.
That if you want to go down and stay overnight, there are plenty of rooms and the rates are great that time of year.
I was going to
Ocean
say
City.
because, you know, and it'll be kind of interesting to see what Ocean City is like.
And Ocean City does not shut. Ocean City is very similar to the Jersey Shores. They don't shut down in the off season entirely like they used to.
Okay.
There's plenty of restaurants
There's
that are
still
open.
some things
There's
that are
venues
open.
that are open down there. So
Okay.
they're really, and this is one of the things that they're trying to do. They're really trying to keep that year-round attraction going.
So that's probably why they do it.
Yep.
This time of year
because they get great rates on the venue as well.
Yeah.
So Ocean
So
City
yes, we are
Comic-Con.
definitely looking forward to it. Maybe, you know, any of our friends or whoever that are interested, you know, we'll try and do like a meetup or something.
Yep,
Who knows?
that would be cool.
You know,
maybe we'll get a booth down there and we'll do a podcast on location. You never know.
There you go.
You never know. But I think that was all we had today, right?
Yep.
Before we go, I do want to once again remind folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, or you can get video versions of all the podcasts listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also invite everyone to give us some feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can get audio versions on the web if you don't have a podcatcher at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find the video versions of all of our podcasts from all 3 versions at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We do stream 6 days a week, both on YouTube and Twitch. You can get us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
And finally, if you go to our main website and want to get links to any of our things, you can go to insightsintothings.com.
And we do have...
Da, 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 da!
We finally have profile pictures up for our hosts. You can check that out on the website as well. These are themed with what application was it?
Voila!
Voila!
So it made us very Pixar-y like. So,
yes, so,
you know, being the Disney people that we are.
Right.
Well,
so if
most
you
of us.
only consume the audio version of this podcast and want to know
what we
look like
in a cartoon,
I really do look as bad as I look.
Oh,
on
stop!
the website.
You don't look that bad. I think it's nice that we have like the roses in the background. You can't even tell.
That's because you're such a fantastic photographer and you set the shots up.
What can I say?
So, but that's all we have for this week.
Yep.
Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, The Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it. Yeah. And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of this show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And we'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade, and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point, because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks, and this one company, eCorp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is, currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with, we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly, and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued," and then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion, and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account. But your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain.
Hence, blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger, which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is, the entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this like terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain. Because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally, it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not, Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. So how do my only thing is like, how does this translate into actual value? Because like I understand how you get it and how it's made, but like, is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much; it's that there's so little. So, for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute the or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost like, think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, you know that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it and then
exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot on colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth like $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to coinmarketcap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion according to CoinMarketCap, And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And
Yeah.
like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, you know, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works, it all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the things, that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company. And its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, you know, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So for instance, you know, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, you know, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And Europe, sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff? But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that that might not be the investment that you want because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
It's the buzzword, yeah.
incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, you know, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, you know, $900 billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it, but ultimately it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon, chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you could have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought like, Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, like when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but like it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in, and with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider trading and that things are done on the up and up. You have the Federal Reserve that sets interest rates. So with a traditional economy, you have a lot of outside influence. It's not just the market value. A lot of it is the government trying to control the money. Part of that's inflation. When the economy is bad, the government puts more currency into circulation, which devalues the currency but increases spending. And with a cryptocurrency, they don't have that control, which is one of the reasons why Russia had banned Bitcoin, because Bitcoin could really come in and take over an economy because the government has no control over it. So a lot of governments don't understand crypto yet, and those that do and have kind of a good understanding of it are kind of afraid of it, and with good reason. Yeah. One of the other things that we talk about here is the encryption associated with it. Well, that encryption allows you to hide transactions. So right now we've got a big push in the United States where the federal government wants to have access to encrypted data on your phone, in your email, through your social media, because they claim that without that, then they can't do their job from a law enforcement perspective. So the federal government wants access to your encrypted information on your phone, so if they get a warrant for a search warrant, they can execute it, where they can't do that now. Well, they'll never be able to do that with cryptocurrency. They can't go to a manufacturer like Apple or Google and say, put a backdoor in or we're going to put you out of business. There's no central authority for Bitcoin. So they can't exercise that control. And as a result, it's very appealing to a lot of people who want to do international transactions. You know, when we do transactions with a company overseas, there's a conversion rate that happens. And that conversion makes money for someone. Some money broker somewhere skims off the top, like you talked about with Robinhood. With Bitcoin, it's traded at face value. Nobody skims off the top. Nobody makes a profit off of it. And generally, when no one's making a profit off of a transaction, people have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So you can't have that man in the middle who's doing things. But again, cryptocurrencies are speculative. There's nothing tangible about a cryptocurrency that says, okay, well, I see that Tesla put out 20% more cars this year than they had forecast, so their value is going to go up. There's nothing like that with crypto. It's literally just made up as it goes along. And that's something that scares off investors. So what you get is a completely different class of investors that go after cryptocurrencies. As an investor myself, I'm very risk averse. You know, I will invest money in a guaranteed 8% return any day over the possibility of a 15% return with a 50% chance of loss. That's just the way I am. I'll always go for the sure thing.
I mean, like, I've been investing a little bit. Like, I don't, as I've made clear by this show, I don't really understand how a lot of this stuff works. So I've been using Robinhood, and they got in trouble for kind of gamifying it. But I like that personally because it makes it a lot easier to understand. And the way I've been trading it is, it is like gambling, where if you're putting money in, like, you have to be okay to lose it if you mess something up, or like you're okay having it sit there for a long time. Cause you know, a lot of stocks are, like you talked about with the Disney example, a long-term thing. So I haven't been doing it enough to understand how I do it. But at least with the crypto stuff, I was doing it daily, trying to get like just the smallest amount of value out of it. Where it's not a set 8%, you know, a guaranteed 8% return like you were talking about. So it is weird seeing the comparison of, you know, play it safe long term, but with crypto, it's play it now and hope for the best.
Absolutely. So I guess the real overriding question is, are cryptocurrencies a good investment? So like we said, cryptocurrencies may go up in value, but many investors see them as more speculations and not real investments. And the reason for that is that just like real currencies, cryptocurrencies generate no cash flow. So for you to profit, someone has to pay more for the currency than you did, which is called the greater fool principle. Yeah, I love that one.
That's a funny name.
And it's a legitimate theory for investing. But if you contrast that to a well-managed business, which increases its value over time by growing the profitability and cash flow of an operation, experts note that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin may not be that safe. And some notable voices in the investment community have advised would-be investors to steer clear of them. Because it's gambling.
Yeah, it's just gambling.
You hit the nail on the head. You're probably better off going to Vegas and betting, you know, $5,000 on black at the roulette than you aren't putting it in to cryptocurrency. Of a particular note, Warren Buffett compared Bitcoin to paper checks, saying, quote, it's a very effective way of transmitting money, and you can do it anonymously and all that. A check is a way of transmitting money too. Are checks worth a lot of money just because they can transmit money? And I think that really boils it down, because in order to do anything with Bitcoin, you either have to generate them through very complex, very costly computational efforts, or you need to buy them. So if you invest the money to buy them, you've paid somebody money for money. Really.
Yeah.
And you're paying that conversion rate.
Mm-hmm.
If you generate it, then you're paying the money to actually, it's not free. Like a lot of people think that, and that's part of the problem, is that people think that, oh, well, cryptocurrency, I can generate that, I can quote unquote mine that on my computer. Well, I already own the computer, so it's costing me nothing. If I can mine 3 Bitcoin, that's a fortune. Well, you're not mining for nothing. You're paying the electric bill. You're paying to cool it, because it generates so much heat to do these computations. People have actually turned mining computers into heaters for their homes.
Oh, wow.
What they've done is they build a computer with 5 or 6 graphic processor units, high-grade graphics processor units, and they channel that heat into their house, and that's how they heat their house.
That's insane.
I saw one person who lived out in Colorado or something like that, and he actually funneled the heat from his cryptocurrency computer to a chicken coop, and that heats the chicken coop outside.
Well, there you go.
But that's no different than, because you're still paying to use that power. One of the latest trends now is they're putting a lot of crypto mining farms in Alaska so they don't have to pay for the cooling costs. So they're just pulling,
Put them in the ice.
yeah, they're pulling outdoor air in, and that's cooling these machines off.
Yeah, I know there was this was a while ago, probably like a year ago, but the Nintendo Switch had a thing, the gaming console, where people couldn't figure out why when they played this one game, it was like some cooking game, why their Switches kept overheating. And it was because they were using it to mine Bitcoin in the background for the game. So people's Switches would overheat and turn off, and they couldn't figure out why, because it's not like, the Switch is like that big. It's not like it's a PS5 or something. Yeah. So people were like, what's going on here? And they looked into it, and they were mining Bitcoin in the background when you played the game. It was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It really is. Yeah. For those who see cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin as the currency of the future, it should be noted that a currency needs stability so that merchants and consumers can determine what a fair price for goods is. So let's take the instance of Tesla. So they're going to be selling a car, and they're going to price the cost in Bitcoin out to what the equivalent dollar value would be. So let's say, for instance, you buy a Tesla for $80,000. Let's say that's, for the sake of easy math, that's 8 Bitcoin. All right. Say Bitcoin's at $10,000 each. Well, if Bitcoin drops in value at any point in time while you're still paying for that car, then you just got, like, if it drops to 5,000 per Bitcoin, you just paid half price for that car. What merchant is going to deal with a currency that's that volatile and that prone to have them lose money? Like, it just, for Tesla to go that route, I think puzzled a lot of people.
Do you think that it's going to end up becoming regulated if enough businesses get involved? Do you think it's just going to sidestep the government and they're just going to regulate it themselves? Especially if they have the majority of it, like a Tesla or another big corporation?
Well, and that's actually a very interesting proposition. You can't regulate it. You can't, because of its decentralized nature. So even if you own the majority of it, like owning the majority of a company, you control that company. If you own the majority of Bitcoin, you can't dictate the price of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is only worth what the market will bear. So if Tesla owned 60% of the available Bitcoin out there, they could ask whatever they want. But if nobody wants to pay that value, then it's not worth that, right? Like, think of selling on eBay. Oh, I can put my Star Wars figures up on eBay and ask $5,000 for them. Doesn't mean they're worth $5,000 if nobody's going to buy them. And that's what you're looking at with Bitcoin, is that you can't deregulate. So I don't know why at this point in time someone like Elon Musk would get into it, if for no other reason than just for publicity.
I'm pretty sure he had an SEC filing the other day where they have to call him like Crypto King now or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which one of my friends, it was half joking, but he was like, well, that's so they don't have to say he's a CEO. So when he does dumb stuff like this, he can say, well, I'm not CEO, I'm the Crypto King.
Right.
It's different.
Right. But I don't know. He does things like, this is the man who sold flamethrowers to promote his boring company, his mining company. So
we could do a whole show on him if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Stark, but not as cool.
But as we said, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been anything but stable through much of their history. For example, while Bitcoin traded close to $20,000 in December 2017, by 2020 it was trading at record levels. It dropped as low as $3,200 later that year. That's 70% of your value. That's ridiculous. to have a drop like that. And then by 2020, it was back at record levels again. So the price volatility creates a conundrum. Hence the title to the show.
Hey-o.
Seeing you
Full
made fun of me
circle.
for the title.
I did make Greg. It was funny.
If Bitcoins might be worth a lot more in the future, people are less likely to spend and circulate them today. So I'm going to stop buying pizzas with my Bitcoin. I'm going to hold on to them, making them less viable as a currency. So think of it almost like a commodity, like gold. So gold rarely drops in value. And what happens is a lot of people buy gold and they hold on to it because it's a good investment because it doesn't drop in value. Nobody deals in gold as a currency anymore. It's not practical to deal in it. But because it's stable, people are going to hold on to that and use that to back other ventures. Because this is volatile and could drop or increase dramatically, people don't want to spend that because they don't want to spend $20,000 on a pizza. Even though it may only be $20 today, a year from now, it could be $20,000. So it doesn't lend itself to being used to transmit money. And finally, they say, why spend a Bitcoin when it would be worth 3 times that value next year? And that's exactly what they're saying. It's more an investment gimmick, I think, than it is a real currency.
So then do you think it will go by the wayside eventually? If people adopt this line of thinking that it's not worth the effort to spend it?
I think Bitcoin has a very limited lifetime to it. I think cryptocurrency in general does. I think blockchain has other practical applications that can be used for more realistic things. I think what we're seeing right now with crypto is probably a fad because it's just too unstable. Yeah. Investors don't like instability. So you're going to find that it's going to probably lose its widespread adoption pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. But let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll look at what we do think of what the future of cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking cryptocurrency. And as we said earlier, cryptocurrency is not new. It's been around since roughly 2009 when Bitcoin was first created. But in recent years, it started to have a more significant impact on the world. Cryptocurrency has done this by changing the way various industries operate and opening up new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike. The creation of cryptocurrency also introduced blockchain technology to the world, which is, I think, the most significant contribution that we get from crypto. According to Statista, revenues from the technology are expected to reach more than $39 billion by 2025. From these figures, it's clear that cryptocurrencies and the technology that surround them are having a major impact. Here are some of the examples of how cryptocurrency is changing the world. Why don't you tell us about these?
Sure. So alternative international financial transactions, which we kind of talked about earlier with it being a borderless currency. Businesses are always keen to find a way to complete international transactions in the most secure way possible. So cryptocurrency-based solutions like Ripple can help with this. Ripple operates on an open source platform and it enables the seamless transfer of both cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin and fiat money like USD and yen. I don't know what fiat money is.
Fiat money is national currency.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a term for it. And then finally, the main process of Ripple is payment, settlement, and remittance that is similar to the traditional SWIFT system, which is used by financial institutions. What is the SWIFT system also?
Well, Swift system we're not going to go into today.
Okay.
That's a lot more complicated.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get an economist next time to break that down for us.
Yes.
Second, more options for secure online payments. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can make it easier for people to make online payments. Blockchain wallets store private and public keys that enable payments to be made securely and quickly. Also, many sites in various industries accept cryptocurrencies as a safe way for people to send and deposit money. So, for example, online gambling sites that accept cryptocurrencies are popular among young adults and in general with players due to the added security that is provided. The worldwide online payment system PayPal has also recently announced that it is going to start allowing customers to buy, sell, and hold cryptocurrencies in its online wallets. PayPal was Elon Musk, right? He invented that?
I believe that's where
Or came
he
up with that?
started.
So yeah, another Elon, he's back. Another mention of him. Revolutionizing supply chains. So Bitcoin, the global economy, is reliant on secure and efficient supply chains. This makes supply chain security a major concern. The blockchain technology that enables the use of crypto can also be used to improve the security of supply chains thanks to its transparency and decentralized nature. Certain currencies like Walton Chain and VeChain, or VeChain, are specifically aimed at improving the safety and speed of supply chain operation. Providing a platform for creatives, it can often be difficult for professionals like musicians to sell content without interference from middlemen like producers. So they can use crypto like XRP to allow them to sell content directly to consumers. This is because consumers can access the content and pay for it using a real-world payment solution. That's an interesting note. I never thought of that, of how it can be used to actually help people that might be, scammed by a producer or something like that. Changing the way NGOs deal with money. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, engage with crypto as a way of getting currency to underprivileged areas of the world. During the current crisis, the Red Cross in Italy has also started accepting Bitcoin donations from people in order to boost its fund and help it provide the support that people need. So using it for more humanitarian efforts.
Sure. And the other thing we kind of have to make note of here is that we talked a lot about Bitcoin because that's in the news a lot. And Bitcoin's a form of crypto, but it's obviously not the only version. Crypto in general can be used for other different things depending on how it's generated. Like, for instance, we talked how Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that you can ever get out of the blockchain. But other currencies like Dogecoin, it's unlimited. So you can continue to generate Dogecoin, which is why the value never really soars, because there's an infinite amount of it out there. But it's also a legitimate form of currency because it is digitally signed through a very strong encryption. So something like that, you can easily use that to do electronic transactions back and forth online, or to transfer large sums of money, or, things like that, where you want to have secure, borderless transactions. That's not to say that Bitcoin's the best crypto for that, but crypto can be used for these things. It does away with that decentralized bank. It does away with these conversions. It does away with the regulations that you get bogged down in. One example, which is probably not a good example, is North Korea. Okay, so North Korea is under all kinds of sanctions. They can't trade, tea at this point in time without having some kind of sanction slapped on them. But they can trade crypto because it's unregulated.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop that.
I didn't even think of that.
Now, that's a bad example of that, but the good example of that is if you're in a oppressive third world regime that you're trying to fight for the freedom of the people there and the government is oppressing you. You can fund those operations through cryptocurrencies and still manage to get the funds that you need.
Yeah, it sort of cuts out the red tape and the middleman and all that to just get the currency where it needs to be.
Exactly. I think personally moving forward, cryptocurrencies themselves are going to be more of a medium than they are an asset or an investment. They're going to be used for transactions. Like a lot of business transactions use EFT fund transactions now. And you get a lot of hands touching that type of stuff through the banking industries. And I think cryptocurrencies eliminate a lot of that stuff. So I think there's a future for cryptocurrencies. I think it's very different than what we see today. I think we're going to see them take on a different role. I think we're going to see them be used by different people for different reasons. I don't think they're going to be a viable investment anytime in the near future just because of the volatility. But one of the things that we are seeing crypto use for, and again, this is a different use of blockchain, is something called an NFT, or a non-fungible token. And these are a type of cryptocurrency created on smart contract platforms such as Ethereum. And they're unique digital objects that can be cool to own or even profitable to trade.
Like it's World of Warcraft or something.
Similar to that. I mean, you joke,
Really?
but it's similar to that. But for instance, Elon Musk's girlfriend was just in the news because she put up $8 million in artwork as NFTs. The NBA is involved in this. You can purchase an NFT, a non-fungible token of an NBA highlight, and you own that highlight.
Like the footage?
No, just the rights to the highlight.
Okay.
This is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Think of it as, let's go back to the analogy of baseball cards. All right. So as a kid, I would buy baseball cards. You'd go out to the store, you'd buy a pack of them, you'd open them up and you'd see what card you got. And if you got a rookie card of somebody that you knew was good, you held on to it and it had value. I could take that to a trading card store somewhere and sell it. This is sort of the same type of thing, but you never get the card. So, for instance, you pay for an NFT, and that NFT happens to be for, I say Ricky Henderson because that's the only valuable baseball card I ever owned. So you pay for a token, a digital token for Ricky Henderson's rookie card. And that card stays in the store in the window, and everyone can come by and they can look at that and they can gawk at it and they can ooh and ah and everything, but nobody can have it. They can just see it. You own it. Now you can trade it to someone else. You can sell it to someone else. You can sell that right to it, but you never actually own it.
That sounds lame. Why would you want to do that? Especially if it's like Grimes' artwork. Wouldn't you want to hang artwork like in your house? You just have a thing that says you own the artwork. You don't own the art.
Well, and that's like, you can have copies of it, but you own the right to that item itself. So no one else can own the right to it.
It seems like a pyramid scheme or something.
And that's how it's been described.
You own
by
the
a lot
idea
of
of art.
That's how it's been described. So what is fungible and non-fungible?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, well, conveniently enough, we have a very well-produced show notes. Cryptocurrencies can be fungible, meaning all the currency's unit, i.e. tokens, are the same and equal, like grains of rice or dollars. Non-fungible tokens are the opposite. Every cryptocurrency unit or token is unique and cannot be replicated. This, quote, non-fungible property can be used for many things, even certain types of currencies. But the current NFT craze is mostly fueled by digital art and collectibles, kind of like we talked about. People have figured out that a unique digital object can be interesting, cool, and even have a significant monetary value. It's why the space has recently blossomed, encompassing thousands of projects involving artworks, gaming, and sports.
So how do NFTs work? So it really depends on the platform, right? So given the vast majority of NFTs that are created and traded on Ethereum, let's focus on that. So NFTs created on Ethereum's blockchain, which is immutable, meaning it can't be altered, like we've talked about all blockchains. No one can undo your ownership of an NFT or recreate the same one. They're also, quote, permissionless. So anyone can create, buy, or sell an NFT without asking for permission. So if you're an artist, you can create your own NFTs. You don't have to license it through someone else.
So how does that work with like the NBA?
So the NBA creates their NFTs for these highlights.
Okay.
And they're the only ones that can create their NFTs.
Right. Gotcha.
They're the authority for it. Every NFT is unique and can be viewed by anyone, just like that card in the window. Anyone can walk by the window. So again, it's like the analogy I gave you with having a card that's forever available for people to use. I don't know why people would do it.
Yeah.
People are doing it. There's a huge budding industry, which is why I threw it in at the end of the notes here, because it kind of was an afterthought in my research in doing this. But I wanted to put it in here as another example of how blockchain itself is being used without it being technically a cryptocurrency. And I guess, let's take a step back and talk about where we think it's going to go. So we're going to take a quick break. Our last break, we'll come back and we'll talk about what the future of cryptocurrency is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Investopedia.com says that the economic analysts predict a big change in crypto is forthcoming as institutional money enters the market. There's the possibility of crypto will be floated on the NASDAQ, which would further add credibility to blockchain and its uses as an alternative to conventional currencies. Some predict that all crypto needs to be a verified exchange-traded fund, an ETF. An ETF would definitely make it easier for people to invest in Bitcoin, but there still needs to be the demand to want to invest in crypto, which might not automatically be generated with a fund. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to go with crypto based on the discussion that we had here? What do you think its future is?
Well, I didn't know a whole lot about it going in, and I've definitely learned a lot today. So I said I'd probably agree with a lot of what you're saying, is that it seems like it's the blockchain element of it seems like it's useful and can be used for lots of other things. But breaking it down in terms of the actual reasons to invest in it, and there not really being that many, and the volatility of it too, I think unless there's a change in that and how that works, which I don't know how you do that, it seems like, the best thing we're getting out of this is the blockchain technology.
Right. Yeah, and Investopedia looks specifically at the outlook for Bitcoin, and they say the future outlook for Bitcoin is it's subject to much debate, which we kind of agreed on here. While the financial media is proliferated by so-called crypto evangelists, Harvard University professor of economics and public policy Kenneth Rogoff suggests the, quote, overwhelming sentiment among crypto advocates is that the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies could explode over the next 5 years, rising to $5 to $10 trillion, which is, astronomical. The historic volatility of the asset class is no reason to panic, he says. Still, he tempered his optimism with that of the crypto evangelists' view of Bitcoin as digital gold, calling it, quote, nutty.
Yeah, that's the official economist term.
That is the official term, stating its long-term value is more likely to be $100 than $100,000. Rogoff argues that unlike physical gold, Bitcoin's use is limited to transactions, which makes it more vulnerable to a bubble-like collapse. Additionally, the cryptocurrency's energy-intensive verification process is vastly less efficient than systems that rely on a trusted central authority like a central bank. And I think that's really a great place to make that distinction, is that the value or the viability of a Bitcoin is in its computational authority, whereas the value of a traditional currency or stock is in its institutional authority. And being decentralized with no institutional authority, you have to rely on that encryption to know what the value is and to know that it's a legitimate transaction. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, even this guy that we just quoted, he starts off with towards the more optimistic side, saying, it could be trillions of dollars in the next couple of years. But then once he thinks about it seems like he tempers it, being like, well, it's also very volatile. And, he say the word bubble. And that kind of got me thinking of like, maybe this is a bubble. Maybe it has the chance to collapse. And especially with it being like so nebulous too, that it might even lend itself further to a collapse. Like, .com and things like that back in, what was it, the 90s, right? When that happened?
Late 90s, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, I hope that doesn't happen because it seems like it's interesting technology. I hope that it doesn't completely collapse. And if it does collapse, maybe it can come back in some way. But yeah, it just seems like overall it's better to just be safe than sorry.
Sure. Yeah. I think, we both agree that there's probably a lot more scrutiny to be paid to this. Bitcoin's main benefits of decentralization and transaction anonymity have also made it a favored currency for a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, drug peddling, smuggling, and weapons procurement. This has attracted the attention of powerful regulatory and other government agencies, such as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the SEC, and even the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. In March of 2013, when this was an infant state here, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued rules that defined virtual currency exchanges and administrators as money service businesses, bringing them within the jurisdiction of government regulation. In May of that year, the Department of Homeland Security froze an account of Mt. Gox, the largest Bitcoin exchange at the time, that was held at Wells Fargo, alleging that it broke anti-money laundering laws. New York's Department of Financial Services issued subpoenas to 22 emerging payment companies, many of which handled Bitcoin, asking about their measures to prevent money laundering and ensure consumer protection. So these are very real cases out there that the government, fearing what you can do with this cryptocurrency, and they're fearing it under the guise of illegal activity, which is legitimate, but their fear goes a lot deeper than just illegal activity. Their fear goes to a lack of control, a lack of regulation. I mean, the federal government does not like things it can't regulate.
Yeah, and it seems like they're most likely going to use the crime angle to get their foot in the door, right, for increased regulation.
And they're doing the same exact thing with encryption on your personal phones. And even the encryption on your phones, they're taking it even a step further, and they're hammering home this whole idea of child pornography and child exploitation. And that's why, let's do it for the children.
Think of the children, yeah.
Right. And that's really what they're hammering home to try to crack your encryption. But we're looking at the same type of thing here. So I think unregulated currencies like Bitcoin that are speculative and have a potential for high value are much more likely to come under the scrutiny of the government than a transactional thing like Dogecoin, where people are using it for legitimate things, and it doesn't have enough power behind it to really warrant being used for illegal activity. Right. But again, in the end, I think it's really the technology that comes out of this that's going to be the winner overall. I think cryptocurrencies, I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon, but they're not changing the economy anytime soon. Governments just aren't going to allow it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be that simple, right? They could just say no.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on cryptocurrency?
Well, I definitely learned a lot about it today. That was kind of nice. And I hope that our viewers learned something too, if they were as clueless as I was. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as future-proof as, some of the jokes about it might make it seem like. But, blockchain seems like it could be used for a lot of really good things, and hopefully good things. And I'm curious to see where governments take it in the next 5 to 10 years. If we do end up getting, that $1 trillion level that economist was talking about, how governments are going to respond to that and how they're going to take it seriously or, try to outlaw it or ban it and, around the world and how that's going to affect it. All that is interesting to me. So yeah, it's just a matter of, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a wait and see attitude is probably the best. I think we should not let Elon Musk, people of Elon Musk's nature lead the charge on this. Between selling flamethrowers and launching his Sportster into space for media gimmicks and stuff like that, I don't really think he's the authority that we want to use in this case here. I think it's probably best to, if you're interested in investing in it, I would suggest you do so very cautiously. I would not liquidate your 401k and dump it into Bitcoin, that's for sure. But, it's speculative. There's a chance that you could make some money off of it today. Why not get in on it like everyone else does if you do it smartly? So, but that's all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think we did it.
All right. I think that is it. Before we go, I would ask folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found as Insights into Tomorrow, video versions as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you get your podcast feeds from. I would also ask you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 6 days a week on Twitch when I don't have technical difficulties like this week. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly. We would love it if you sent that our way. Helps us to keep the lights on around here. And we have a lot of really bright, hot lights around here we have to keep on. We don't use it to mine Bitcoin. I promise you that. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at insightsintothings. You can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 115, Morals and Ethics. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my fair-minded and ethical co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. So today's topic was another one of your suggestions that we decided to do. Before we even get into it, what possessed you to come up with this as a topic?
Well, it was actually part of my research when looking up podcast ideas for the podcast, obviously, and the original one I had was moral dilemmas, and you kind of added ethics in there as well. So I guess because it was a topic that we didn't really talk about and something I actually thought was going to be something that we could really delve into, I kind of thought that it would be a good podcast.
So you didn't find yourself in a moral quandary or something like that and wanted to discuss that stuff?
I mean, we'll see if I'm in a moral quandary, but I don't personally know or feel I am.
Fair enough. So today we are talking about morals and ethics. We'll talk about what are morals, ethics, and integrity, and why they are important in life. We'll take a look at some of the ethical dilemmas facing our teens and discuss ways to train our teens to be more morally centered and ethical in how they conduct themselves. Finally, we'll do some role-playing and pose questions you can ask teens to help lead your discussion on morals and ethics to better illustrate their decisions and the consequences associated with them. But before we do that, I would like to invite our viewers and our listeners to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. We're always looking for suggestions for show topics, feedback on how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we're available at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can get us on instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those and much more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right. So, ethics, morals, and integrity. This week's source for this is kind of a off-the-wall source that we haven't used before called MiddleEarthNJ.org. And I kind of just stumbled across this one as I was trying to do some research on the topic itself. And they start off by saying that our culture does not always seem to value integrity, and our youth receive a lot of mixed messages about the merit of having good principles. Some teens have seen too many adults acting unethically to believe it's important. Many teens want to do good deeds, but they struggle to find the courage to, quote, do the right thing at times.
The fact is, teenagers make tough decisions every day, and peer pressure often makes it more difficult for them to choose the right path. Providing our youth vague advice, such as do the right thing, does not provide them with the reasons and means to follow through, nor does it allow them the opportunity to think through the complexities of living responsibly in our culture.
So one of the questions that I had for you is, how do schools treat ethics and morals and integrity? Are there is it included in lesson plans, or is this something that's sort of treated with special care and they don't talk about it all that much?
Well, you know, teachers are always like telling you what you should be doing and what is good and such. I think the only probably the only real point where we discussed like doing the right thing is with certain topics, like with drugs mainly. Like we had the whole DARE program when I was in 5th grade, and health focused a lot on not doing alcohol or about the dangers of alcohol, drugs, and smoking and such. And that's kind of the only like class I can think maybe taught us right from wrong and such. But other than that, like, we were never really taught, like, there weren't classes where we were taught manners and such. And there weren't a lot of classes that gave us morals and such.
How about the anti-bullying? I know there's a lot of anti-bullying lessons, and I'll call it propaganda, but I don't mean that in a negative way. There's a lot of anti-bullying messages that are sort of reinforced in schools now. Did any of that come across as things that would teach you right from wrong and why you shouldn't bully and stuff like that?
I mean, a lot of it was like anti-bullying posters and such, but the thing is, they never really talked about why you shouldn't bully. It's just hey, bullying is bad. They never talked about, like, you know, the effects bullying can have on people and, like, the extreme negative effects. And I guess I can understand when we were younger, because a lot of the extreme effects shouldn't really be talked about with kids, but they basically just said don't bully, and that's it. They really didn't give reasons on why you shouldn't bully, other than, hey, you're just gonna not make the other kid happy, and like you shouldn't do it because it's not morally right.
So when they talked about not doing drugs in the DARE program, did they explain to you why you shouldn't or what the consequences of doing drugs would be?
Yeah, definitely. They used that to say why you shouldn't do drugs, and they even talked about the specific types of drugs and why you shouldn't be using, and why you shouldn't use any of the drugs, and how some of them are illegal.
So they did kind of discuss the moral implications of drug use.
Yeah.
At least. So there's some there. Now, you had mentioned in last week's podcast about kind of the messaging that we get from media now, and how some of the messaging that we get that sort of floods our attention is really counter to some of these things that are good for society, some of these ethics and morals. Talk a little bit about that and what you meant by that, and what some of these examples are.
Well, the main example I used, because we were talking about forgiveness, was the act of revenge, and the fact that the media kind of shows revenge as being something that you should do, and something that doesn't really have consequences, and just something that will make you feel better if you were wronged by somebody, when in reality, revenge is something that really shouldn't be done. Revenge will have consequences. You might get that one bit of satisfaction, but you can really get in trouble for revenge. And it really doesn't help anyone in the long run.
So what about from a moral standpoint, from a deciding right from wrong and developing your own sense of personal integrity? How do you feel the media handles that?
It's really kind of mixed at this point. I know the media has definitely been, like, shunned for various ideas they put in place to kids. And, like, a lot of mobile games, I think, have gotten flack for this, for basically instilling bad ideas in kids, because a lot of modern mobile games are kind of doing that. And I definitely think that the media is somewhat responsible for, in a way, bad behaviors that have been coming up. And they don't really do, and a lot of the media doesn't really have a lot of good morals that they discuss too much.
So, can you give me an example of something in the media, whether it's news, movies, television, YouTube, social media, whatever? Can you give me an example of something in the media that actually sets a good example for morals and ethics for today's teens and adolescents?
I'd say if you're looking for good morals, I would say that mainly film and television are kind of doing it. I haven't really watched too much television, but film has kind of delved into slightly better morals. I can't think of any right off the top of my head right now. And then again, I really haven't watched too many movies, but from the media I've heard, I definitely don't think certain aspects of the media are good for morals. And I definitely think there's a lot of improvement we need to make with that.
So let me just throw one example out there, and that is the very popular genre of superhero movies right now. And, we'll look at Avengers, for instance, since the Marvel Cinematic Universe is kind of dominating that scene right now. Do you think that they're casting a sense or an image of decent morals and responsibility and ethics in how they portray their characters in film and television?
Yeah, definitely. I can think of a few examples with one of their shows, WandaVision, and how they perceived grief, because through the show, Wanda is experiencing grief, and you can see all the stages of grief. We've talked about it before on the podcast, and Wanda goes through all the stages of grief, from denial, sadness, anger, and acceptance. They're all there, and that's something that it's been teaching, and I actually think it's a decent moral.
Okay. So I think that's a good foundation of where we're at right now with ethics and morals. And we're going to explore a little bit deeper with things specifically pertaining to teens. We're going to take a quick break right now. And when we come back, we're going to talk about common ethical dilemmas that teens face. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about morals, ethics, values, and all the good stuff. So there's a number of common ethical dilemmas that teens tend to face as they go through life. And one of which that we've talked about in the past already in a previous podcast is cheating. This study goes on to say that cheating is epidemic in our schools, making it a common problem teens face daily. The importance placed on grades puts a lot of pressure on teens, which can give them the mentality that it's okay to do whatever it takes to succeed. Teens might give up peer answers to a test to please a friend or to fit in. Teens who might be penalized for getting a low grade, such as getting kicked off a sports team or losing some privilege from a parent, might justify cheating. Now, obviously, you've already talked about cheating in some degree here, but have you ever experienced cheating at school or someone asking you for answers, or have you ever felt the urge to cheat because of pressure put on you to succeed?
I've never personally cheated myself, and I don't really think that anyone's ever tried cheating off of me. I think there have been times where people have kind of asked me, like, what they think my answer is, but other than that, I haven't really experienced cheating all that much in my school, because the school does take precautions to make sure that no one cheats. So personally, I've never really experienced it.
And you've never had the urge to cheat?
No, not really.
That's good. What's the next thing we have?
Next thing we have is lying. Teens are often tempted to lie for many reasons, such as wanting to fit in with their peers, get out of responsibilities, avoid punishment, protect a friend, hide their own bad behavior, and avoid disappointing someone.
Now, how do you feel about lying?
I actually don't really know how I should feel about lying. I know a lot of lying is bad, but I don't know if I can say that it's necessary. But I don't know if I can say it's like if it's good in different. It's confusing to me. I don't really know. I know a lot of in most instances it's really bad to lie, and I don't know if it's actually supposed to be okay to lie in other instances, but.
So give me an instance where you don't know if it's okay to lie or not.
I guess maybe when it comes to, like, mainly things with little kids, I just don't know how to, like, I don't know if I should tell them the truth about things, like, let's say their hamster or goldfish, and, how do you tell them to their face, like, that their pet...
For the convenience of our listening audience, I think you mean if a pet dies.
Yes, if a pet dies, how do you tell the kid that the pet died, or do you just lie and say that it ran away or something?
I'm not sure either of those is really a good answer.
Yeah.
Because of the impact that it's going to have. And I think you make a valid point that it's kind of age dependent there.
Yeah.
But I think the general rule of thumb is if you lean towards the tell the truth side of things, that's probably the best way to go. Because in a situation like that, you, one, don't want to perpetuate a lie.
Yeah.
Because that's never good. And on the other hand, they're going to feel the loss either way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you tell them the truth, you can then be the one that's there to help them get through those difficult emotional feelings of feeling that loss. So, we never hid the deaths of pets from you, did we?
No.
And you've had some adverse feelings. You were very sad when Fluffer passed away. But, Mommy and Daddy could have lied to you about that, but it was important. It's an important lesson to learn. Loss, in this specific instance, loss is a part of life. You can't, as much as you don't want your friends and your loved ones to feel that hurt, you can't shelter them from it.
Yeah.
They're going to feel it eventually. So if you care about them, the best thing you can do is to help to guide them through it. So in that case, you probably wouldn't want to lie.
Yeah.
There are times that you don't want to tell the truth, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
There are, and some people would refer to those as lies of omission. But if Mommy comes to you and has a dress on and you don't really like the dress, and she says, "How do I look?" What do?
Yeah.
At that point in time, you can be honest and maybe hurt her feelings. You can lie to her and think that the dress doesn't look good, and then let her go out and let other people think the dress doesn't look good. But you can also err on the side of honesty with constructive criticism.
Yeah, that's the one thing I definitely wanted to bring up, because, like, another instance I kind of came up with was, like, if, your kid had, made a drawing of you, and, your kid wasn't like Picasso or something. He didn't really, he used a bunch of crayons for it, and you don't really know whether to say that it's good or bad to tell the truth or not. And that's kind of how you are with my art. Like, if I show you my art, if there are certain aspects you don't like, you instead turn it into constructive criticism.
That's a very good point. I don't want to lie to you and tell you you're the greatest artist in the world, because if you're not, then you'll never get better and get to be the greatest artist in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what I like about the things that you've done, the things you created, and then I'll try to help guide you to maybe fix the things that aren't so great. And let's be honest, I'm not an art critic. My tastes are different than other people's tastes. What I like and don't like might be different than what the next person likes or doesn't like. But I'll be honest about what I think. And it's not just about the end product there either. It's also about the effort and the feeling that went into doing it. I have a rock downstairs on my desk that you gave me. I don't know if it was for Father's Day or my birthday, that was your artistic expression of your affection for me. It's not a Picasso. It's never going to be. It was never intended to be. But the feelings that you put into that rock mean a lot to me. So I keep it because it means a lot to me. So again, it's one of those things where you don't have to lie to someone, but you can appreciate it for the aspect and the thought behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So it allows you to be honest. So the next thing that we have is snitching, what they call snitching. In the teenager world, snitching is perceived as a betrayal of your peers and can lead to harsh rejection. Teens often know they should tell an adult if they see someone stealing, cheating, using drugs, bullying someone, or acting suicidal. But the fear of the consequences from the peers is difficult to overcome. Have you ever had a situation where you saw somebody do something that was either bad, illegal, against the rules, or harmful, and went to an adult and tried to stop that?
There were instances where that did happen. Because I do remember instances where people were kind of doing mean things to me, and I would go to the teachers about it. I guess mainly because they weren't, around my age, because I was around a lot of younger kids, and a lot of younger kids kind of annoyed me and would take my toys and such, so I would pretty much just tell the teacher.
Well, and the other thing to keep in mind there is that if someone's doing something to you and you complain to an authority about it, it's kind of a self-serving act on the surface.
Yeah.
But in reality, you could be preventing them from then doing that same abuse to someone else. And I think when I think of this, I think of any kind of violent act, bullying, spousal abuse, something like that, where if you see someone harming someone or something, like if someone's out there damaging someone's property, well, if you just turn the other cheek because it's not your problem and it's not your property, it might very well be your property tomorrow or your neighbor's property the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have a moral obligation at that point in time to bring that to an authority and let them know what this person is doing, because you know what they're doing is wrong and they need to be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it's physically harming someone, because if you walk down the street and somebody's getting beat up by someone and you don't want to get involved and you just keep going because you don't want the trouble, well, the next day they could be beating somebody else up or really harming someone else, and then you're partially responsible for that, for not acting.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to intervene and try to stop them there, but you have to at least alert someone in an authoritative position of what's going on and let them do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not snitching when you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
That's the important thing. What's the last one we have?
The last one we have is experimenting. Youth face the ethical dilemma of choosing whether to smoke, drink alcohol, or to try other drugs. Teens can develop many justifications for experimenting with these substances, and they face a significant amount of peer pressure in this area.
Now, this is something that you've not faced a lot of, and I'm kind of grateful that you haven't, but it's something that's probably going to become more likely for you to encounter as you get into high school, because you're going to face a lot more peer pressure. And that experimenting could be something that's harmless, or it could be something that's habit forming, or something that's flat out dangerous to you. What are your thoughts on this? What is your stance on, let's talk about substance abuse just in general. What's your stance on it?
I definitely feel substance abuse is horrible, and school always tries to tell you don't do drugs because it will be harmful. It's not going to be fun. And they mention how other people can really influence your decisions in that area. And like this said before, peer pressure is really vapid in this area. Like, you could be out with your friends who you've known for a little while, and like one of them could like bring out a pack of cigarettes and light that, and basically like ask you guys if you want to have a smoke. And like, because you have been friends with these people for so long, and because everyone else is doing it, you feel obligated to do it as well, because you're friends, and you feel as though if you're not going to do it, you'll be an outcast to them.
Yeah, there was a group of friends that I hung around with when I was in high school. And I got along with just about every demographic that was in high school. I never really had anyone that I couldn't sit down and have a conversation with. But there was this one particular group that was in my town that I used to hang around with. And two of the people smoked, and they smoked as though they were adults. They'd go out, they'd buy their own cigarettes, and they'd smoke. And they would ask, but they would ask almost out of a courtesy of whether or not I wanted one. And I always said no. I lived with a mother and a father who smoked. And to this day, I thank them for completely turning me off from ever wanting to smoke. But I could tolerate being around my friends who did smoke. Well, one day, one of them pulled out not a tobacco cigarette, but a marijuana cigarette. And they lit up, and they asked me if I wanted to share in it. And I had no desire whatsoever to share. And there was an initial sense of peer pressure of, come on, what's it going to hurt? Just relax, lighten up, that sort of thing. And when I made it very clear, quite firmly, that I had no interest whatsoever in it, it stopped. And I think if they're really your friend and you make it very clear that you're not judging them for what they're doing, but you have no desire to do it, that's usually the easiest way to stop the peer pressure. And if they're going to ostracize you and cause you to be an outcast because of that,
they're not your friend.
They're not your friend. And that's a very easy way to test whether they're your friend or not.
Mm-hmm.
So with so many challenges, how can we help our youth to value integrity and pursue ethical actions? Well, like so many other values you want to instill, you have to train them. So what are some of the ways that we can train teens to be ethical thinkers?
So one of the ways is focus on values. Our culture exposes teens to many negative messages. Movies, TV shows, and news stories frequently highlight the bad behavior of adults. As a result, our positive messages of good values must be more powerful, more frequent, and more compelling than those other messages. Whenever you see positive ethical stories in the media, news, movies, etc., or in the books they read, bring them up and talk about them.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you find we do a decent job?
You guys personally?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You guys, definitely try and give me, at least try and keep me, morally well. You definitely focus on the good values, and this podcast is one of the main things because, I have now focused more on the good values than I really ever had before.
Yeah, and it's tough. Today it's really difficult for parents, and a lot of it's to blame on technology. When I was growing up, my media exposure was extremely regulated compared to what we had today. We didn't have all the TV channels. We didn't have on-demand. We didn't have the internet. We had radio, we had TV, and we had movies. And all those had some kind of governing body. There wasn't the only place that you would have questionable or ambiguous morals injected into what I consumed was if I was with friends. And it was that peer pressure. But nowadays with the internet and social media and streaming media and everything else, it's everywhere. And parents can very quickly get overwhelmed by this. You know, there's a couple of things. One, if you try to regulate it to your teens, you're going to resent it. You know, if I tell you you can't go on YouTube anymore, that's going to make you want to go on YouTube even more. And the tighter we try to control that stuff, the more you're going to want to, the average teen, I'm saying, the more the teens are going to want to access that stuff. So it's tough for parents, but parents have to be active, and you have to kind of be the loudest influence out there to get the attention of your teen now, because there's so many things vying for your teen's attention. Mm-hmm. The next thing they talk about is label them good. We need to help our youth define themselves as good people who are learning. This requires frequently telling teens that they are good people. When they make a mistake, we should state that it's a simple detour from a path that they can return to. Never label your teen a cheater, a liar, or a thief. Remind them that they're good and help them back to the ethical path. Additionally, make sure you tell your teens that you value being honorable and responsible more than any other measure of success, such as good grades. And I hope this is kind of what mommy and daddy do for you, and make you understand that while we're exceedingly proud that you bring home A's, we don't want you to succeed academically if it means sacrificing your morals and your ethics to do so. You understand what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you're doing a great job as it is. You're working hard. Keep up the good work, and make sure you're doing the right thing whenever you can. Mm-hmm. What's the next thing we have?
Next thing we have is help them find their contribution in the world. When an individual discovers a way to help others or make their community a better place, they will find true meaning and purpose, which solidifies their moral identity. Help your teen learn to use their own interests and strengths to improve the lives of others or serve the community.
This is probably an area we could improve on. We're pretty self-contained, and right now a lot of that has to do with the pandemic. But as you get into high school, there's going to be opportunities for you to volunteer. Sam, for the longest time, worked at a soup kitchen and helped feed people. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for you. When I was a little bit older than you, I was a volunteer for the fire company, and I helped out with stuff for the fire company and take care of things. So there's going to be opportunities that come up for you that it's important that you take advantage of those opportunities. Not only does it help to advance your academic career, but morally it's good for you to see how you can help others, and helping others makes you feel good. There's an absolute benefit to it. Mm-hmm. They talk about offering a broader perspective. When facing a decision, all humans typically start with determining which choice is most beneficial to themselves, and that's human nature. Help your teen broaden that framework by using stories or your own experiences to discuss how your choices impact others, our schools, the communities we live in, and even the long-term greater good of society. Since the whole ethical picture can help teens stop before they do something they'll later regret. It's also a good idea to point out the joys of doing the right thing, like helping people out. There's a makes you feel good when you do it. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons that I enjoy the work that I do, I work in IT, and one of the benefits that I get to do is fix problems for people and help people, and resolve issues that they have. And even if they don't show the gratitude, the fact that I'm able to solve people's problems is very rewarding for me. It's a big benefit. What's the next one we have?
Next one we have is express confidence in their ability to make ethical choices. People often live up to others' expectations of them. If you tell your teen not to do drugs, but you'll think they will probably drink alcohol at a party, you have told them you expect them to fail. Instead of Instead, convey your certainty that they have the strength, values, and determination to make an ethical choice even when it's difficult.
Do you feel we do that for you?
Considering the fact that whenever, mommy breaks out a thing of wine after a tough day and I kind of freak out, I think you are doing it maybe to an extreme extent, but
Well, and that's the thing, there are things that are age appropriate at different ages.
Mm-hmm.
And wine would not be appropriate in our society at your age. In Europe, it would be. But in Europe, wine is something that you drink as a beverage. You don't drink to get drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And over here, adults drink wine as a beverage, not necessarily to get drunk.
Mm-hmm.
There are health benefits to certain alcohols as well. There are antioxidants in wine. So there's a health benefit to it. But not to confuse the morals of it, if you're under 21, you should not be consuming alcohol. That doesn't mean that because somebody is consuming alcohol and they're over 21 that you need to get uptight about it.
Yeah.
Adults can make that choice because, like we talked about last week, our brains develop at different stages in life, and we can make those decisions more clearly.
Mm-hmm.
So, mommy and daddy are very confident in your ability to make the right choices. That confidence is going to be tested as you go through high school because there's going to be a lot more tough choices you're going to have to make. I think I can speak for myself. I don't want to speak for mommy, but I am confident that you'll look at things objectively and make the choice that you feel is the right choice. It's up to mommy and daddy to make sure you understand the difference between the right choice and the wrong choice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a continuing, evolving process. The last thing they talk about is create open communication. One of the best ways to help you think through ethical dilemmas is to ask them open-ended questions. These questions, which can make great dinner conversations, get them thinking about different situations they may face in life and also allow you to share your values without lecturing or preaching. That's one thing that I will say I'm guilty of a lot of times, even on this podcast, is lecturing. It's probably not the best technique, but it's one of those things where I try to not just talk about something, but relate personal experiences to kind of give some credence to what I say. Like, I've lived through a lot of these things, and it's so much easier to learn from someone else's mistakes than to make the mistakes yourself.
Yeah.
And I'll be the first to admit I made a lot of mistakes in life. So I would much rather you learn from mine than you have to make them yourself.
Okay.
So I think that was all we had on our ways to train your teenager. We're going to come back and we're going to kind of do a question and answer session and role play. And I'm going to throw some questionable moral situations at you and see how you'd answer them, and then we'll work through those. We'll be back after this.
Alrighty.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking morals and ethics, and we're going to play a little bit of What Would You Do? Okay, you ready?
Sure.
So, what would you do if you saw a kid cheating off of your test paper?
So, my first reaction would probably be just like giving the kid a look, like, quit it, and like covering my paper up to stop them from looking. If they didn't stop, then I'd probably tell the teacher. I definitely wouldn't go to the teacher right away, because if he became a distraction, or if he just kept on doing it, I would then tell the teacher, because then it kind of got to the extreme. I try, like, making him stop myself, but if he didn't, then I'd just go to the teacher to get some more
so you're not
authority.
going to propagate it. You're not going to help him continue to cheat.
No.
Okay. What would you do if you saw your friend starting to make fun of someone?
I'd probably ask them, like, what the heck? Why are you making fun of people? What's your motivation for this? Is something up, guys? What did this person do anything? What's going on?
Okay.
I would just ask questions. I wouldn't, I would get upset at them, but I wouldn't, immediately stop being friends with them. I just want to know why they were doing it.
Okay. What would you do? And we already kind of addressed this, but what would you do if your best friend was wearing something you thought was ugly and she asked how she looked?
I'd probably not say off the bat that I thought she looked bad. I'd more or less say what I think. I'd probably just say what I think she could maybe change about the outfit to make it look not as bad.
So constructive criticism.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good answer. What would you do if someone put on a movie that you know isn't good for you to watch?
I'd probably ask them to pause it, and then I'd probably want to have a conversation with them, like, why are we watching this movie? We really shouldn't be watching this. And if they still wanted to watch the movie, I'd probably say, you know what, if you want to watch the movie, fine, I've tried convincing you, but I'm gonna go into another room now.
Okay. What would you do if you saw a friend of yours, shoplifting?
I'd try telling them, hey, put that back, or if that didn't work, I'd probably mention it to somebody.
Okay. So you'd take it to an authority at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. What would you do if your friend was being abused in a dating relationship or by their parent, but they asked you not to tell anyone?
I would tell them that it would be better I would try to convince them that it is better to tell someone about this, because you would be able to get out of that bad relationship easily, and if it did get into something bad, you could bring it to the authorities if you needed to.
I think that's sound advice. What would you do if someone offered you the answer key to a test you have to take?
I'd say no, because I would feel confident in myself, and I would also I'd also probably try influencing them not to cheat off of it, because I would more or less say that I know that they're capable enough of doing it, and I'd say that they don't need to use it. And I'd say that it would be better not to cheat off of it, and just try convincing them not to cheat.
So you'd coach them into confidence.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good answer. I didn't expect that. What would you do if you knew you could get someone you really don't like into trouble by telling a lie about that person?
I'm not really one to start gossip, so I'd probably not tell the lie and hurt that person. Even if I didn't like them, I wouldn't resort to straight up gossip or just tattletaling on them. I would more or less just leave that person alone and basically be like, okay, if they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them.
But if they mess with you, you get revenge.
No.
Okay.
Even if they mess with
That's kind of what you were suggesting.
Even if they mess with me, I won't mess with them. Okay. I'll be the bigger person.
There you go. Take the high ground. Like Anakin did.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have the...
Obi-Wan did.
Yeah. I have the high ground, Anakin.
What would you do if you found a $20 bill on the hallway floor at school?
I'd probably bring it to the principal's office and see if they could maybe locate it. If not, I would still just bring it.
Okay. And what would you do if a friend, not Fred, your friend could be named Fred, I don't know. What would you do if your friend said he sometimes thinks about killing himself?
Well, I would definitely say that that's not going to be good in any sense, and I'd also offer him to go to, a therapist or call a suicide prevention thing, because that's really something that you really shouldn't do, and that's really bad, and you shouldn't kill yourself, and if you have thoughts of it, you need help.
Yeah, that's actually a podcast that we've got in development now that's one of those that's a little more sensitive, and I want to make sure we do it right. Mm-hmm. So we're not ready to do it just yet. Let's see. What would you do if your friend asked you to lie about something so they didn't get caught?
I'd probably ask them, like, what they would get caught for, and exactly why they think it would be good to lie about it, and also ask them what they think the long-term consequences would be of them lying, instead of telling the truth now and getting it over with.
Okay. That's a very analytical approach to it. I like that. The last one that we have here, and I think you passed this test with flying colors. What would you do if you knew you could get accepted into a very good university by lying about your application? Or lying on your application?
I probably wouldn't lie on my application. Even if it was like a really good university, I would still be fine just going to a regular one. I definitely don't think I would want to lie on my application, because that would have really long-term consequences, especially if it's for universities. So I definitely say I would not lie, and I would just stick with whatever university I can get into.
Okay, and I think all your answers to these questions were certainly on the moral and ethical side. They weren't too ambiguous. So as you're having these conversations with your teens, keep in mind that the fastest way to get a teen to clam up is to express disapproval, judgment, or horror at something they say. Remember, the teens often say things for shock value, but it doesn't necessarily mean they'll follow through. Whatever your teen tells you, stay calm. Focus on hearing your teen's viewpoint completely and understanding their thoughts before you even say a word.
When you are ready to share your opinion, avoid using sentences that start with you. Stating you should be or you need to causes your teen to become defensive. Use I statements to express your thoughts, such as I wonder what would have happened if you, or I think it could be helpful too. You are trying to prompt your teen to think ethically, so realize that this conversation may plant seeds that get them to consider approaching the situation in a new way.
And how do those phrases sit with you? Do you think that's an accurate statement?
Yeah, I definitely think that just saying you should have basically is having your parent blame you, and I know a lot of times teens don't really like being blamed all that much. And I definitely think that the I think or I believe statements are definitely a lot better, because you are suggesting it at least, and it doesn't feel like you are completely disapproving or blaming us, and it's more or less just something to think about from your parental figure.
Right. That's very well said. I think that's all we had for today. I hope this was helpful for folks. We'll be right back to get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing thoughts.
Okay, so to everyone out there, I wanted to say that it's very important for teens to have good morals and ethics, and a lot of it needs to be influenced by parents. Unless the media has a sudden change of heart, a lot of the media is going to revolve around really bad morals and things that teens shouldn't be doing. And parents are really big influencers in this area, along with schools as well. And I definitely think we need to promote more of what teens should be doing and also talking more about the consequences of what they do if they don't do something morally right, instead of just saying, hey, you shouldn't be doing this. And, try these what if scenarios and, talk with your teen about this. And remember, don't sound like you're blaming your teen, just give them suggestions.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Before we go, I do want to remind folks you can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch, you can catch us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. If you threw that our way, we'd be grateful. You can also get audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com, or you can get links to all of our sites, all of our social media on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's another one in the books. We're out. Oh, I'm sorry. See, look, and I went off script. That's what the problem was. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
See, that'll teach me to change things up at the end there. Now we have another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 115, Bugging the Avengers Campus. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my brilliant and beautiful co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Aww.
How are you today, dear?
I am good. How are you?
I am so good. I am actually going to pretend like I'm not fixing my soundboard right now and continue talking like I'm a professional.
Wow, that is talent.
That's how good I am. So how was your week this week?
It was good. How was your Father's Day?
My Father's Day was fantastic. It was a whole weekend celebration of Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me wish I was that good of a father. No, it was nice. It was nice. We all got together. Sam came over. It was the first Father's Day in a couple of years that all the kids were around. And And I thoroughly enjoyed it. We went to Dave & Buster's. We had some fun there.
Yeah, it was kind of unique because we've done Dave & Buster's before, the four of us.
Right.
But we don't always play games together. Usually, Maddie and I go off and do something. You and Sam might go off and do something, or you go off and Sam goes off. But we, for the most part, actually did a lot of games together.
Wicked game of Hungry Hippos.
Good thing we didn't get any video of that.
That was an incredibly violent game.
That's a violent game.
They are the deadliest creatures in the jungle. So,
And now I know why.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we did that. We did some air hockey, some axe throwing,
Yeah.
some racing, although we were all individually racing and didn't realize
We
it
didn't
until
realize
we were finished.
Right.
What else? We did Pong.
We did Pong that
was
didn't work out
confusing. That
very
didn't
well.
work out.
Yeah. But it was nice that they had a number of games where you could have, 4 people playing
Right,
all
right.
together. So that was
Well, and the one
nice.
thing that we kind of missed was the 4-player air hockey that they have in
Right.
Philly, So-
We did the squirt gun, the water gun thing
which I was
too.
so confused about. I
Because
had
that
no
one
idea
was,
how that worked.
it was basically you had to plot against everybody else.
Right.
It wasn't about getting to yours first. It was
getting everybody else
getting
down
everybody
before
else
you.
out before
Yeah.
you. Yeah. So
You all conspired against me though, so that's okay.
yeah, we did.
That's great.
It was Father's Day.
But that's not what we're talking about today. Today in our Disney Detective, we'll talk about which COVID changes are here to stay at Disney. They finally announced that. And we'll talk about a Bugs Land that may be gone but not forgotten at Avengers Campus. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Nothing with Gina Carano.
Yes, I know. I noticed that. Although I was going to crack open my Father's Day pack and do an interview with Gina Carano, but
Maybe we'll do that next weekend.
next week maybe.
Next week.
We might have a special guest. Cara Dune, not
Right,
Gina Carano. So this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, an X-Wing is landing at the Smithsonian. And which Star Wars character could replace Jack Sparrow? And then in our entertainment news, The Boys issues an appropriately harsh warning to those begging for Season 3. And Harrison Ford once again is injured while filming a movie, this time Indiana Jones 5.
Poor guy.
Yeah. Well, he's what, 78 now?
Yeah.
That's
Stunt double.
yeah,
Just
really.
saying.
Just showing up, he needs a stunt double now. And then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. I'm back to my old hats with what I have this week. Mm-hmm. And then we'll finish up with a quick few afterthoughts. We have another afterthought this week that we didn't have list this week that recently was announced. So
Right.
good news there. Mm-hmm. Before we get into that, though, I would invite all of our listeners and viewers to subscribe to the podcast. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, or you can get the video version of this and all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, Pandora, etc., etc. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all of those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So the first story comes from the LATimes.com, and it was basically talking about which COVID era changes will be staying and which ones will be going. Because obviously Disneyland now has opened up, and California has lifted most of its coronavirus safety restrictions this week. So now they're kind of continuing to open certain things of the park that haven't been opened yet. So obviously there's still a few things that are kind of going to stick. The chairman of Disney Parks had said, I don't want to say that we're going back to the way it was, but we have to be smart in the way that we do this. So, the attendance gaps and the physical distance requirements are pretty much gone. So now they can kind of open up some more of the rides that they hadn't opened yet. Also some musical acts and the nighttime shows over the next few weeks and other attractions later this summer. So Disney executives said that the 15-month closure kind of helped them rethink how to best manage one of the biggest headaches at the resort, and that would be the crowds. So one of the things that they talked about keeping in place was the reservation system that they adopted to kind of manage how many visitors came to the park each day. So again, not much information about how long that's going to be or what the cap is or anything, but basically you can't just decide to go to you might be able to decide to, go to a park on a certain day, but you actually have to go on their app and make a reservation for that day. The other thing that they had gotten rid of was the annual pass program. Now, they did make some sort of announcements, but not really a whole lot of information as to the replacement membership program that's supposed to be released relatively soon. So before the end of the year, probably even before the end of the summer, they'll discuss what that whole thing is. So, obviously, things that have gone away is no longer do you have to have your temperature checked, even though if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. They're not asking for proof. So it's basically on the honor system for mask wearing. The other thing, too, that they are starting to use a little bit more is the virtual queue system. When they opened up Avengers Campus, the Spider-Man ride has the virtual queue as well. So originally, when the park first opened, they had a virtual queue system to just be able to get into the Avengers Campus to try and limit the amount of people that were in there. That they've now stopped using, but they do still use it for the one ride. Some of the other things that are set to open later on or come back would be the Disneyland Band. Some of the other musical acts are supposed to be coming back this summer. Buzz Lightyear Astro Blaster and Storybook Land Canal boats are supposed to reopen next week. The fireworks are coming back in July. We were talking about that last week. Parades and opportunities to meet costume characters are supposed to come back at some point. The one thing that they did say was that the monorail and the Finding Nemo submarine voyage ride are still remaining closed with no date yet as to when they will be opening. So, although they do have a lot of attractions that aren't available, the other part of that is that the wait times are increasing because there aren't as many attractions. So the Indiana Jones ride and Rise of the Resistance and Space Mountain, as of Thursday, which isn't a peak day, already had 40-minute wait times at one point. So they're obviously trying to kind of work through everything, and it's kind of in phased openings, I guess, for different things, and kind of see, where it goes and what they continue to add maybe to the virtual queue, because that's something we've talked about a couple of times, them hinting to add more rides to the virtual queue to help keep those wait times down.
So the reservation system that they have in place right now, do they publish how many reservations they allow people to have in the park during the day? How many people they're allowing in?
No, there's nothing.
So the reservation system is basically bogus.
Probably.
You can also get park hoppers now. Park hopper passes are available.
Right.
And park hoppers don't require you to reserve multiple park reservations.
Right.
So you can hop from park to park to park.
Well, and I don't know how it works in California, because in Florida it's a little different, because in Florida you have to make a reservation for one park and you can't park hop until 2:00 or something.
Right.
You can't, just all of a sudden go from one park to another. I don't know how it is with California. So I don't know if they have park hopper availability in California yet.
So they did away, or they're doing away, or have done away with the Fast Pass system because it was complicated and you had to plan it out ahead of time if you're going to take advantage of it.
Right.
And then what they do to combat the overcrowding that they did nothing to combat was they implement a reservation system that's basically a fast pass for the entire park just to get into the park.
Basically.
Which you now, and they talk about the fact that you have to, they're booked 2 weeks out at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So you potentially could book a vacation, get your park tickets, and they won't even let you buy park tickets until you can book a reservation in the park now.
Right.
So I'm not sure how this is solving any problems if they have the reservation system in place and your wait times are still unacceptably high. So how is that solving anything? Because I can almost guarantee you they're allowing more people in the park than they can support, which is why the wait times are so high.
Probably. Mm-hmm.
So the reservation system doesn't do you any good if you're still going to allow too many people in.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to stop people from coming into the park when they can get money for it.
Absolutely.
So that's window dressing. So if they're going to solve the problem with overcrowding and long lines, your virtual queue really is the only thing that you have going for you at this point in time. So Disney, once again, not quite doing it right. But I think the moral of the story here is that things aren't going back to the way that we thought they were going back. And it's not because of safety reasons. It's because of monetization reasons. Disney realized they can make more money by doing these other things than by allowing you to come back in the way things were. So even less interested in going to Disney at this point in time. But hey, that's not the only Disney story we have.
Thank God.
We're not going to just bust on Disney today. That was last week's episode.
Right.
What's the next one we have?
So from InsideTheMagic.net, we have a story that talks about how Disney left one big tribute to A Bug's Land at Avengers Campus. So on June 4th, the highly anticipated opening of Avengers Campus happened at the Disneyland Resort Disney California Adventure Park. So Marvel fans had been waiting for this day for quite some time and still can't believe that they're now able to visit Disney's first Marvel-themed land. If you haven't seen any of the videos or pictures of it, it is really, really amazing to see. And I'm sure it's one of those things when you see it in person, it's even more so. So obviously from Captain Marvel to Spider-Man to Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, the Avengers Campus guests, you never know who's going to pop up in this immersive Disney park area. But to make space for this to be built, another land had to say goodbye. So in 2018, Disneyland Resort announced that it had to get rid of a Bug's Land section of the park, which was also part of the It's Tough to Be a Bug stage that had actually opened when the park had first opened in 2001 to make way for this takeover. But what was nice was that Walt Disney Imagineering didn't forget about A Bug's Land, however. They made sure to include some fun Easter eggs in the new PIM testing lab that is designed to showcase drinks created by Dr. Pym and presumably his daughter Hope and her boyfriend Scott. And so in the area, the iconic Christmas lights that were used in the Bug's Land area are proudly hanging at this testing lab. So if you happen to be there and you see these big giant Christmas lights, those were actually from the Bug's Land. And they look kind of cool, at night. So the D23 website had officially described Bug's Land as an area featuring Flick's Fun Fair, attractions for children, and it was really like the kiddie park. Maddie and I had gone to it the one time when we were out in California. It was really, meant for like the little kids. They weren't like big giant rides, but it was cute because it kind of had that Toy Story land feel where, you know, you're the size of a bug
Everything
type
was
thing.
oversized.
Everything was oversized. Like the benches looked like they were used popsicle sticks that actually had like the stain from the color of the popsicle. So, you know, it was a very cute theming the way that they did it. So it was nice that they were able to use some of that and add that. You know, so it's always one of those things that, you know, Disney doesn't always get rid of things. They always like to reuse and repurpose. So it's nice that they were able to pay homage.
Well, they're pretty tight on real estate out in California.
Oh, yeah,
too,
they can't
so
really
you can't expand out like you can in Florida.
Right. And that's the other thing, too, is, you know, in Florida, they have so much land that they can just kind of, you know, extend out or go up or whatever, where California, they're kind of boxed in.
Right.
So
Well, it's nice that they kept that that aspect of the attraction before.
Yep.
I'm curious though, was there any announcements of them doing an Avengers campus in Florida?
nope.
That seems odd that they wouldn't do one in Florida, considering how popular that's going to be.
Right. And especially when you did Star Wars,
In both
you
simultaneously.
did both.
Yeah.
You know, you weren't going to have one versus
Maybe
the
they
other.
learned their lesson there.
Maybe.
Let's open it in California and see how well
Well,
it does.
and the other thing too is that in Florida at Epcot, you're going to get the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, which
Yeah,
isn't
but
going to be.
That's not the same.
I know, but I could see them.
I want a
turning.
Robo Spider-Man flying around in the air.
That would be actually really cool. But I could kind of see, and that's the thing is like, why is that in Epcot? It doesn't seem. But I could see them building a Stark Technologies
And yeah,
in Epcot.
turn Epcot itself into like the Stark Expo.
Right.
Right there is
That
what you
would
have.
be, yeah, you could totally.
The entire park could be themed that way. Because
So-
it's not what Walt originally
Right.
wanted it to be anyway.
Right. So, I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah.
10, 15 years from now, that's,
Interesting.
their plan. So,
Well, at least a Bug's Land lives on in giant Christmas lights.
right.
That's some sentimentality going on there.
Better than nothing.
Anyway, that's all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So, from Space.com, an iconic Star Wars X-Wing fighter is going to find a new home at the Smithsonian. So, the Force will be with the Smithsonian in 2022 as an esteemed museum in Washington, D.C. rolls out their latest prize artifact next year in the form of an actual Star Wars X-Wing fighter. The iconic mosquito-like spaceship prop has been generously loaned to the Smithsonian by Lucasfilms Limited for an indefinite period. So the space history chair at the museum had said, despite taking place a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Star Wars introduced generations of fans here on Earth to outer space as a setting for adventure and exploration. All air and space milestones begin with inspiration and science fiction, so often provided that sparked. The iconic X-Wing displayed amid our other spacecrafts celebrates the journey from imagination to achievement. So right now, it's currently getting a proper shakedown and full conservation effort at the Restoration Hangar in Virginia, which happens to also house some World War II warbirds as well. I think that's kind of funny that you have.
Well, that's what's neat. If you're watching the show, you can see it next to it. Looks like what's probably a B-17 bomber carcass, really, that's there. That's just pieces of it that they're assembling.
Yeah, and you have the X-Wing there too. So basically they had said, sometime late in the year, the T-7 X-Wing will go on public 70. I'm sorry.
Come on, for those Star Wars people out there.
I'm sorry.
What did Luke fly?
He didn't fly a 70. He did a 65.
T-65, right?
Because I read the article. So it will go on display at the entrance to the Albert Einstein Planetarium at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum on the National Mall. They said, we're thrilled to have the X-Wing as an exhibit, and it is a real screen-used vehicle from Rise of Skywalker from 2019. And obviously, this is kind of cool. And they talk about how that this isn't the first time that Star Wars has been part of the museum. They actually had a collection of screen-used props and costumes that were in a 1997 exhibit called the Star Wars: The Magic of Myth. So again, very cool that this is going to be coming. I'm sure once it's there, we'll be planning a trip down to Washington, D.C. to go and visit this.
Okay, so for our viewing audience, the picture's up on the screen now.
Okay.
What is the single one most iconic thing that's missing from this fighter right now?
A droid?
Yes, the droid is missing from the top.
Well,
which droid are they going to put in there?
I don't know.
That'll be the question.
That'll be interesting.
Are you going to get a BB unit? Are you going to get an R2 unit? If you're going to be accurate to the period, it could be a BB unit.
Right. So
anyway, sorry, I was just geeking out.
No, that's okay. So
that's what I do.
Again, it is. They don't have a date yet. Obviously,
clearly it needs a little work.
It needs a little work. But that was one of the other things too that they talked about in the article, is that they wanted to make sure that the right things that needed to get fixed got fixed on it.
Right.
If it was damage from traveling, they wanted to fix that. But if it was damage from a space battle, they didn't want to fix that.
And that's what's funny, because they talk about there's a mention in the article itself about when it came in.
Right.
It looked like it had hangar rash. Mm-hmm. Hangar rash being when you're moving things around a hangar,
right,
and you get scuffed up. Mm-hmm. And the person from Lucasfilm said, "Oh no, that's the artist's rendition of them actually having a used, lived-in looking fighter." So
right.
When this goes on display, it's not going to be like a pristine beautiful piece
of course not,
of technology. It's actually going to look like it's a screen-used fighter from a battle.
Right.
Which is what's really cool, that they're going for that level of authenticity.
Yeah. I think that'll be very cool. And for those of you, that don't live in the area or do, and you haven't been to the Air and Space Museum, it is a very cool museum to go to in general. And it's nice because they've done Star Trek stuff. Obviously, like I mentioned, they've done Star Wars. So it's nice that they bring in, And
for those that are unfamiliar with it, there are 2 locations for the Air and Space Museum.
Right.
Remember that. One's on the mall at the Smithsonian.
Right.
The other one's at the airport. So just be aware of that if you're going to go.
Right.
You don't want to miss.
Right. This is
airport.
The one at this where the X-Wing is going to be is the one on the mall.
Right.
So.
Right. So, but go to the airport extension of it, because that's where all the big ones are.
Right.
In fact, that's where one of the Transformers movies had been filmed, where you see the SR-71 transform as well.
Right.
Which is kind of cool. Anyway, let's talk about who's going to replace Jack Sparrow.
So this article came up, and it's from InsideTheMagic.net, and at first I was like, oh, okay, so they're talking about somebody that's going to replace, a Star Wars character that's replacing Jack Sparrow. And as you read the article, nobody's really replacing Jack Sparrow. It's a completely... it's basically they were saying, Star Wars character, Jack Sparrow, how can I draw a line between the two? And it's so not there.
Slow news week is what we call it.
So obviously Johnny Depp, we've talked about it before. He had a whole bunch of, issues in his private life, and basically Disney kind of said, you're out.
He went the way of Cara Dune.
Right, but not only did he lose out on Jack Sparrow, but he also lost out on being part of Fantastic Beasts as well. So basically they talk about how for the newest Jack Sparrow movie, they're bringing in a completely different character. So they're not even trying to replace Johnny Depp, Jack Sparrow. They're bringing in a completely different.
Just think of the budget they'll save on eyeshadow.
True. So Margot Robbie is actually supposed to be the helm of Pirate 6, and then for Fantastic Beasts. Beats is the musical version. Right. Mads Mikkelsen is supposed to be taking over the character that Johnny Depp played. But the article basically talks about how one of the characters from Star Wars is basically he's not replacing Johnny Depp, but he's quote unquote replacing that pirate
that he's going to fill
aspect.
That hole for that scoundrel.
Right. That's really, because it talks more about how the character, and you can say his name because I know I would.
Hondo Ohnaka.
Thank you. That he's never shown up in any live action shows. He's shown up in various different animated.
He was in Clone Wars. He was in Rebels. He hasn't shown up in the Bad Batch yet, but I suspect he probably will.
Right, but that he's also part of Galaxy's Edge. He plays a part in the rides at Galaxy's Edge.
He's now storyline based. He's a part owner of the Millennium Falcon.
Right, so the idea is that he's kind of the space pirate. He's the space equivalent, I guess, of what Jack Sparrow would be. And now that you have all of these plethora of Star Wars shows, live action shows coming, don't be surprised if you see him pop up in something in a live action.
Well, and the beauty of it is his audio animatronic is so realistic, they can just bring that out on stage and use that.
Yeah, really, they could. So the article was really long, and it was one of those, you kind of read through it and go, so what Star Wars character is replacing?
Yeah,
oh,
it's like
not
even the voice actor is going to be in the Johnny Depp movies. Like,
right.
There's literally no connection whatsoever. It's just filling that role of that scoundrel pirate.
Right.
Since Johnny Depp's not doing anymore.
Hey,
Hondo Ohnaka.
Right. If you're missing pirates, come on over to this guy.
Right.
That was really what it.
It was in reading the article. It was a desperate attempt to draw a parallel between.
Right,
the
and
two.
it wasn't like it was short. It was a short article. It was so. Hey, I give credit to the person who wrote it, and
this was a desperate attempt to get Star Wars fans to like Pirates of the Caribbean if you didn't already like it.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
So
that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy this week. Mm-hmm. We'll be right back with what are we doing now? Oh, entertainment news. That's what we do here, right? We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So this was actually kind of a funny story. This came from CBR.com, and it says that The Boys had issued an appropriately harsh warning to those begging for season 3. So Amazon Prime's videos, The Boys has issued a warning to fans asking for a season 3 release date. So from their official Twitter account, they had said, every time you ask when season 3 is coming out, the release date gets pushed back one more day. See you in 2033. So while details obviously regarding the third season of the original series are slowly being released, an official release date hasn't been announced yet. And this isn't the first time that they teased fans about the season 3 date. In May, the account tweeted a post from the MTV Movie and TV Awards account where fans submitted questions for series star Jack Quaid to answer during the awards pop-up pre-show. And basically it was, when season 3? So everybody's obviously itching for it. But season 3 began filming in late January 2021 after production delays, obviously, due to the pandemic. So the showrunner basically had, again said that no date had been set, but teased that it would be a mind-blowing first episode, calling it both insane and special. The Boys' Twitter account also had responded saying that the editing room floor is fully covered in gore already, and we're only working on episode 1. So I can only imagine what's going to be blown up and who's not going to survive.
Well, you still have a superhero out there, blowing people's heads up. So that's
right.
You're going to see a lot of that.
Right. So it'll
And
be
babies with freaking laser beams.
babies with laser beams. So obviously the majority of the cast that didn't get blown up at the end of season 2 will be back.
Which isn't that many.
But
now.
there's a bunch, and then obviously they have some new people that are joining the cast as well. So
I will say, as much as I'm looking forward to a season 3, Invincible is doing a very good job of tiding me over until then.
Yes, that's a very good gap filler.
So for those of you who are fans of The Boys, who kind of need to fill that Jones for some superhero massacres,
Right, that's a good
Invincible,
way to put it.
also on Amazon Prime Video, is a good filler for that. But yeah, definitely waiting to see this one come back.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Poor Harrison Ford. So from Variety.com, it seems that Harrison Ford got injured while filming Indiana Jones 5.
Did the Millennium Falcon door crash on him again?
No. It seems he sustained a shoulder injury on the set of Indiana Jones 5, requiring the actor to take a hiatus from filming while treatment is evaluated. In the meantime, the director, James Mangold, will continue to shoot without Ford.
Disney bringing in Chevys.
That's funny. A Disney spokesperson had said, in the course of rehearsing a fight scene, Harrison Ford sustained an injury involving his shoulder. Production will continue while the appropriate course of treatment is evaluated, and the filming schedule will be configured excuse me, as needed in the coming weeks. The extent of his injury is unknown, though it's hardly the first time that he's hurt himself during the making of a movie. In the past, he suffered a serious back injury on Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and then he had the leg trauma when he was filming The Force Awakens when the Millennium Falcon door
Well, he had
closed.
that major injury when he did Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of Crystal Skull. That injury to his ego because the movie was so bad.
Wait a second, what?
Oh, and who else is in this movie?
Mads
Mads Mikkelsen. Right, because like he and The Rock are in competition for who can be in the most movies in a year, I think.
True. And you figure what? He's done Star Wars. He's gonna do the Fantastic Beast. Now he's Indiana Jones.
He did Marvel.
He did Marvel, so he's kind of,
Right, he's everywhere.
plodding around. So the production actually began earlier this month in the UK. The plot details for the sequel haven't been announced yet, though the 78-year-old Ford is reprising his iconic role. Indiana Jones had been delayed several times and is currently scheduled to debut in theaters on July 29th of 2022. And it's actually almost 15 years after the most recent Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls. I didn't even think it was that long ago.
It's so bad. It feels like it was just yesterday.
Feels like I knew you were going to say that. And 4 decades after the initial installment of the 1981 Raiders of the Lost Ark. Now, Steven Spielberg, who directed the first 4 films of the franchise, was initially set to direct Indiana Jones 5, but he actually passed it off to Mangold.
He's like, oh man, he's 70 and I'm out of here. I'm not directing this train wreck.
Right. So Spielberg is still expected to remain hands-on as a producer, while George Lucas, who had created Indiana Jones with Spielberg,
is too busy trying to weasel his way back into Star Wars.
Hasn't officially been involved with Indy 5 yet.
At 78 years old, this man needs a stunt double to go to the bathroom. How's he getting hurt in rehearsing a fight scene? Like, he shouldn't be doing anything that requires him to exert himself at this point in time.
Right. Well, and the other thing, too, which I know I had mentioned it to you before, was when you figure out the time frame of everything, the whole paradox thing. So when Indiana Jones, first started, it was, what year was it or whatever. Now we're 40 years later. So it's technically like the early 70s it should be.
So Indiana Jones has gone to Woodstock.
Right. So Indiana Jones should possibly maybe be able to go to the movies and see Star Wars A New Hope.
Right.
Which would kind of be funny if
it's Indiana Jones, get off my lawn, you damn kids.
Indiana Jones at the nursing home.
Indiana Jones and the Revenge of the Walker.
Like,
come on, man.
Well, and that was the thing, because after Crystal Skull, it was kind of like, I'm passing it on to the next generation.
Right, and he didn't. Because he picked up the hat and walked out of the church.
Right.
Had he let the kid pick up the hat, you'd have wacko Shia LaBeouf running around.
Or you could have just
Jones.
put somebody else in it. You
could have recast.
It's been 15 years, you could have been
You
anybody.
could have recast someone slightly more sane in the part.
I know who you could have had.
Who's that?
Your favorite actor. I want to be a pilot.
Oh, God, no. I thought you were going to say Nicolas Cage.
I wasn't going to do that.
All right. I think that's it. I don't want to beat the dead horse.
No, the horse is, it's fine.
I think they should be okay. He's going to survive as long as he doesn't get in a plane. He should be fine. Because he doesn't fly very well either.
Maybe he doesn't fly anymore, so.
Anyway, 78 years old, you shouldn't be flying or fighting.
Yeah.
That's just golden rule there.
Right.
Anyway, that's all we had for our entertainment news. We'll be right back with our insightful picks. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is a show that a friend of mine had recommended to me that's on Netflix. It is called Stiesel, and it is about an ultra-Orthodox family who live in one of the areas of Jerusalem that is not obviously, but where the ultra-Orthodox live, and basically talks about, goes through their love and loss and their basic dealings with daily life and how they surround it. What's interesting about it is it's very much, as I'm watching this, it's very much the Jewish equivalent of This Is Us in a lot of ways. You have the matriarch of the family who in the past year has lost his wife, so he's still dealing with that. Then you have all of
the patriarch.
The patriarch, I'm sorry, because the matriarch passed away. And he's dealing with that and how to kind of move on with his life. Then all of his children kind of have their own issues as well. The one son had a promising singing career, but was pushed to be a scholar and not a musician, and you kind of see that his dreams didn't come true. And then you have the one daughter who has marital problems and problems with her children and is trying to kind of move on. And then the one son, who's the youngest of the family, gets engaged like multiple times, and it isn't until like the third time that it finally kind of works out. So it's an interesting dynamic. Again, the themes are very much your normal family drama type thing. What's interesting is they do some flashbacks, kind of like This Is Us does, but they also do a lot of ghosts kind of showing up, people kind of having dreams about various relatives that are no longer there and kind of trying to get their opinion of things. So the series actually premiered in 2013. The first 2 seasons kind of were filmed back to back, and they were 12 episodes each. But then the third season actually didn't start until 7 years later. So I just started season 3, and what's interesting is it's a 7-year time jump, and they still have all of the same actors. So, from season 2, where somebody was 13 years old, now they're an adult, some of the grandkids and things like that. And so you get to kind of find out what happened in that 4-year, that 7-year time frame. From various articles, there is supposed to be a season 4. The biggest problem is trying to write it, because the reason why they had that gap was they kind of had writer's block. The writers kind of went and wrote some other things and then kind of came back to it. The other thing, too, is at the time when this was done, all of the actors were kind of unknowns. Like, they kind of knew, if you were from Israel, you knew the actors, but if you were from any place else, you didn't really know them. Now they have much more of a notoriety, so now, of course, the budget's going to be higher, and it's going to be harder to film and things like that, so it might be a little while until the next one, but there is supposed to be a season 4. So, the other thing, too, is it's all in Hebrew or Yiddish, so so it's subtitles for everything. So if you're not used to watching subtitles, it takes a little getting used to. It's definitely one of those things you can't look away when there's an argument going on, because you're going to miss half of the fight. But very well done. And like I said, if you like This Is Us, if you're not Jewish, there might be some things that you might not really understand, but for the most part, it's not over the top with, certain things where you just kind of, it's just kind of part of the story, but you don't need to know certain things to follow it.
Okay, good pick.
Thank you.
I'll read the book when it comes out. So my pick this week, we're going back to my roots of documentaries. And my pick this week is the Jupiter Enigma on Amazon Prime. What can the giant planet Jupiter tell us about the birth of our solar system 5 billion years ago? Drawing on new findings from NASA's Juno mission, scientists are peering into Jupiter's stormy heart to reveal the very origins of our solar system, a chaotic early time when smaller planets were flung around space or sent into shattering collisions, and the fate of planet Earth hung in the balance. Sounds exciting, doesn't it, when they write it like that?
Mm-hmm. Sure does.
The Juno probe is the most recent visitor to Jupiter. Orbiting and examining Jupiter with a variety of instruments, it provides a new understanding of the storms on the planet and Jupiter's interior. New simulations examine the impact of Jupiter on the evolution of the solar system. So using a mix of computer-generated graphics, artistic renderings, and actual high-quality footage from Juno, the Jupiter Enigma explores the solar system's largest planet in a detail never seen before. From its influence on the creation of our solar system, to the detail and incredible scientific potential of its dozens of moons, there's a wealth of knowledge about the planet revealed in the show. Did you know Jupiter is the fastest spinning planet in the solar system?
I did not.
Did you know that Jupiter's clouds are only 5 kilometers thick,
Nope.
despite the size of the planet? Did you know Jupiter has its own system of rings similar to Saturn?
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe you learned it somewhere else. These
I didn't realize this was a quiz. Did you know?
where were you on the night of the, sorry. These and many other interesting scientific facts are explored in great detail in the show, The Jupiter Enigma, available streaming on Amazon Prime. And we'll be right back with our afterthoughts.
Right.
I forgot what we called them. It was an afterthought to me. Go with our afterthoughts.
So, just like we had mentioned last week, now it seems there's a couple more conventions that are popping up. So we had mentioned Monster Mania, which you can find all the information on monstermania.net. So you have Monster Mania 46, which will be in August in Cherry Hill. Then Monster Mania 47, which will be in September in Hunt Valley, Maryland. And then Monster Mania 48, which will be in October at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, which is the first time ever that they are going to be in that location. So that was kind of exciting news. Then we have RetroCon.
RetroCon.
Which is also going to be at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center. And that will be the end of September, the 26th and the 27th. So that's a nice, smaller kind of event. It's usually just held in one of the areas of
one of the 4 wings that they
right.
have.
And they usually have a couple of guests, but it's mostly retro toys and
It's the only show I've ever been to where the G.I. Joe Costuming Club shows up.
yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, that was cool. Then, big news, Wizard World Philadelphia. So they had, tickets, I believe they're on sale. But it was kind of weird, the site that they had available. Plus, the photo ops are already sold out. Or maybe they just haven't opened them up yet.
Because it was originally scheduled
for January.
It was rescheduled. That was a reschedule of the last one.
Right, because it was supposed to be in 2020.
Right.
They rescheduled it to January of 2021. Obviously, that came and went. So now it's going to be November 12th, 13th, and 14th. And I guess for whatever reason, it's normally in downtown Philadelphia at the convention center. This time, for the first time ever, this is going to be at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks.
That convention center is just exploding now. I think people
like
have
every
if nothing else, the pandemic has caused people to discover the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, before, for us, it's a little bit further out of the way than going to Philly, but
I'd rather do that than to deal with the city.
You don't have to deal with the city. You don't have to deal with trying to find parking, because that's always a pain.
And a fortune.
So you drive a little bit further, but you got free parking, and it's, very open, and we've never been there at night, but very well lit. And just it's a convention center that we've enjoyed going to for various different events. So, okay, we'll just keep going there. And then, as we had mentioned, that in December is the Ocean City Comic Con. This was one that we haven't been able to go to before, but now we are planning on doing this. The Ocean City Comic Con is just a one-day event on December 11th, where all the other ones are 2 or 3 day events.
So it's neat because if you look at the lineup, and we'll post it in the show notes, if you look at the lineup, there's literally a convention pretty much every month from here until December.
Right, there's nothing until August.
Right.
So you have August, you have Cherry Hill. Then September, you have the RetroCon and Monster Mania, which are actually the same weekend. Then you have the other Monster Mania in October. Then you have Wizard World in November. And then you have Ocean City in December.
Right.
So...
And I'm sure that, you know, as restrictions are lifted and people start scheduling stuff, you know, one of the other ones that we do like to do is the Classic Toy Show down in the Nurse Shrine down in Delaware.
Right.
They had to cancel those.
Oh, you know what other one is supposed to be this summer? The Fuge one. The Fuge. Which one was that? ZoloCon. ZoloCon, I believe.
I got to come up with a good one for Ocean City. It doesn't really work.
Yeah, I believe ZoloCon is supposed to be like July or something.
Well, there you go.
So that's probably your July one. So we'll make sure to put that one in next week. So we'll kind of keep this up just to remind everybody of what's coming. And if we see, you know, anything else that pops up, we'll obviously mention it. But he's going to do a quick Google search of ZoloCon to see.
We have the technology.
Do we? Because I'll just keep
ZoloCon
talking. And
21 is scheduled for July 18th.
See? Told you.
Yep. There you go.
Told you.
We got to get that into the notes for next week.
Yeah. So...
That's always a good one. We love that one.
Yeah.
That's a great venue to
well,
go
and
to.
that's
Which, by the way, just little spoilers, that venue is going to show up on our new Insights into History podcast in a special episode, too.
Right. So that happens to be one of those locations where the venue is as much a part of the atmosphere as just... you know,
the largest
going.
centrifuge in the world.
Yeah, and you get to see it. You get to walk around it, and you're like,
free rides.
Oh my god, no, that would.
Well, it doesn't go anywhere, but you know, you can get in it.
Well, no, you can't.
Yeah, they were letting people in it last time.
Really?
Well, I don't know if they were letting people, but people were getting in it last time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, people were getting in and getting pictures.
Yeah. Well.
So anyway, that's all we had for this week. I'm not going to do plugs at the end because we inundated people with stuff. So that's it for this week, and thanks for watching.
Find all of our links, because we're not going to give everything out, but find all of the links to everything at our website, www.insightsintothings.com.
There you go. The consummate professional.
Thank you. I try.
That's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before. And we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know, I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure, yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities fix prices and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having three major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got three pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had four major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a fourth competitor into the market.
Mm-hmm. Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think